Chapter 1676. Ma Zhou used to be a teaching assistant in Boizhou, but he was reprimanded by the provincial governor of Boizhou because of his drunkenness. The prideful Ma Zhou immediately lost his face and quit in a fit of anger. He simply packed his luggage and embarked on his journey to the capital to find a way to make a living. When Ma Zhou first arrived in Chang, and it could be said that he was in the dark, seeing that he was about to run out of money and unable to find a way to make a living, a cultured person like him would have to beg for food. Who knew that, coincidentally, Detang Daily's editorial department was recruiting scholars to write news articles. Ma Zhou, a fine steed, met his first talent scout in his life. The articles he wrote in Detang Daily often caused a sensation in the literary circle. Soon, he became the chief manager of Detang Daily's editorial department and attracted the attention of Lier. Lier was very appreciative of Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country in the Tang Daily. He believed that Ma Zhou had the talent to stabilize the country. Lier had once wanted to poach Ma Zhou from Li Zishuan, and Ma Zhou was about to fly up the branch and become a phoenix, becoming a courtier in one step. However, Ma Zhou did not accept Lier's olive branch in the end, because he felt that if he stayed in the editorial department of the Tang Daily, he would be able to realize one of his dreams, a great dream to let all the scholars in the world be able to read books and let all the people in the world be able to read. Later, with Li Zishuan's improvement of papermaking, the introduction of movable type printing, and the compilation of Detang Dictionary, the price of books that were originally incomparably expensive in Detang's market finally dropped. Those scholars who came from poor families could finally afford to buy books. Moreover, with the Detang Dictionary, even if ordinary people did not have the money to pay for their tuition or find a teacher, they could still rely on the Hanyu Pinyin logo in the Detang Dictionary to recognize most of the words. It could be said that when the Detang Dictionary was published in June or July last year, Ma Zhou's dream was actually almost fulfilled. At that time, he could actually leave Detang Daily's editorial department and pursue the official career that all scholars dreamed of. However, after the release of the Detang Dictionary, what followed was the official establishment of Yanhuang College. Under Li Zishuan's sincere invitation, Ma Zhou unexpectedly became a teacher of Yanhuang College. He was also the subject leader of the classics department of the college and was in charge of the teaching of the classics in the college. He was in charge of the teaching of the classics in the college for nearly a year. In the past year, Ma Zhou witnessed with his own eyes how engineering was disdained at the beginning to be accepted and worshipped by more and more people. Of course, Ma Zhou also experienced how Yanhuang College's position in Detang rose step by step. Being in such a wise and glorious college, experiencing the simple and pure teacher-student relationship, Ma Zhou had gradually forgotten that before he came to Chang'an City, he was actually like countless other scholars who dreamed of being in the imperial court, being recognized by the emperor, and thus becoming successful and famous. Unknowingly, Ma Zhou's dream in his heart had already become the Yanhuang College's motto: build a heart for heaven and earth, build a life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past sages, and create peace for all ages. It had already become Li Zishuan's earth-shattering cry at the college's opening ceremony last year. As long as Yanhuang does not die, the Han family will not perish. Blood inscribed on the golden dagger axe. Blood will never stop flowing. He had completely integrated into Yanhuang College. At this time, hearing Li Zishuan's question, Ma Zhou was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Marquis, of course I remember." Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "In the beginning, you trusted me and were willing to join the editorial department of Detang Daily and Chitu Culture to help me make everyone in Detang able to read and read. Today, this goal has almost been achieved. I know that Brother Ma is ambitious and is not inferior to me in terms of strategy and wisdom. Whether it is the editorial department of Detang Daily or Yanhuang College, these places are a waste of talent for you. You once had a fierce tiger in your heart and wanted to be in the imperial court, make contributions, and make a name for yourself in history. However, you were unable to make a living, and in the end, you did not even see the face of the emperor. Today, I want to release the fierce tiger in your heart and give you a good opportunity to become an official and make contributions. I wonder if Brother Ma is willing to give it a try? Become an official and make contributions? What does Marquis mean by this? Hearing this, Ma Zhou could not help but frown and ask doubtfully. At the same time, Ma Zhou was also a little moved. After all, there was a saying that went, "Learn both civil and martial arts, and you will be able to serve the emperor." For thousands of years in China, scholars had a common dream, and that was to use the knowledge they had learned for more than 10 years in their official career and serve the emperor. Then, they would use their talents in the imperial court to realize their political ambitions and be praised by the people and make a name for themselves in history. Ma Zhou was also a scholar. In the depths of his heart, he also had a dream of becoming an official. Ha! This marquis wants you to be the chief clerk of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office. What do you think? After staring at Ma Zhou for a moment, Li Zixuan suddenly laughed and said these earth-shattering words casually. What? Marquis, you want me to be the chief clerk of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office? When Ma Zhou heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in disbelief and said, "The position of the chief clerk was first established in the Qin dynasty. At that time, the prime minister and the general's office had a chief clerk, which was equivalent to the secretary general or chief of staff in modern society. The chief clerk under the general could also lead the army into battle and was called the chief clerk of the general. The famous Ban Chao was the chief clerk of the general. In addition, the prefectures and the border areas also had a chief clerk, who was the assistant to the governor and was somewhat similar to a private advisor. To a certain extent, staff positions like senior scribe and private advisor could only be regarded as officials and not official officials. Many proud and arrogant scholars were unwilling to take up such positions. However, it also depended on the type of senior scribe. For example, the senior scribe of the provincial governor's office was basically equivalent to the second-in-command of a province. Although it didn't have direct decision-making power, it had the opportunity to influence the provincial governor's decision. The stage wasn't small, especially since the land of Qingzhou now belonged to Li Zixuan's fief. Li Zixuan was both the landlord and the provincial governor. As such, the authority of the senior scribe of the provincial governor's office in Qingzhou was even greater. As long as Li Zixuan announced to the public that he wanted to recruit a chief clerk, there would definitely be countless scholars fighting to sign up. This rare opportunity had now landed on Ma Zhou so easily. It was completely Li Zixuan opening a back door for Ma Zhou. Yes, you are the most suitable candidate for the position of chief clerk in this marquis's heart. Brother Ma, are you willing to follow this marquis to create another career? Li Zixuan nodded and looked at Ma Zhou with a serious face. Chapter 1677. Qingzhou is located in a remote corner, and the local tyrants and officials are definitely colluding with each other. Moreover, the dragon head of the dragon sect was recently killed in Chong, and so the situation in Qingzhou is definitely complicated and treacherous. This marquis needs a sufficiently capable and trustworthy person to go to Qingzhou and stabilize the situation for the time being. Brother Ma, whether in terms of talent or intelligence, you completely meet the requirements. It all depends on whether Brother Ma is willing to lend this marquis a hand. In the principal's office of Yanwang College, Li Zixuan stood up and solemnly clasped his hands at Ma Zhou. In history, Ma Zhou had come from a humble background, but in the end, he had climbed step by step to the position of prime minister and become Li Er's right-hand man. His talent, strategy, and political skills were beyond doubt. Although the current situation in Qingzhou was complicated, Li Zixuan was confident that would not be a problem for Ma Zhou. Wouldn't the future prime minister of the Great Tang be able to easily govern a province? Of course, Li Zixuan had never thought of tying Ma Zhou to his side forever. This would be too much of a waste of talent. Ma Zhou had the talent to become prime minister, so he shouldn't just be a minor official. As long as the time was right, even if Ma Zhou didn't want to enter the court as an official, Li Zixuan would recommend Ma Zhou to Li Er. In the end, Qingzhou was just a small hurdle that Li Zixuan had set up for Ma Zhou to grind experience and level up. Once Ma Zhou had accumulated a certain amount of experience as an official, It would be time for him to start the main storyline of the imperial court. In the face of Li Zixuan's solemn expression, Ma Zhou couldn't help but turn solemn. To tell the truth, he was very conflicted. On one hand, he had lived in Yanhuang College and Datong daily for more than a year, and he was already used to the people and things here. He had long been deeply infatuated with everything here, and he was naturally reluctant to leave. After all, humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. But if he had to stay in Yinshan for the rest of his life, in the editorial department of Datong Daily, Ma Zhou would feel that his life was lacking something, and it would be somewhat dull and tasteless. After a long silence, Ma Zhou's originally unfocused gaze gradually became resolute. He solemnly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Many thanks for Marquis's appreciation. This Ma is willing to serve Marquis faithfully." "Ha ha! Good, good, good. Brother Ma, I was right about you." Li Zixuan looked deeply at Ma Zhou, then stepped forward and helped Ma Zhou up with both hands. He then laughed loudly and said, "With Brother Ma's help, the people of Qingzhou will live a good life in the near future. Marquis is too kind. In terms of governing the people, this Ma's insignificant ability can't compare to Marquis'." Ma Zhou shook his head and cupped his hands. This was not a deliberate compliment to Li Zixuan, but a fact. Back then, the Han family manor and Plum Village were the same as the other villages. The people didn't know what to eat, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to eat meat for a whole year. But in just over a year, the Han family manor and Plum Village had become one of the wealthiest villages around Chang. Not only did the villagers live better, but their food and clothing were also several times better than before. Almost every family had saved up a lot of money. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who the credit was. So Li Zixuan's ability to revitalize the people's lives was something that even Ma Zhou couldn't help but admire. Let's stop flattering each other and get back to the main topic. The situation in Qingzhou is urgent. This Marquis will personally write a letter of appointment after returning home in the afternoon, officially appointing Brother Ma as the chief steward of the Qingzhou provincial governor's office. Chief Steward Ma, after you pack up and prepare, immediately set off for Qingzhou. Li Zixuan first smiled, then looked at Ma Zhou seriously. The chief steward Ma was only a subordinate of the provincial governor, so the appointment of the chief steward Ma didn't need to be reported to the imperial court, nor did it need Li Zixuan's approval. Li Zixuan alone could make the decision. Hearing the words Chief Steward Ma from Li Zixuan's mouth, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The poor kid who came to Chang, and alone from Bo province, and had nothing, was now the chief steward of the provincial governor's office. This made Ma Zhou feel a little dreamy and unreal. Of course, there's no problem on my side. But after I leave, what about the Academy's economics department and the Datong Daily's editorial department? Ma Zhou recovered from his absent-mindedness and frowned as he asked hesitantly. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "This is easy. For the Academy, let Mr. Kong Gue be the head of the economics department. With old Mister's knowledge, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the Datong Daily's editorial department, let little Fishy be there first. If I have time, I'll go and take a look. Then I'm relieved. I'll be able to leave in the next 2 days." Ma Zhou heard and nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Since I came back from the north, little Fishy seems to have become a little quiet. I've asked a few times, but I didn't get anything. This girl worships Marquis very much. If you have time, Marquis, you should go and take a look." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered Li Yu's strange behavior at the Longmen Pass. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll find time to talk to her." Ma Zhou heard and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, That's good. Although he often bickered with Li Yu, Ma Zhou liked this clever girl very much. He treated Li Yu as his own little sister. Last time, Li Yu went to the north alone without a word. After that, she came back in low spirits. Naturally, Ma Zhou saw all of this. However, there were some things that Li Yu didn't want to tell him. He couldn't do anything about it. Also, Officer Ma, you should pay more attention to your safety when you go to Qingzhou. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then added, "When you go to Qing province, I'll send a few guards to go with you. When you get there, you'll be able to mobilize all the provincial troops within Qing province with my warrant and the Tiger Tally." Since Lu Ming wrote to me to ask for military authority, it means that the provincial troops in Qingzhou are not completely under his control. This is our chance. Of course, just in case, Officer Ma, you should bring a telegraph machine to Qingzhou. If there are any changes in the situation, send a telegraph to me at any time. Ma Zhou's trip to Qingzhou was, of course, dangerous. After all, he was going there to replace the position of Lu Ming, the provincial governor of Qingzhou. Li Zishuan and Lu Ming were direct enemies. Lu Ming had been an official in Qingzhou for many years and definitely had a lot of connections. If he was driven to desperation, he might really do something to Ma Zhou. Therefore, Li Zishuan had to consider everything carefully. However, it didn't mean that Ma Zhou would die. At the very least, the provincial troops in Qingzhou were still very likely to be used by Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou. After all, with the consolidation of the Tang dynasty's political power and Li Er's series of ruthless methods since he ascended the throne, everyone knew that the current imperial court was invincible. Only death awaited those who wanted to rebel. Yozhou's Luo Yi and the Dragon sect were examples. Lu Ming was just a minor provincial governor. It was impossible for him to completely control all the provincial troops in Qingzhou during the period when the provincial governor Zheng Qingsong was captured. As long as he could control the military power as soon as possible, Ma Zhou's safety in Qingzhou would be guaranteed. The rest was to slowly stabilize the political situation and eliminate the dregs and scum in Qingzhou's officialdom. Ma Zhou was greatly touched by these words. He couldn't help but cup his hands and say, "Thank you for your trust, Marquis. I will do my best and not disappoint Marquis's high expectations." To completely hand over the military power of a province to one person, this trust couldn't be said to be small. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This Marquis previously said that this Marquis doesn't trust any of the officials in Qingzhou. But Brother Ma, this Marquis has complete and unreserved trust in you. Go ahead and do it. First, help this Marquis stabilize the situation in Qingzhou. When this Marquis is free, he will personally make a trip to Qingzhou." Ma Zhou was moved and said, "Yes, Marquis." The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Zishuan patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and said heroically, "Haha, then let's do something big in Qingzhou." After discussing the matters in Qingzhou with Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan went to the offices of the various disciplines. His main purpose was to look at the situation of the examination papers from yesterday. In addition, he also gathered Yin Silu and a few other discipline team leaders for a small meeting. They discussed the situation of Ma Zhou's appointment in Qingzhou, as well as the subsequent handover of some work. With regards to Ma Zhou's promotion, Yin Silu and the other teachers were sincerely happy for him. Some people saw from Ma Zhou that they might be able to rely on their achievements in the academy and Li Zishuan's appreciation to become an official. This made them even more motivated in their hearts, such as Su Hongji and Xiao Dian. Some people didn't care about being an official because they were already content with the status quo, such as Wang Ji and Mo Huai. Li Zishuan naturally didn't know what these teachers were thinking. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. Everyone had their own aspirations, and he respected everyone's aspirations. If these people wanted to enter the imperial court as an official, he would do his best to help. After all, these people represented Gong Shui, and this could be considered as expanding the influence of Gong Shui. After all the arrangements were completed, Li Zishuan quickly returned to the mansion in Lantian County. Then, he personally wrote a letter of resignation for Ma Zhou and stamped it with the seal of the Qingzhou provincial governor and his own personal seal. Lu Feng, immediately send this item to Yunshan and personally hand it to Mr. Ma Zhou, understand? Li Zishuan came to the front yard and summoned the guard Lu Feng. The situation in Qingzhou absolutely couldn't be allowed to deteriorate any further. When Li Er handed Qingzhou over to Li Zishuan, it was mainly to let Li Zishuan pacify the influence of the Heavenly Dragon sect on Qingzhou as soon as possible and lead the local people to live a better life. If it wasn't for the upcoming Kingdom War, Li Zishuan would have personally made a trip to Qingzhou. Yes, Marquis. Lu Feng took the package that Li Zishuan handed over. He responded and immediately turned to leave the residence. Chapter 1678. After sending someone to deliver the letter of appointment to Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan sat alone in the study room and closed his eyes to think. Due to the complex of modern people, he had always wanted to be a big landlord. Therefore, he was very happy every time he received a piece of land. Moreover, he would very seriously manage his land, such as the Han Village, Plum Village, Liujia Village, and so on. When he saw that the people in his land had enough food and clothing and lived in peace and contentment, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, Li Zishuan had thrown such a big mess in Qingzhou to him. Not only did this not give Li Zishuan any sense of accomplishment, but it also made him feel unusually tired. After all, there were too many problems that had to be considered when governing a state, let alone a poor and remote place like Qing State. Li Zishuan did not major in management in university. It was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when he suddenly received such a big mess. However, it was fortunate that he had Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of Tang Empire, to help him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not have any countermeasures to deal with the emergency situation in Qingzhou. Marquis, there's a letter from Qizhou. Please take a look. While he was deep in thought, Pang Feiji's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Li Zishuan immediately came back to his senses. His heart moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Yes. With a creak, Pang Feiji pushed open the door from the outside and entered. Then, he carefully closed the door. After everything was done, Pang Feiji held a lacquered envelope with both hands. He quickly walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, this is a letter from the Qizhou Provincial Governor's office." Qizhou Provincial Governor's office? Wang Renbiao. Let me take a look. Li Zishuan stared blankly for a moment before hastily replying. Although Wang Renbiao was born in an aristocratic family, he did not have the bad habit of being unruly and unruly. He got along very well with Li Zishuan. Moreover, in the battle at Longmen Pass not long ago, if Wang Renbiao had not taken the risk of being impeached and recruited elite soldiers without authorization to come to the rescue, Longmen Pass might have fallen, and Li Zishuan, who was heavily injured at that time, might have died under the hooves of the Turkic wolf cavalry. This was a life-saving grace. Not to mention, before this incident, Li Zishuan and Wang Renbiao's relationship was already very good. Therefore, when he heard that it was a letter from the Qizhou Provincial Governor's office, Li Zishuan was very happy. After receiving the letter from Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan quickly opened it and read it carefully. There were lines of elegant handwriting on the letter. As the saying goes, a person's handwriting is like their handwriting. However, looking at the elegant handwriting, he knew that this letter was definitely not written by a man. Looking at the contents of the letter, it was indeed not written by a man. I, Jingchu, pay my respects to Marquis. I have not seen him for more than a month, but I have heard of Marquis's actions of going up north to exterminate the locusts and ambushing the Turkic state preceptor. Marquis is valiant and brave, just like Li Guang during the Han Dynasty. He is admirable. The beginning of the letter was a greeting, but at the same time, it also revealed the identity of the person who wrote the letter. It was Li Jingchu, and not Wang Renbiao as Li Zishuan had expected. Li Zishuan could not help but feel puzzled. He secretly wondered why Li Jingchu would write a letter to him. This was because he and Li Jingchu had never interacted directly. They had always interacted indirectly through Wang Renbiao. Could it be that something had happened to Wang Renbiao? After all, according to official history, Wang Renbiao had died in office due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan's heart suddenly sank. He hurriedly skipped the beginning of the letter and continued reading. On the 6th day of the 7th month, the eldest princess brought Provincial Governor Wang to Qizhou. Renbiao mentioned to the eldest princess about his marriage with me. When the eldest princess heard this, she was furious. She said that as a legitimate son of the Wang family, how could he fall in love with a commoner's daughter? She ordered Renbiao to break off his relationship with me. Renbiao did not agree. The eldest princess ordered the generals in the manor to expel me from the provincial governor's manor. Ren Biao wanted to object, but filial piety was greater than the heavens. He could not openly contradict the eldest princess. He could only plead in every possible way and barely managed to protect me. In order to not make things difficult for Ren Biao, I quietly left Yongzhou City that night. After my father was harmed by evil people, I no longer cared about matters of love. However, Ren Biao took pity on me. He had done so much for me and even avenged my father's death for me. I'm not made of gold and stone. How could I not be moved? I had thought that I was not worthy of the eldest son of the Wang family. I also expected that Ren Biao and I would face many difficulties in the future. However, when things came to a head, the eldest princess and provincial Governor Wang's determination exceeded my and Ren Biao's expectations. I knew that it was impossible for me to step into the Wang family. I thought that as long as Ren Biao could be happy, I would be satisfied. I originally thought that after I left Yongzhou City, I would be able to resolve this crisis. However, who knew that a few days ago, I heard rumors that Ren Biao had fallen seriously ill and was bedridden again. I was extremely worried and returned to Yongzhou City. I wanted to visit the provincial governor's manor, but I was refused entry by the eldest princess's people. Helpless, I found Ren Biao's old housekeeper and borrowed the provincial governor's manor's name to write a letter to Marquis. Marquis is Ren Biao's best friend, and Ren Biao is usually very respectful of Marquis. This humble girl does not have extravagant hopes that Marquis will allow this humble girl and Ren Biao to be together forever. I only hope that Marquis can counsel Ren Biao and help him resolve the knot in his heart so that he can recover quickly. This humble girl, Li Jingqiu, respectfully greets you. After reading the letter, Li Zexuan's expression turned grave. He thought to himself, what's bound to come has indeed come. When Li Zexuan found out that Wang Renbiao was infatuated with Li Jingqiu, he had predicted that the upper echelons of the Wang family would strongly oppose this marriage. At that time, Wang Renbiao had expressed that even if he was expelled from the Wang family because of Li Jingqiu, he was willing to accept it. At most, he would just find another way to make a living. But who knew that Wang Renbiao would be so angered by Princess Tong, and that he would be bedridden? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he was currently under house arrest. Otherwise, he would definitely have chased after Li Jingqiu when she left Yong City. In addition, at Longmen Pass, Leng Yao, who had accompanied Wang Renbiao, had secretly mentioned to Li Zexuan that the elders of the Wang family already knew about the matter between Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu. At that time, Li Zexuan did not take it to heart. In his opinion, Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family. No matter how vicious a tiger was, it would not harm its own child. At most, it would take away some of the political resources that the Wang family had invested in Wang Renbiao, so that Wang Renbiao would not be able to continue his smooth-sailing career in the government. But who would have thought that these two elders would want to torture their own son to death? In the end, he had overestimated the importance of kinship in the aristocratic families and underestimated the coldness of those people. You leave first. I'll write a reply. Call Xianxia to grind the ink. After a long silence, Li Zexuan raised his head and ordered, Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. Just as he walked out, the door to the study was pushed open with a creak. It was Han Yushi, who had walked in with a cup of tea. Husband, this concubine just heard that you wanted to write a letter. How about I grind the ink for you? Chapter 1679. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion, Li Zexuan forced a smile and greeted Han Yushi when he saw her push open the door and enter. I heard that you went into the study after returning and didn't come out for a long time. So I made a pot of tea and brought it over to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zexuan. Then she saw that Li Zexuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, Husband, did something happen? Li Zexuan shook his head and sighed. AI, yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink. Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi didn't understand, but she saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to think much about it, so she didn't ask further. Instead, she came to the table and began to grind the ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he didn't use a brush to write. After all, he wasn't used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop at Qitu Pavilion had already made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. With such a convenient writing tool like a pencil, why would he use a brush? Wouldn't he be suffering? But this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he wasn't writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan didn't dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. This concubine heard that husband went into the study after returning home and didn't come out for a long time. So this concubine brewed a pot of tea and brought it over to quench her thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacups on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed. "That's right. A pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since my wife is here, help your husband grind the ink." "Unfortunate couple." "Yes, husband." Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much about it, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind the ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. With such a convenient writing tool like a pencil, why would he use a brush? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that you went into your study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed. "Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." "Ill-fated mandarin ducks." "Yes, husband." Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but when she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much about it, she did not probe further. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush. Because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas." "Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink. Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long-made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, Husband, did something happen? Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, alas. Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink. Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long-made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed a tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then, she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, Husband, did something happen? Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, alas. Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink. Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long-made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tong. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. Wife, you're here. In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time, so I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst. Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongan. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So I brewed a pot of tea and brought it to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much, so she did not get to the bottom of it. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongan. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. "I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst." Han Yushi placed the tray with the teacup on the table beside Li Zixuan. Then she saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have something on his mind, so she asked tentatively, "Husband, did something happen?" Li Zixuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Yes, a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Since you're here, please help your husband grind the ink." Ill-fated mandarin ducks. Yes, husband. Han Yushi was naturally puzzled when she heard this, but when she saw that Li Zixuan did not seem to think too much about it, she did not probe further. Instead, she came to the side of the desk and began to grind ink for Li Zixuan. In fact, although Li Zixuan knew how to write with a brush, he had long stopped writing with a brush. After all, he was not used to it. Of course, the most important thing was that the workshop of Qitu Pavilion had long made pencils and promoted their use in the academy. Why would he use a brush when he had a convenient writing tool like a pencil? Wouldn't it be torture? However, this time, Li Zixuan had a reason to use a brush, because he was not writing to Wang Rinbiao, but to Wang Yu and Princess Tongan. Writing with a brush looked more formal than writing with a pencil. This matter concerned his good brother's lifetime happiness, so Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless. "Wife, you're here." In the study of the Marquis's mansion, seeing Han Yushi push open the door and enter, Li Zixuan forced a smile and greeted her. I heard that husband went into the study after returning home and did not come out for a long time. So, I made a pot of tea and brought it over to you to quench your thirst. Chapter 1680. If you want to kill Li Zixuan's brother and sworn sister, then you have to be prepared to pay the corresponding price. The Wang family is no exception. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the study suddenly became austere. At this moment, Li Zixuan had the power to move unhindered and was invincible in the world. He didn't even put the Wang clan, which was ranked at the top of the 5 families and 7 great clans, in his eyes. He was extremely arrogant. However, he did have a right to be arrogant. Back then, the prestigious Cui family of Qinghe, Cui family of Bowling, and Zheng family of Xingyang had all been directly or indirectly destroyed by him. At that time, Li Zixuan did not have the prestige, power, and status that he had today. Now, he was not only a marquis, but also the provincial governor of a province. His foundation was deeper and his strength was stronger. Of course, his destructive power was even more shocking. The Wang family valued the family's interests and could ignore Wang Renbiao's life. However, they had to consider whether they could withstand Li Zixuan's revenge after Wang Renbiao's death. This was the attitude that Li Zixuan wanted to convey to Wang Yu and Princess Tongyan. This concubine naturally understands husband's feelings. But won't this displease Provincial Governor Wang and Princess Tongyan? After all, there are many words in this letter that seem a little. After a moment of shock, Han Yushi recovered from her shock. She smoothed the hair in front of her chest and looked at Li Zixuan with a worried expression. Seems a little arrogant, right? Li Zixuan smiled and completed Han Yushi's unfinished words. Then, he snorted and said, "Humph. This will depend on how Provincial Governor Wang and Princess Tong and weigh the pros and cons. Will they continue to break up the affectionate couple and fall out with me? Or will they let them go and do me a favor? Renbiao and I are as close as brothers, but I still have important matters to attend to. This is all I can do. If not, I will personally make a trip to Qizhou." After that, Li Zixuan folded the 2 pieces of paper and put them in an envelope. After he finished painting it, he shouted at the door, "Feiji, come in." With a creak, Pang Feiji, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Li Zixuan handed over the letter and instructed, "Arrange for someone to deliver this letter to the Qizhou Provincial Governor's manor as soon as possible and personally hand it over to Provincial Governor Wang Yu." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji bowed and accepted the order. Then, he took the letter and left. Only Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were left in the study. Li Zixuan picked up the teacup that Han Yushi had just brought in. Although the tea was a little cold, it was still fragrant when he placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Li Zixuan took a sip. "Husband, you mentioned that you have an important matter to attend to. Is it the matter of going to the Black Armored Armies camp in 2 days?" "Yes, that's right." Li Zixuan put down the teacup and nodded. Although Renbiao's situation is critical, there might be other solutions. Now that the kingdom war is imminent, at such a crucial time, nothing can be compared to the preparation for the Turkic Khaganate. This concerns the lives of millions of people in the Tang Empire. We can't be careless. Hearing this, Han Yushi instantly fell silent. She understood the affairs of the country and the people of the world. But now, her loved ones were about to embark on an extremely difficult and dangerous path for the so-called people of the world. This was a little hard for her to accept. However, when she thought of Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, this pair of ill-fated lovers, Han Yushi felt that she was extremely lucky and happy. At least she could be together with the person she loved. Moreover, after marriage, her parents-in-law treated her very well. There had never been any discord between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that occurred in ordinary wealthy families. So, what else was she not satisfied with? "Husband, don't worry and go. I will take care of the house." After a moment of silence, Han Yushi spoke. Since there were some things that she couldn't stop, she could only wholeheartedly support Li Zixuan and not let Li Zixuan have any worries. "Yes. With my wife's words, your husband can rest assured." Li Zixuan hugged the beauty beside him and chuckled. "Sigh, Why we have to stay in the academy for the makeup exams when everyone else is on vacation? Moreover, we only have 1 or 2 days to prepare. How can our exam results be good? Yinshan, Yinhuan College. Cheng Chumo, who had just come out of the cafeteria after lunch, kicked the pebbles on the road listlessly and grumbled softly. All right, Chonyo, don't complain. Take the time to rest when we get back to the dormitory and continue with our revision. Li Ku, who was walking half a body's length in front of Cheng Chumo, paused and looked at Cheng Chumo. I should be able to finish the rest of my revision this afternoon. Then, I will help you with your revision. Hee hee. Little Ku, you're the best. No. Little Ku, you're done with your revision so quickly? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. Then, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim in surprise. He had just started his revision yesterday, and Li Ku was about to finish it today. This was really a case of comparing people to people and goods to goods. Huh, what's so strange about that? Li Ku chuckled and said casually, Actually, before we went to the north, I had already started revising my homework and preparing for the exam. During the days we were in the north, we were on the road during the day, and before we rested at night, I would usually read for 1 to 4 hours. F***CK. I was wondering why the lights in your room went out so late every night. Little Ku, why didn't you tell me earlier? Cheng Chumo slapped his head and suddenly realized something. Then, he said with a hurt face. It was as if he was blaming a good friend for studying secretly without telling him. Those who didn't know the truth would probably praise him for being a good student who loved studying. Hearing that, Li Ku looked at Cheng Chumo and said, Chonyo, even if I told you earlier, would you really be able to calm down and study in advance and prepare for your exams? Cheng Chumo was stunned. What Li Ku said did make sense. Even if he was given a chance to choose again, he would not study and prepare for exams while he was on his way to the north to kill locusts. There was no other way. He was born to be active. Little Ku, don't hit people in the face and don't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. You're not being nice. Cheng Chumo was embarrassed by Li Ku's words. He scratched his head and couldn't help but say, All right, Brother Chonyo, there's no point in arguing about this now. I think we should go back to the school and rest. I'm almost done with my revision. If you need me in the afternoon, I can help you with your homework. Tai Dan smiled and said, Don't worry. That's great. Iron Egg, you're a good brother. After the exams, Old Cheng, will treat you to a drink at 100 Flowers Tower. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. 100 Flowers Tower, wasn't it a brothel? This idiot wanted to bring Iron Egg, who was not even 20 years old, to a brothel. Tai Dan was no longer the poor country boy he used to be. Naturally, he had heard of the 100 Flowers Tower before. Therefore, he immediately blushed at Cheng Chumo's words and hurriedly said, Don't worry. There's no need to drink. We're classmates. It's only right that we help each other. Yes, it's only right. Cheng Chumo was instantly amused and said with a smirk, Hey, Iron Egg, you're shy. What's there to be shy about? Let me tell you, when I was 8 years old, As this idiot spoke, he couldn't help but start to brag about his heroic deeds. Meng Wenhao and Ku Shiqing, who had just returned from Shuzhong, couldn't help but smile when they saw this. Isn't that Qin Ke? Where is he going? When they were approaching the academy's Guanghua building, Li Ku suddenly saw Li Tai hurrying along the main road of the academy towards the gate. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. Qin Ke, that's right. Qin Ke just finished his exams a few days ago. Can't you just ask him to help with your homework? Hearing the two words Qin Ke, Cheng Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and immediately ran in the direction of Li Tai. As he ran, he shouted, Hey, Qin Ke, stop! Stop! Li Ku and the others instantly understood the reason why Cheng Chumo was so enthusiastic. They couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. It was really shameful to be associated with this guy. A moment later, Virgin, you want me to leak the exam questions to you and help you cheat? Absolutely impossible. Cheng Chumo's intention was actually very simple. He just wanted Li Tai to recall the questions of the final exam from a few days ago. Then, He will be prepared for the makeup exam the day after tomorrow. But how could Li Tai help him do such a shameful thing? After understanding the situation, Li Tai rejected Cheng Chumo's offer without hesitation and said, "Don't worry. Virgo, I advise you to give up on this idea. First, no one in the academy will help you recall the exam questions. Second, your exam papers this time may not be the same as ours. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to take the time to revise." Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and whispered, "It's fine if you don't want to help. If the makeup exam questions are not the same as yours, will Yamacho come up with another set of exam questions?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with this idiot. At this time, Li Ko asked, "Qingke, I saw you in a hurry just now. Where are you going?" "Oh, to the workshop." Li Tai turned to look at Li Ku and replied, "Actually, I've been studying something new recently. I encountered some problems before, but after some guidance from Yamacho 2 days ago, I already know how to solve it. I want to take advantage of the time before Yamacho leaves Yunshan to make a sample for him to see." "New thing? Qingke, what is this new thing that you're so interested in?" Li Ku was naturally envious of Li Tai's personal guidance from Li Zixuan, but he was undoubtedly more curious about the new thing that Li Tai mentioned, so he couldn't help but ask. It's a tool that can transmit sound over a long distance. Simply put, it means that no matter how far apart two people are, they can talk and listen to each other through this tool." Li Tai looked around, and after seeing that there was no one around, he replied, "Long-distance transmission? You can make such a godly object, Qingke. That's amazing." When Li Ku heard this, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim. Not only him, but Cheng Chumo, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Ku Shurqing, and the others all looked at Li Tai in disbelief. This was because before this, they had never even thought of building such a long-distance sound transmission tool. Cough, cough. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Although the telephone was not part of the Academy's trump card project, its research had always been carried out in secret. Seeing Li Tai's surprised face, Li Tai hurriedly said with a nervous expression, "That thing hasn't been completed yet. It's only in the experimental stage. In theory, it's feasible, but in reality, there are still many problems. Fortunately, Yamacho has provided me with some ideas to solve the problems. I've been busy modifying that thing for the past 2 days." Li Ke heard this and exclaimed, "So, Qingke, the godly object that you mentioned just now, in theory, can really be made?" "Yes, that's right. In theory, it is indeed feasible." Li Tai nodded solemnly. Li Ku, Iron Egg, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the deep shock in each other's eyes. "Qingke, you're really amazing now. If that godly object of yours is completed, you must show it to us first." After a moment of silence, Li Ke couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, yes, yes. If this thing is completed, I'll be the first to try it." Cheng Chumo also excitedly echoed, "Huh, of course, that's not a problem." Li Tai nodded with a smile. "Oh, right. Qingke, you said that you want to make it before Yamacho leaves Yunshan. What does that mean? Could it be that Yamacho has plans to travel abroad recently?" Ku Shurqing asked at this time. Chapter 1681. Uncle Ma, I heard you were looking for me. The next morning, in the new workshop of the interesting pavilion, in a room in the editorial department of Detong Daily, Liu knocked on the door and entered. She asked Ma Zhou softly, who was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back. In the academy, people called Ma Zhou Mr. Ma. In the workshop, people called Ma Zhou Caretaker Ma, or Old Ma. In fact, Liu was probably the only person who called Ma Zhou Uncle Ma. Ma Zhou was against this form of address at first, because he felt that he was not that old. However, after a long time, Ma Zhou was used to this form of address given by Liu. At this moment, he turned around and smiled kindly at Liu. "Little Yu, you're here. Sit down and talk." As he spoke, he pointed at a chair opposite his desk. Liu never knew how to write the word restraint in front of Ma Zhou. Hearing this, she did not stand on ceremony and directly sat on the chair. Then, she said half-jokingly, "Uncle Ma, seeing how serious you are, could it be that you called me here today because of my good performance in the past year and want to increase my salary?" Of course, this was a joke. Li Yu and Ma Zhou's relationship had always been good. The two of them often joked about similar things. However, what Li Yu did not expect was that Ma Zhou, who had just sat opposite her, actually nodded. Yes, little Yu, you guessed it right. I called you here today to increase your salary. Li Yu couldn't help but stare with her eyes wide open when she heard this. She really suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, or perhaps there was something wrong with Ma Zhou's head. Otherwise, how could he have heard such shocking and unreasonable words? Uncle Ma, you're not kidding me, are you? I don't have the time to play with you. I haven't finished my draft for today. After a moment of shock, Li Yu pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, she didn't take Ma Zhou's words seriously. Unexpectedly, Ma Zhou said with a serious face, Little Yu, I'm not joking with you. Over the past year, you've gone from knowing nothing about news writing to becoming the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily. All of us have seen the effort you've put in and the results you've achieved. Marquis, and I do want to increase your salary. Not only that, but Marquis also plans to let you slowly take over the affairs of Datong Daily. In time, perhaps the entire Datong Daily editorial department will be handed over to you. What? Sir, you want me to take over the editorial department? When Li Yu heard that, she almost jumped out of her chair. She said in disbelief, but I was only in charge of writing the news. Weren't you always in charge of the editorial department? Why would Sir make such an arrangement? Li Yu was actually very satisfied with her current life. Every day, she would go out to gather information and write a few news articles. Every month, she would have a decent income. Occasionally, she would even be able to expose some illegal activities among the people, punishing evil and promoting good. This life was really fulfilling and valuable. As for Ma Zhou's position in the editorial department of Datong Daily, Li Yu wasn't very interested. I was in charge of the editorial department before, but I'm leaving Lantian County soon. Seeing Li Yu's excited face, Ma Zhou said in a low voice. Leaving Lantian County? Why? Could it be that, sir? When Li Yu heard that, her heart skipped a beat. Her face suddenly showed a trace of worry. She subconsciously thought that Ma Zhou had done something wrong recently, so Li Zixuan wanted to remove Ma Zhou from his position in the editorial department. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? How could he not see through Li Yu's thoughts? He quickly waved his hand and said, Little Yu, don't misunderstand. I'm leaving Lantian County because I have more important things to do. Marquis is now the provincial governor of Qingzhou, but there's still a lot of work in the capital. So, Marquis appointed me as the chief secretary of Qingzhou provincial governor's residence and asked me to go to Qingzhou to take over the affairs there. This afternoon, I'm leaving. Oh, so that's the case. When Li Yu heard that, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and said, Then I should congratulate Uncle Ma for being promoted. When I have time to go to Qingzhou, Uncle Ma, as a local snake, you have to treat me well. When he heard that sentence, Ma Zhou couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This girl really didn't know how to use words. He was going to be the chief secretary of Qingzhou provincial governor's residence in the future. How could he be called a local snake? But how can I manage the entire editorial department by myself? How can I have that ability? At this moment, Li Yu remembered what Ma Zhou said at the beginning and couldn't help but speak out hesitantly. Ma Zhou smiled and said, Of course, your current ability isn't enough to manage the entire editorial department. So, Marquis only asked you to slowly take over and familiarize yourself with it. Currently, the editorial department should be directly managed by Marquis. Also, don't you have Xiao Jian and the others to help you on normal days? Datong Daily had become the official mouthpiece of the imperial court. Naturally, there was no lack of supervision from the imperial court. Last year, Li Er sent a few scholars with both ability and integrity to enter Datong Daily's editorial department to review and supervise the contents of the daily newspaper. After more than a year of interaction, the editors in the editorial department and these scholars got along very well. There wasn't any hostility, and instead, they often helped each other. Oh, all right then, I'll give it a try. Li Yu thought for a while and finally nodded her head to accept this task. It wasn't that she was greedy for money. The salary she received every month was more than enough for her. It was mainly because she was grateful to Li Zixuan and Ma Zhou for taking care of her for the past year. She wanted to share the burden of Li Zixuan and Ma Zhou. Hee. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Ma Zhou let out a sigh of relief and smiled. After a pause, he said, Little you I know that you've been looking for the whereabouts of your parents. Marquis and I will do our best to help you find them. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. Maybe when the time comes, your parents will automatically appear in front of you. Don't be depressed because of this. Although Li Yu's face was full of smiles, the attentive Ma Zhou could still see a faint trace of worry between Li Yu's brows. He had always treated Li Yu as his own sister. Before he left, of course, he was still a little worried. Hearing this, Li Yu suddenly became silent. Her expression changed. In the end, she forced a smile and said, Uncle Ma, look at what you're saying. How can I be depressed? Aren't I fine right now? Oh, right, you're going to Qingzhou alone. You should be careful. I'm still waiting for you to gain a foothold there and then go to Qingzhou to play. Ma Zhou sighed helplessly and said, You don't have to worry about my safety. This time, Marquis will send some guards to go with me. Little you take care. After saying this, he stood up and walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. Li Yu quickly stood up and shouted at Ma Zhou. Uncle Ma, you take care too. Yu Yao, how's Ren Biao? Still not eating? Qizhou, Yong County, front hall of the provincial governor's mansion. Wang Yu and a well-dressed woman with a graceful temperament were sitting at the head of the table. Looking at Lung Yuyao, who was standing in the hall, Wang Yu asked with a cold face. Lung Yuyao's face was as cold as usual. Hearing Wang Yu's question, she slightly bowed and said, Master, young master said he can't eat. Humph. Can't eat. Hearing this, the noble woman sitting next to Wang Yu was instantly enraged. She slammed the table and said angrily, I think he's been bewitched by that little vixen. For that bitch, he doesn't care about anyone. Master and I have nurtured him for so many years, but he actually treats us like enemies for that bitch. How unfilial. That's right. This woman was Li Er's aunt and the current eldest princess of Tang Dynasty, Princess Tang. She was also Wang Renbiao's birth mother and the current matriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Madam, calm down. Madam, calm down. Seeing Princess Tang An's rage, Wang Yu quickly played the role of the good guy. He had no choice. Although he was the current patriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan, the current emperor intended to weaken the power of the aristocratic families. The Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Zheng clan of Xingyang had been wiped out by the imperial court. The imperial power was now unprecedentedly strong. If the Wang family of Taiyuan wanted to continue its glory, they had no choice but to submit to the imperial family. Princess Tang was a relative of the imperial family. At this juncture, even Wang Yu, the patriarch of the Wang family, did not dare to offend Princess Tang. Calm down, calm down. How can I calm down? It's all because of your good son. We've nurtured him for more than a decade, but in the end, in his eyes, we're not even comparable to a lowly woman outside. Princess Tang did not give Wang Yu any face as she bellowed in front of all the servants. She was an ambitious woman. Although she was the eldest princess of the imperial court, once a woman married off, she was like spilled water. Sometimes, the imperial family could support her, but if she wanted to maintain a stable position in a large clan like the Wang family, other than the imperial family's support, she had to rely on her own efforts. Wang Renbiao was the key to maintaining her unshakable position in the Wang family. Thus, she had spared no effort in nurturing Wang Renbiao. However, she had never imagined that the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Renbiao, would fall in love with the daughter of a commoner merchant. If news of this got out, Wang Renbiao would probably become the laughingstock of all the aristocratic families. After all, although the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were no longer as glorious as they were in the past, the bloodlines of aristocratic families were still noble and unattainable. In the imperial court, countless civil and military officials hoped that they or their descendants could marry a descendant of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. This was especially true for Wang Renbiao, who not only possessed the bloodline of the Wang family of Taiyuan, but also the blood of the imperial family. His bloodline was noble. Now that Wang Runbiao wanted to marry a commoner, this was a stain on the bloodline of the aristocratic families. The other clans of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would ridicule him, and the elders of the Wang family would not let him off. In the end, Wang Runbiao might be marginalized by the Wang family. In the future, the Wang family would not give Wang Runbiao any resources, much less any help. This caused Princess Tong An's many years of planning and management to go up in smoke. It was said that a mother's status depended on her son. If Wang Runbiao could not provide her with a strong political foundation, as his mother, even if she had the status of a princess, she would soon be removed from the center of power in the Wang family. Therefore, after learning about Wang Runbiao and Li Jingqiu, Princess Tong An flew into a rage and brought her husband to kill their way from Suizhou to Qizhou. In the main hall, Wang Yu had an embarrassed look on his face. He was truly helpless against the furious Princess Tong, and since he wants that bitch so much, I'll have someone tie her up and throw her into the river to feed the fish. Let's see if he's still willing to eat. After a pause, Princess Tong An finally made up her mind. She stood up angrily and said to Lung Yao, "Lung Yao, take someone to that bitch's house and tie her up for me." Lung Yao was shocked. She was envious and jealous of Li Jingqiu, but she knew that Wang Runbiao truly liked Li Jingqiu. As long as Wang Runbiao liked someone, whether it was a friend or a love rival, she would do her best to protect them. However, Princess Tong An had ordered her to kill Li Jingqiu. Lung Yao was against this order from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she knew that if Li Jingqiu died like this, Wang Runbiao would not continue living and would not forgive her even in death. "Madam, you mustn't." Before Lung Yao could say anything, Wang Yu could no longer sit still. He hurriedly stood up to dissuade her. "Madam, Li Jingqiu is just a commoner. She didn't steal or rob, nor did she commit any crimes. As an official of the imperial court, how can I let anyone take her away as they please? No matter what, this is still a human life." In a feudal society, there was naturally darkness everywhere. This was especially true for aristocratic families. Every month, servants and maidservants would die an unnatural death. In the eyes of the upper echelons, some human lives were indeed worthless. However, Li Jingqiu was not a slave. She was a commoner. No matter if it was an aristocratic family or an official of the imperial court, no one could casually put a commoner to death. At the very least, they could not brazenly put a commoner to death like this. Even if Li Jingqiu had committed a serious crime, Wang Yu and Princess Tong An would not be able to kill her with just a few words. The imperial court was very strict when it came to the death penalty for criminals. It even required Li Er to personally review it. Therefore, once a human life was involved, Wang Yu could not sit by and do nothing. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Princess Tong An knew that she had misspoken. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. "Oof. If we can't kill her, then we'll break her legs and scratch her face. Let's see if my son will give up then. Lung Yao, bring some people over now." Seeing that Princess Tong An was willing to listen, Wang Yu sat back down. It was fine as long as no lives were taken. This was his principle and bottom line. However, Lung Yao did not immediately accept the order. She remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and cupping her fists. "Forgive me, Princess, but Yu Yao cannot accept the order." The moment she said that, everyone was shocked. Princess Tong An's eyes were filled with anger. She walked step by step to Lung Yao and said coldly, "Lung Yao, you dare to disobey the order?" Chapter 1682. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. This saying was used to describe the relationship between ruler and subject in feudal dynasties, but it also applied to the relationship between master and servant in this era. If the master wanted a servant to die, it was too easy. He could find a random reason to kill the servant, and the servant would not be punished by the imperial court's laws. Thus, in this era, the master was the servant's heaven. In the main hall, Princess Tong An glared at Lung Yao the anger and hatred in her eyes undisguised. If looks could kill, Lung Yuyao would have been riddled with holes by now. The other servants and maids in the room all kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They knew that although looks could not kill, a furious Princess Tong and could very well kill someone. Your Highness, Yuyao does not dare. Lung Yuyao's heart trembled under Princess Tong's cold gaze. She got down on one knee and cupped her fists. Yuyao's life belongs to the family, so I naturally do not dare to disobey your Highness's orders. However, Li Jingqiu is young master's beloved. Shut up, Princess Tong, and was furious. Since you do not dare to disobey, then obediently follow this princess's orders. Pay attention to your status. There are some things that you cannot interfere in. You only need to listen to orders. Princess Tong's tone was incomparably cold. Everyone could feel that the matriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Of course, no one was willing to provoke this terrifying woman at this time. Lung Yao didn't dare either, but she really couldn't bring herself to hurt a powerless woman, especially one that Wang Renbiao loved deeply. After a moment of silence, Lung Yuyao braced herself and gritted her teeth. Your Highness, young master is still bedridden, and Li Jingqiu is the crux of young master's illness. Please take pity on young master. Enough. Before she could finish, Princess Tong unwaved her sleeve and laughed in anger. Good, good, good. None of you put me in your eyes. Very good. Men, drag Lung Yuyao away and give her 100 lashes. She will die. Wang Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, was shocked when he heard this. 100 lashes was absolutely a death sentence for an ordinary person. Although Lung Yuyao was a martial artist, after being lashed 100 times, even if she didn't die, she would still lose a layer of skin. More importantly, Lung Yuyao was a secret guard that had been nurtured by the Wang family for many years. Her strength was close to that of an evolved Jing master, and she could be considered one of the top secret guards of the Wang family. If she was killed just like that, it would truly be a pity. However, Princess Tong was on the verge of exploding with rage. Wang Yu did not want to provoke her at this moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to plead for mercy, but in the end, he did not say anything. At this time, 2 strong servants immediately walked in from outside the door. They bowed and replied, Yes, Princess. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them wanted to grab Lung Yuyao's shoulders. However, Lung Yuyao stood up on her own and glanced coldly at the 2 of them. Merely this glance caused the 2 of them to feel a bone-piercing chill rise from the soles of their feet. They heard Lung Yuyao say indifferently, There's no need for you to escort me. I'll walk on my own. After saying that, she walked out of the door. How could someone as cold and arrogant as her allow another man to touch her body? Even if she was to be punished, she wanted to be punished in a dignified manner. Seeing this, Princess Tong snorted but did not say anything. She believed that after 100 lashes, Lung Yuyao would soon be dead. As a princess, why would she bother with a dead person? Princess Tong glared at Lung Yuyao's back and called out, Fu, this old servant is here. An old man in his 50s immediately walked out from the servants standing by the side. This was the old servant that Princess Tong had brought over from Sui province. Fu, take 2 men with you to the Li family and break that bitch's limbs and disfigure her face. Princess Tong ordered coldly. Yes, Princess. The old servant did not have the same concerns as Lung Yuyao. He bowed and turned to leave. Cough, cough, cough. Wait. Just as the old servant turned to leave and Lung Yuyao had just walked out of the main hall, a series of coughs came from outside the door, followed by a weak and slightly hurried voice. Then came Lung Yuyao's surprised and worried voice. Young master, why are you here? Cough, cough. I would have regretted it for the rest of my life if I didn't come. Yao, come in with me. The person who had come was Wang Renbiao, who had been bedridden for many days. A moment later, with Lung Yuyao's help, he staggered into the main hall. Princess Tong in Wang Yu's heart sank. Wang Renbiao's face was incomparably pale, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. Cough, cough. Mother, father, everything is this child's fault. It has nothing to do with Yao, or Jingchu. This child is willing to listen to mother's arrangements and take good care of my body. I will cut off all contact with Li Jingchu. I beg mother to let Yao, and Jingchu off. Wang Renbiao broke free from Lung Yuyao's support and barely managed to stabilize himself before cupping his hands at Princess Tong and in Wang Yu. Young master, Lung Yuyao was shaken. She was well aware of Wang Renbiao's love for Li Jingchu, but Wang Renbiao was actually willing to give up on Li Jingchu. Lung Yuyao understood that Wang Renbiao was doing this mainly to save her and Li Jingchu. Cut off all contact? Now, you know how to listen to me? In my view, you just want to save these two women. What Lung Yuyao could see, Princess Tong and could as well. She sneered and mercilessly exposed Wang Renbiao's intentions, then said, "You're right. You've already lost your mind. The dignified eldest son of the Wang clan is actually going to make an enemy out of your parents over a commoner girl? Now, only by destroying that bitch can you wake up completely. And Fu, continue to do as I say." The old servant hesitated for a moment, but he still bowed and replied, "Yes, princess." Plop. Wang Renbiao suddenly fell to his knees. He gasped for breath and said weakly, "Mother, cough, cough. This child has never begged you for anything since he was young. Today, this child begs you to let Jingchu and Yao go. As long as you let them go, this child is willing to listen to all your arrangements from now on." The eldest princess's expression did not soften. Instead, she became even angrier. She raised her voice and said, "You've never begged me since you were young, but now you're begging me for two women? Are these two women more important than your mother in your heart? I must destroy them today. Laifu, what are you standing there for? Take this slut away. Go tie up Li Jingchu." "Mother, don't." Wang Renbiao, who was overwhelmed with emotions, finally spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young master." Lung Yuyao was anxious. She hurriedly squatted down and supported Wang Renbiao. She said with a sorrowful expression, "Young master, Yuyao's life is not important. Nothing must happen to you." Wang Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but clench his fists nervously. He stood up and looked at Princess Tong. "Madam, Biao Er's health is more important. Can we talk about other matters later?" Princess Tong pursed her lips. A trace of worry and heartache flashed through her eyes. After all, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. No matter what, Wang Renbiao was the son she had carried for 10 months. Seeing Wang Renbiao like this, it would be a lie to say that she did not feel heartache. However, when she thought of how the usually obedient Wang Renbiao had disobeyed her a few days ago because of a commoner girl, the anger in her heart surged again. No, only by destroying that slut will he wake up. Men, help the eldest young master to the backyard to rest. Laifu, do as this princess said. Princess Tong gritted her teeth and said fiercely. This, Wang Yu opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, Princess Tong glared at him fiercely. "Yes, princess." And Fu bowed and received the order. He then whispered to the servants around him, "What are you standing there for? Take Miss Lung away." "Yes." The servants immediately swarmed toward Lung Yuyao. Lung Yuyao's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She whispered, "Young master, Yuyao will protect you as you leave." Although she was an assassin trained by the Wang family for many years, at this moment, she only had Wang Renbiao in her eyes. Even if the surroundings were filled with danger, even if the road ahead was filled with killing intent, she had to protect Wang Renbiao. This was her belief. Cough, cough. Yaoer, don't be rash. Wang Renbiao saw a trace of determination and the will to die in Lung Yuyao's eyes. He coughed twice and quickly pressed his hand on Lung Yuyao's shoulder to dissuade her. Lung Yuyao's eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head and said, "Young master, Yuyao's life is worthless. Even if I die, Yuyao cannot watch young master suffer. As long as young master is safe and happy, Yu Yao will have no regrets, even if she dies. With that, she placed Wang Rinbiao's arm on her shoulder and stood up from the ground. She looked coldly at the servants who were about to charge over her. The temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. No, don't. Wang Rinbiao panicked. Although these servants were far from being Lung Yuyao's match, he knew better than anyone that if Lung Yuyao injured Princess Tong and servants today, it would be the same as cutting herself off from the Wang family. From then on, she would be the Wang family's mortal enemy. There would only be one end for her, death. This was a path of no return. Patriarch! Patriarch! A letter from Chang'an. A letter from Chang'an. Just as the battle between Lung Yuyao and the Wang family servants was about to erupt, just as Lung Yuyao was about to take the step of cutting herself off from the Wang family, a series of hurried footsteps and loud shouts came from outside the room. Lung Yuyao's heart thumped, and the killing intent in her eyes dissipated somewhat. Wang Yu and Princess Tong, who were sitting at the head of the table, immediately lost their composure. Just the words, "a letter from Chang," and revealed a lot of information. The two of them simultaneously thought that it might be that person in the imperial palace who wrote the letter. A letter from Chang'an? Who wrote it? Wang Yu stood up and asked the servant who ran in. Patriarch, the Marquis of Yong, and sent someone to deliver an urgent letter from 800 li away. He said that it must be opened by Patriarch or the princess. The servant raised the letter over his head and bowed. Qizhou was located northwest of Chang and city, only 400 to 500 li away. Thus, Li Zixuan's letter could reach Qizhou today. The Marquis of Yong'an, Wang Yu, and Princess Tong, and looked at each other in confusion. Wang Yu's eyes darkened as he said, "Quickly bring it up." When Wang Rinbiao heard that it was a letter from Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, Lung Yuyao couldn't help but sigh in relief. She understood that even if today's matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, at least Wang Yu and Princess Tong and wouldn't make things too difficult for Wang Renbiao over Li Jingchu's matter. Yes, the servant replied and slowly walked forward to hand the letter to Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached out to take it. After seeing that the seal was still intact, he opened the letter and took out a stack of paper. Wang Yu unfolded the paper and saw the words written on it. The peacock flies southeast, circling once every 5 li. At 13, she can weave silk. At 14, she can tailor. At 15, she can play the kongho. At 16, she can recite poetry. At 17, she is the wife of a monarch. Her heart is filled with sorrow. At this moment, Princess Tong and also turned to look at the letter in Wang Yu's hand. Isn't this Jiao Zhongqing's wife? What does the Marquis of Yuan mean? After a moment, the two of them finished reading the contents of the first piece of paper. They couldn't help but look at each other and ask softly in confusion. Both of them were well-read people and naturally recognized where the contents of the letter came from. At this moment, Wang Yu had a hint of understanding in his heart, but he still wasn't sure what Li Zixuan was trying to express. However, he saw that there was another piece of paper under the letter. Wang Yu pulled it out and said, "Madam, there's another letter here." As he spoke, Wang Yu unfolded the other letter and saw the words written on it. To Provincial Governor Wang and eldest princess, this junior suddenly heard that Run Biao is seriously ill again and is worried and unable to calm down. However, this junior still has important matters to attend to in the capital and cannot personally visit Qizhou. Thus, I wrote this letter to ask about it. Rin Biao, gentle and pure, honest and magnanimous, my brother, Jingchu, pure and beautiful, gentle on the inside but firm on the outside, my adopted sister. I swear to go to the heavens and the underworld to avenge my brother. This junior Li Zixuan respectfully greets your highness. When he read the second letter, Wang Yu's expression became more and more solemn, while Princess Tong's expression became more and more furious. Bastard! This Li Zixuan dares to lecture this princess? What right does he have? When she read the last line, I swear to go to the heavens and the underworld to avenge my brother. Princess Tong and couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Wang Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly put away the letter. He looked at Princess Tong and said in a low voice, "Madam, do not speak nonsense. The Marquis of Yong and had good intentions. Today's matter ends here. From today onwards, you and I will not interfere with Ren Biao and Li Jingchu's marriage." But Princess Tong looked at Wang Yu in surprise, but Wang Yu mercilessly said, "There are no buts. This old man is the head of the Wang family. Come, help young Master Wang to the rear hall to rest. In addition, send someone to the Li family to deliver the betrothal gifts, and choose a day to marry Li Jingchu into the estate." Wang Yu, who had seemed somewhat henpecked a moment ago, suddenly became incomparably domineering. Only now did he seem like the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Chapter 1683. What? Does this old man's words no longer carry weight? In the main hall of the Qizhou provincial governor's estate, Wang Yu seemed to have become a completely different person, shocking everyone. The servants who had followed Princess Tong, Anne's orders, and wanted to enter to capture Lung Yuyao were all stunned on the spot. For a moment, they did not know whether to advance or retreat. It could be said that they were in a dilemma. Seeing this, Wang Yu's face could not help but sink as he coldly said. He usually gave in to Princess Tong and on small matters, but modesty did not mean that he was afraid of her. Sometimes, modesty was also a form of respect. However, no matter what, he was the current patriarch of the Wang family of Taiyuan. As long as he was still the patriarch, the Wang family had to obey his orders. Yes, patriarch. Seeing Wang Yu's dignified expression and signs of anger, the Wang family servants quickly regained their wits and bowed to receive the order. And Fu then bowed again and said, "This old servant will bring people to prepare the betrothal gifts and bring a matchmaker to the Li family to present the betrothal gifts." Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Go." Seeing that her efforts over the past few days had all gone to waste, Princess Tong, Anne's eyes surged with anger and showed signs of exploding. However, Wang Yu's domineering, "This old man is the patriarch of the Wang family," made Princess Tong Anne's heart palpitate. After sharing the same bed for so many years, she knew that Wang Yu was serious at this moment. If she went against him now, she would not be able to get away with it. Even if she was the princess of the Great Tang and Lier's aunt, she could not do it. This was a family matter of the Wang family. Even if Lier was the monarch of the country, he could not support Princess Tong, and at this time, as such, Princess Tong, and could only watch as Wang Yu arranged for people to propose marriage to Li Jingchu. At this time, Wang Yu walked in front of Wang Renbiao and said with a smile, "Cousin, you don't have to worry about your marriage with Miss Li anymore. Father will help you arrange it. Right now, it is more important for you to take care of your body. Don't wait until the day of the wedding and still be sick in bed." Just a moment ago, his marriage had clearly been opposed by his entire family. But now, Wang Yu, the head of the Wang family, was actually supporting it. This change happened too quickly, so quickly that Wang Renbiao was unable to react. Although he had guessed that Li Zixuan would plead for him and Li Jingchu in the letter, Wang Renbiao did not expect that Li Zixuan's letter would actually be so effective, directly causing Wang Yu's attitude to change 180 degrees. With infinite surprise and doubt, Wang Renbiao said to Wang Yu, "Thank you, father. I will definitely take good care of my body these days." "Sigh, you have a good brother." Wang Yu sighed deeply. He patted his son's shoulder, then looked at Lung Yuyao and said, "Yuyao, quickly help cousin to the backyard to rest, then invite the best doctor in the county to treat him." Previously, when Wang Renbiao was sick in bed, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and had also invited a few doctors for him. After all, Wang Renbiao was their son. Although they hated him, it was far from the point where they would disregard his life. However, at that time, Wang Renbiao was only concerned about Li Jingchu's safety and did not cooperate with the treatment. In addition, he was suffering from a mental illness. The doctors treated him for a few days, but there was almost no effect, so they only left behind a few prescriptions to strengthen his foundation before leaving. Now that Wang Renbiao's biggest worry was gone, With the treatment of the doctors, his recovery would definitely be faster. Yes, master. The corners of Lung Yuyao's mouth rose slightly. She bowed to Wang Yu with cupped fists, then supported Wang Rinbiao and left. Oomph. Princess Tong, who was standing at the head of the table, finally could not bear it anymore. She snorted angrily, then flicked her sleeves and left. Sigh. Wang Yu reached out to stop her, but in the end, he did not manage to do so. He could only let Princess Tong and walk past him. After some thought, Wang Yu quickly followed. Hey, madam, your husband had someone buy some of the best divine tea. It's still fresh. Madam, quickly try it. It's very fragrant. In the western courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Yu had a maidservant bring over a pot of tea and personally poured a cup for Princess Tong. Then, he walked forward with a fawning expression. At this moment, the mighty and domineering patriarch of the Wang family had turned into a henpecked man. If anyone else saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Oomph, don't be so fake. Princess Tong stepped aside and stood up angrily. We've already reached a consensus regarding cousin's marriage. We can't let him marry that merchant's daughter, or else he'll be finished in the Wang family. Didn't you agree before? Why did you become the good guy in the end, and I become the vicious and evil woman? Wang Yu smiled apologetically. Huh, what are you saying, madam? I don't know if madam is kind, graceful, and generous. Princess Tong was annoyed when she heard this. Oomph. I'm afraid the entire residence is talking about how cruel I am to my son, and how much you, Wang Yu, dote on your son. These words were naturally spoken out of anger. In fact, both Wang Yu and Princess Tong felt terrible when they saw Wang Rinbiao suffering and being bedridden. After all, blood ties could not be severed. The reason why they insisted on separating Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingqiu was for Wang Rinbiao's future. In Princess Tong's opinion, if she and Wang Yu persisted, Wang Rinbiao might eventually compromise. Hearing this, Wang Yu quickly coughed. Ahem. As for cousin's marriage, Li Jingqiu is indeed not a good match for cousin. Her status is a little low, but Madame Xin of the Marquis of Yong, and you've seen it for yourself. Li Jingqiu is not only the daughter of a merchant, she's also the Marquis of Yong's adopted sister. So what if she's an adopted sister? She's not his biological sister. Without blood ties, Li Jingqiu's status is still lacking compared to our Wang clan of Taiyuan. Princess Tong said disapprovingly. These words were indeed true. With the prestige of the 5 clans and 7 hopes among the common people, even the prime minister's family would find it difficult to marry a descendant of the 5 clans, let alone Li Jingqiu, who was only Li Zishuan's adopted sister. Wang Yu sternly said, Madam, according to the Marquis of Yong's letter, he values Li Jingqiu greatly. If we go too far, the Marquis of Yong might. You're the patriarch of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, so why would you fear a mere marquis? What a joke. Princess Tong glanced at Wang Yu and sneered. Wang Yu shook his head and sighed softly. Madam, in the past, the Wang clan of Taiyuan naturally did not fear a mere marquis. However, the situation is different now. The current His Majesty is a man of great talent and vision. His political and martial prowess does not lose out to any of the previous emperors. His intention to weaken the noble clans and promote the commoners is well known. A few months ago, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Zheng clan of Xingyang were exterminated by His Majesty. Now, the noble clans are in a precarious situation and have long lost their former glory. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong is no ordinary marquis. Chapter 1684. Young Master, now that Master and Princess have finally agreed to your marriage with Li Jingqiu, you can rest in peace. Yao, or we'll go get a doctor for you. After helping Wang Rinbiao into the bedroom in the backyard and helping him lie down, Lung Yuyao looked at the latter with a warm smile on her cold face. She covered Wang Rinbiao with a brocade quilt and got up. Yao. Just as Lung Yuyao turned to leave, Wang Rinbiao suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed her white jade-like wrist, saying, Yao, It's been hard on you these days. Lung Yuyao's body trembled, and she stood motionless on the spot. Wang Renbiao continued, I know that you've been secretly coming here every night to extend my life, and I also know that when we were in the front hall, you really planned to completely turn against Father and the Wang family to kill our way out. In addition, the reason why little Xian suddenly sent a letter, I'm afraid it was also because of your secret operation, right? Lung Yuyao's expression changed, and she slowly turned around. She looked at Wang Renbiao and asked in surprise, Young master, how did you know? Seeing Lung Yuyao's reaction, Wang Renbiao smiled and said, That's right. He raised his head and looked at the curtain above, muttering to himself, Father can change his attitude so quickly. Could it be that little Xian promised some benefits? Sigh, I'm afraid I can't repay the favor I owe little Xian in this lifetime. I'm sorry, young master. Yu Yao didn't mean to hide it from you. Seeing the disappointed look on Wang Renbiao's face, Lung Yuyao said with some guilt, You don't have to blame yourself. I don't blame you. Wang Renbiao turned his head and squeezed Lung Yuyao's wrist again, and said with a smile, I understand your good intentions, and since everything is perfect now, that's for the best. I'll try my best to repay the favor I owe little Xian, but it's been hard on you these days, Yao. In Wang Renbiao's mind, he could never forget Lung Yuyao secretly extending his life in the middle of the night these days. He could never forget that in front of the main hall, Lung Yuyao would rather die than hurt his lover, and even more so, he couldn't forget the determination Lung Yuyao had when she pulled him to kill their way out at the critical moment just now. This already far surpassed the affection between master and servant. He wasn't a plant, so how could he not feel Lung Yuyao's infatuation with him? But there was already someone living in his heart. So how could he still hold Lung Yuyao? Facing Lung Yuyao's silent sacrifice, his heart could be said to have mixed feelings. Young master, I don't suffer. Seeing Wang Renbiao's eyes filled with tenderness and complicated emotions, Lung Yuyao's heart was filled with grief. Her nose turned somewhat sour as she said, As long as young master is well. Even if Yuyao goes through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, experiencing 1,000 tribulations, it's also as sweet as malt sugar. Yuyao's life was given to her by young noble. Yuyao will not allow young noble to die in front of Yuyao. Finished speaking, Lung Yuyao struggled free from Wang Renbiao's large hand and turned around. Young master, rest at ease and recuperate. Yuyao will go invite a physician for young master and strive to let young master recover as soon as possible to complete the wedding. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Lung Yuyao emphasized the words complete the wedding. After saying that, she didn't wait for Wang Renbiao's response and directly walked out of the door. Creak bang, the beauty left, and the door was tightly shut. Wang Renbiao looked at the direction Lung Yuyao left in and was speechless for a long time. After an unknown period of time, only to hear him murmur and sigh, Silly girl. Chapter 1685. Whether you want to leave or stay, you can decide for yourselves. Faced with this group of servants and maids who had wavering thoughts, Li Jingchu didn't get angry, nor did she reprimand them. Instead, she took a step back in order to advance, and very frankly gave the choice to these servants and maids. The current her did indeed have the confidence to do so. Ever since she had taken over the Li clan, the Li clan's finances had long since fallen into her hands. Even if these servants all insisted on leaving, she had the ability to make arrangements for them. This, Li Jingchu's unexpected move, left all the servants and Lu Yuerong dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other in dismay for a moment and fell into hesitation. Young Miss has always been benevolent and kind to us. At this time, I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of young Miss. At this time, a female servant wiped her eyes and stood out to say, That's right. Not to mention that the Wang clan might not make trouble for young Miss. Even if they do, I want to stay by young Miss's side. Everyone knows how young Miss treats us normally. If you choose to leave now, aren't you afraid of being poked in the back? The maidservant's words received a response in an instant. A young retainer raised his arm and shouted, That's right. That's right. At this time, we can't be ungrateful. I won't leave. I won't leave either. For a moment, the rest of the servants began to shout in agreement. Lu Yuerong was completely dumbfounded. The development of the situation was completely beyond her expectations. This was completely illogical. Crazy. Have you all gone crazy? Aren't you afraid of the Wang clan's revenge? Don't you know the consequences of offending the Wang clan and Princess Tongan? Lu Yuerong staggered a few steps and roared at the servants with a pale face. Oof. You're so sure that the Wang clan will take revenge on you? Just as Lu Yuerong was yelling like a madwoman, the Li residence's gates were pushed open from the outside. A clear and cold female voice sounded, and the temperature in the front yard seemed to drop a few degrees. Lu Yuerong was shocked by the sudden snort. She quickly turned around and was dumbfounded again. She saw a woman in a white dress with a sword in her hand. She stood coldly and proudly at the entrance of the Li residence. This was not the main point. The main point was that behind the woman, there were two groups of men in dark red festive clothes. They were carrying large red wooden boxes one after another. They were walking in the direction where Lu Yuerong was standing now. Who are you? What are you doing? Being interrupted, Lu Yuerong was just about to get angry and curse when she caught a glimpse of the sword at the woman's waist. She immediately swallowed her curses and pointed at the large men carrying the boxes, asking the woman, "What are you doing? Miss Lun, why are you here?" Lu Yuerong did not recognize this woman, but Li Jingqiu did. She hurriedly stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. At the same time, she was a little puzzled because Lung Yuyao's entourage was too inconceivable. Wasn't the Wang clan going to punish her? But why were they carrying so many large chests? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like they were going to punish her. Lung Yuyao did not immediately answer Li Jingqiu's question. Instead, she coldly glanced at Lu Yuerong and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you're Miss Li's only living elder, I would kill every one of you on sight." Lu Yuerong couldn't help but shudder when she felt the faint murderous aura emanating from Lung Yuyao. However, Lung Yuyao's gaze didn't linger on her for long. After she finished speaking, Lung Yuyao looked at Li Jingqiu. Lung Yuyao felt a little better when she saw that the latter's face had obviously become thinner. After all, Wang Rinbiao hadn't just become thinner recently. He had almost paid the price with his life. Today, I brought a matchmaker to propose marriage for the young master. Chapter 1686. A horse carriage and a troop of soldiers came down from the cloud mountain under the scorching afternoon sun and embarked on the long journey to Qingzhou. Ma Zhou didn't know what he would experience there, but he firmly believed that with his own ability, he could quickly stabilize Qingzhou. The road ahead was long, and he understood that this was a great opportunity given by Li Zishuan to fulfill his political ambitions. He didn't want to waste it. Ever since Ma Zhou became the editor-in-chief of Detong Daily, he had published many articles in Detong Daily. Not only did his political views attract the praise of a considerable number of court officials, even Li Er had read a few of his articles and praised them to no end. Therefore, it was actually very easy for Ma Zhou to enter the court as an official at this time. As long as Li Zishuan recommended him, he would be able to obtain an official position. However, he had just entered the court and hadn't made any contributions. Furthermore, he didn't take the proper path of the imperial examinations. At the beginning, he wouldn't be able to become a high-ranking official. At most, he would be an assistant official in some yamen. Therefore, Ma Zhou thought that rather than being an unknown and powerless assistant official in the court, it would be better to follow Li Zishuan's wishes and go to Qingzhou to take the position of the provincial governor. As an official, with Li Zishuan's trust and important position, he could more unscrupulously display what he had learned and realize his political ambitions faster. Therefore, even though he knew that the road ahead was bumpy and full of thorns, Ma Zhou still resolutely embarked on the road to Qingzhou. However, whether it was him or Li Zishuan, they didn't expect the situation in Qingzhou to be far from simple. Furthermore, in the near future, there would be an unprecedented change in Qingzhou. "Uncle Ma, you must be safe. I'm still waiting for you to send someone to bring me to Qingzhou to play." On a small hill at the foot of the cloud mountain, a young girl wearing a red dress was facing the east. She looked at the group coming down from the cloud mountain. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to pray. "Girl, since you're here, why don't you go up and see Mr. Ma off?" Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side of the young girl. The young girl was shocked. She quickly opened her eyes and turned around. When she saw who it was, she hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him. "It's Mr. Why are you here?" The person who came was Li Zixuan, and the girl in red was Li Yu. She was wearing a red dress, and under the sunlight, she looked like a red koi, bright and beautiful. After sending Mr. Ma off, I was preparing to go down the mountain to the workshop. I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Zixuan smiled and then asked, "Since you are already here, why don't you go up and say goodbye to Mr. Ma? Could it be that you didn't know that he was going to Xianxia?" "No, I already knew about it this morning." Li Yu shook her head. She looked at the back of Ma Zhou and the group that was gradually disappearing. She said softly, "Uncle Ma and I have already said goodbye this morning. I don't want to go up the mountain to say goodbye again. It will only make us sad. It's better to look at him from afar like now." Seeing that Li Yu's face was full of reluctance, Li Zixuan expressed his understanding. When this girl came to Chang'an alone, although he took care of her and helped her enter the editorial department of Datong Daily, he didn't care much about what happened after that. It was completely Ma Zhou who took care of her. Now, Li Yu could mix well in the editorial department, mostly because of Ma Zhou's efforts. Now that Ma Zhou was going to Qingzhou, this girl would naturally feel reluctant to part with him. Chapter 1687. I heard that Yinhuang College is going to release the exam results tomorrow. I wonder how many people will be admitted this time. Oh, last time, Yinhuang College admitted more than 600 students. This time, it should be more, right? Only 600 people. But this year, the number of people taking the exam is close to 10,000. It's several times more than last year. But don't forget that this year, Yinhuang College has two schools, the School of Engineering and the School of Medicine. Maybe the total number of students will be several times more than last year's. Doesn't that mean I have a chance this year? Sigh, I'm in trouble. I didn't finish the last two big questions in the mathematics exam. I also got two quadratic equations wrong. I'm afraid I have no hope of getting into Yinhuang College this time. Sigh, I didn't answer a few questions in the theory exam for the School of Medicine, especially the question tying inner body, Yangming Qi division, tying spleen meridian, disease, and blood division. I still haven't figured it out. 2 days had passed since the end of Yinhuang College's entrance exam. According to the rules, the college would release the exam results on the third day after the exam to announce the results of the candidates. At this juncture, the examinees who had indulged themselves for 2 days after the exam no longer had the mood to indulge in debauchery, eating, drinking, and having fun. Some of the people who were close to each other gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the possible situations that might occur when the results were released tomorrow. Such a grand occasion was no less than the imperial examinations of the Song and Ming dynasties. Of course, this didn't mean that the influence of Yinhuang College's entrance exam had surpassed that of the imperial examinations. In fact, the imperial examinations were more attractive to scholars. There were 2 reasons why the entrance exam was more grand than the imperial examinations. First, the threshold for Yinhuang College's entrance exam was much lower than that of the imperial examinations. Only a few decades had passed since Emperor Yang of Sui established the imperial examinations. The imperial examinations system wasn't as perfect as it was during the Song and Ming dynasties. In this era, if one wanted to take part in the imperial examinations, one had to be recommended by a local famous scholar, family, or official. Just based on this point, most of the people who didn't have any social connections and weren't famous were rejected. On the other hand, taking part in Yinhuang College's entrance exam didn't require any threshold. As long as one was confident in one's ability, they could sign up. The only thing one needed to pay was the travel expenses to Lantian County. Second, Yinhuang College's enrollment quota was much more than the number of Jinshi in the imperial examinations. Every year, The Tang Empire's imperial examinations selected only 100 Xianxia. However, Yanhuang College's first batch of students had more than 600. The second batch would definitely have more. This also indirectly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm to apply for Yanhuang College. However, there was a more important point. That was through the joint efforts of all the teachers and students of the academy. The results created by Yanhuang College in the past year had changed the majority of people's impression of Yanhuang College and engineering. Among the people's voices for engineering were getting louder and louder. Although it wasn't enough to compete with the powerful and deep-rooted Confucianism, the number of people who opposed engineering was getting fewer and fewer. It could be said that although the attraction of Yanhuang College's entrance exam wasn't as attractive as that of the imperial examinations, the reputation of Yanhuang College today had definitely surpassed that of the Tang Empire's first official university, the Imperial College. Chapter 1688. Sigh. If I had known that these questions were for Yanhuang College's medical school, I wouldn't have sold them so cheaply. In the side hall of the Hanging Pot Hall, Lin Jichong looked at Chongfeng's back and couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. Thinking back to when Chen Weining came to ask him for medical advice and claimed that each question would cost him 5 strings of coins, he felt that he had made a killing. After all he did was talk, and he got 50 strings of coins in the end. But now that he thought about it, it was a huge loss. After all, Chen Weining only paid 50 strings of coins to buy a place in Yanhuang College's medical school. With Yanhuang College's current reputation in Tang, if the entrance exam questions could be bought, not to mention 50 strings of coins, even if it was 5,000 strings of coins, people would buy it. But since the matter had already passed, Lin Jichong knew that it was useless to regret it. But when he thought of Tang Yuan who had slipped away, his heart ached. I just don't know which big family that Chen Weining is from. She was so resourceful that she could get Yanhuang College's medical school's entrance exam questions a day in advance. I heard that the Turkic state preceptor tried to sneak into the college to steal books, but failed. Could it be that the power behind this Chen Weining is even more terrifying than the Turkic state preceptor? Apart from his heartache, Lin Jichong also couldn't help but be curious about the identity of Chen Weining, who came to the Hanging Pot Hall that day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Weining's identity was not simple. He felt that he knew a big secret, but he didn't dare to say it out because he was afraid that he would be killed. After all, Lin Jichong was the imperial physician of the Sui dynasty. He knew that those with real power could kill someone like him, who had no background, as easily as killing an ant. But this old man didn't know that this so-called Chen Weining didn't have any background at all, let alone someone from a big family. The person that Lin Jichong was thinking about was chatting with her sister, Chen Shuiyu, in the small courtyard that they rented. When she and her sister first came to Chong, and they lived in the city god temple because they didn't have money at that time. After Chen Shuiyu swindled 100 strings of coins from Li Tai, Chen Shuiyu rented a vacant farmhouse in Lantian County as a temporary shelter for them in the capital. Sis, should we wake up early tomorrow morning and go to Yanhuang College to look at the rankings? Yeah. What? Xiaoyu, you're going too? Oh, of course I'm going. I want to see my sister get into Yanhuang College with my own eyes. Haha, since you want to go, then go. But don't oversleep tomorrow. I won't. Oh, right. Sister, you just washed all the clothes we bought. What should we wear to the academy tomorrow? At this moment, Chen Shuiyu pointed at the colorful dresses hanging in the courtyard and frowned at Chen Shuazhen. Those clothes were the high-quality clothes that they had spent a lot of money to buy in order to get an answer from Lin Jichong. Chen Shuazhen said without thinking, "What else can I wear? Wearing what we're wearing? Are we going to wear what we're wearing now?" Hearing this, Chen Shuiyu looked at the rough linen clothes that he and Chen Shuazhen were wearing, which were patched up like beggars' clothes, and was instantly dumbfounded. What? Xiaoyu, you've been living a life of luxury for a few days. Now you can't live a hard life? Chen Shuazhen couldn't help but tease. Sister, I'm not. Chen Shuiyu hurriedly said, I just think that tomorrow is a big day for you to get into Yanhuang College. We should wear something nice. Dad and Mom will be very happy for you if they see you in heaven. Hearing Chen Shuiyu mention her late parents, Chen Shuiyu's heart softened. She went forward and patted Xiaoyu's head, then said softly, "Silly girl, getting into Yanhuang College is just the beginning. We sisters will live a better life in the future." After pausing, Chen Shuajin smiled playfully and said, "But let's not wear the clothes that we bought before. Are you afraid that the people from Hanging Pot Hall won't recognize us?" Hanging Pot Hall? Sister, what do you mean by that? How can people from Hanging Pot Hall go to Yanhuang College? Chen Shuoyu was very confused. Chen Shuajin waved her hand and said, "Why do you ask so many questions? Anyway, for the time being, we can't wear those clothes out. Ho! Marquis has helped us so much. We can't give him any trouble." "Oh, yes, sister." Chen Shuiyu nodded, but she didn't quite understand. On the other side, after Li Zixuan brought little Yu to the workshop, Li Zixuan went directly to the editorial department of Detong Daily, while Li Zixuan went to the research base of the Trump Card Project in the depths of the workshop. Inside, you could see the busy figures of Yanhuang College's teachers and students everywhere. They were all carefully selected Yanhuang College's teachers and students who were proficient in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Everyone else in the college was on summer vacation, so they took advantage of the summer vacation to devote themselves to the research of the college's Trump Card Project. "Yamacho, you're here." After passing through 2 courtyards, Li Zixuan bumped into a student, and this student looked very familiar. "Li Yan, you didn't go back during the summer vacation?" Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. That's right, the student in front of him was Li Chuanfeng's son, Li Yan. Last year, this kid ranked in the top 5 in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. Of course, it wasn't just the entrance exam. This child was also one of the top students in the academy's midterm and final exams. Unlike Bruiser, who was partial to his subjects, this child excelled in all of them, regardless of whether it was classics, mathematics, physics, chemistry, or geography. He could be considered to have a balanced development. At this time, Li Yan replied with a smile, "I'm going back to Yamacho. My family lives in Chang, and so I can go back whenever I want. But I think it's more meaningful to work on the college's Trump Card Project in the workshop than to go back home. Besides, my father lives in the college now, so it doesn't make a difference whether he goes back home or not." "Ha, you child." Li Zixuan smiled happily. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, "Oh, right. What has your father been busy with recently?" Li Yan thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know the specifics, but my father seems to be very confused recently." At this point, Li Yan seemed to have something to say. Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Confused? Taoist Li is so knowledgeable, but you also have times when you're confused?" Li Yan cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho is too kind. In fact, my father has been sorting out the orbits of other planets near the Earth through the Academy's telescope in recent months. He found that the orbits of these planets follow a certain pattern, but he hasn't completely found out what the pattern is. Also, are these patterns related to the heavenly axiom recorded in the Taoist classics? My father has been very confused." When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately understood. Li Chunfeng had finally walked into the Hutong Alley. There was going to be a collision between science and metaphysics. It seems like Taoist Li has gained a lot in the past 6 months. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and patted Li Yan's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, your father's only at a dead end for now. When he really figures out these problems, he will be the most powerful person in Taoism in the past thousands of years." Li Zixuan could not provide any substantial help to Li Chuanfeng's confusion. It was hard to tell whether science and metaphysics were mutually exclusive or if there was something in each of them. Especially after he had somehow transmigrated from the modern world to the Tang dynasty, it was even harder for him to figure it out. Perhaps metaphysics was the end of science? This question could only be left to Li Chunfeng to figure it out himself. "Where's Qin Ke?" Suddenly, Li Zixuan recalled the purpose of his visit today, so he asked. Li Yan was still in shock from Li Zixuan's words. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he subconsciously pointed to a courtyard in the north and said, "Let's go back to Yamacho. Xianxia should still be doing experiments there." "Okay, go ahead and do your work." Li Zishuan patted Li Yan's shoulder and turned to walk towards the courtyard. Hey. Test. As soon as Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he heard Fatty's voice. He was slightly surprised because there was no one around him. However, as a modern person, Li Zishuan would not be frightened by this. He quickly found the source of the sound. There was a square wooden box hanging on a wall in front of him. There were many small round holes on the wooden box. Is this a loudspeaker? Li Zishuan was surprised. It was obvious that this was a sound transmission device. Li Tai used a wire to transmit sound from inside the courtyard to outside. "Xianxia, I can hear it from outside, and I can hear it very clearly." Inside the courtyard, someone shouted into the house. "Is that Sun Zifen?" Li Zishuan hurriedly stepped into the courtyard and saw Sun Zifen facing the room with his back to him. "What you guys doing?" Li Zishuan could not help but ask. Yamacho, you're here." Sun Zifen turned around and saw Li Zishuan. He quickly greeted him warmly and said with a smile, "Yamacho, Xianxia wants to make a set of communicators for the academy before going to Taiyuan. Now we're doing experiments in the workshop." "Communicators? What's that?" Li Zishuan frowned. Right at this moment, Qin Huayu ran in while gasping for breath, and then he said loudly, "Zifen, quickly tell Xianxia that she can hear from the outer court." Chapter 1689. "Xianxia, what are you doing with Zifen and the others?" In the deepest courtyard of the workshop, Li Zishuan walked into the house and asked Li Tai, who was holding a cylindrical object. Behind him were Sun Zifen, Qin Huayu, Li Huiren, Yuqi Baolin, and the others. After Qin Huayu came to report, Li Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and the others also ran over from all corners of the workshop. "Oh, Yamacho is here?" Li Tai heard the voice and quickly put down the thing in his hands. He turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, we did it. Our experiment was a success." Standing beside Li Tai was Mo Chue from the college's physics department. He was not only a candidate for the next generation of the Mo family, but also the technical backbone of Yinhuang College's trump card project. At this time, he was also excited. Li Zishuan heard this and was a little confused. He asked, "Xianxia, what did you say? Are you talking about those loudspeakers outside?" Yes, those loudspeakers." Li Tai nodded fiercely. Then he picked up a blueprint and walked quickly to Li Zishuan. He said excitedly, "Yamacho, you told me that there were 2 ways to improve the telephone. One was to add a filter circuit inside the telephone to filter out the noise and make the sound clearer. The other was to add a signal modulation and demodulation circuit to reduce the signal attenuation and let the sound travel farther. Later, I thought about it. The second method is more complicated and needs a long time to study, so I wanted to try the first method these days. I tested a lot of filter circuits with different parameters to make the sound of the phone clearer. Now it seems that we have almost succeeded." "I see." When Li Zishuan heard this, he instantly understood. He pinched his chin and nodded, saying "Just now I also heard from outside. The sound is much clearer than before. The improvement you made is indeed useful." "Yes, not bad. Xianxia, you are very good at doing things." This is all thanks to Mr. Mo Chue and Zifen's help." After being praised by Li Zishuan, Li Tai was a little proud. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Oh, right, Yamacho, we're not doing this purely to improve the telegraph. I want to install this thing in every corner of the academy. This way, when the academy needs to inform the students and teachers of important matters, they can use this to transmit the information to every corner of the academy. It will be many times more convenient than before. Yamacho, what do you think?" Install this thing in a college?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan. According to Li Tai's words, this was equivalent to installing a campus radio. Then in the future, in the college, in the future, the academy, is this thinking, this little fatty's thinking. Li, yes, it just so happens that the college has already been electrified. It is just the right time to install this thing. Oh, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. After all, this thing is only used to transmit information over a short distance. Its function is still somewhat different from a telephone. After a pause, Li Zixuan came back to his senses and looked at Li Tai with admiration. Cable radio? Spread it widely. Yamacho is a good name. A glint flashed across Mo Chue's eyes as he cupped his hands with a smile. Hee. I also think that Yamacho is a good name. In that case, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. Li Tai did not have any objections to the name. He smiled and said. Li Zixuan looked at the experiment table full of various machines behind Li Tai. He straightened his face and said, Qingke, whether it's the telephone or the cable radio, they aren't very urgent matters. Your most urgent task right now is to build the 2 telegraph relay stations in Bingzhou and Yinzhou. These 2 days, the teachers of the academy have been busy marking the exam papers. Once the results are released tomorrow, the teachers and students of the academy's trump card project will have to leave for the north. You must finish building and adjusting the 2 telegraph relay stations within 3 months. In truth, Li Tai's campus broadcast had truly surprised Li Zixuan, but that was all. He understood that with the impending war, inventions like the cable radio that could only increase the entertainment value of life were irrelevant. It would be good if they existed, but if they didn't, it would not affect the daily lives of the people of the Great Tang. However, the telegraph relay stations were different. This thing was related to the direction of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks in a few months. It was related to the lives of millions of people in the Great Tang. Thus, Li Zixuan could not help but be anxious. Li Tai said with a solemn expression, Yamacho, Tai does not dare to forget the task of building the telegraph relay stations. A few days ago, I ordered the craftsmen to start producing the components needed to build the telegraph relay stations and the steam engines needed to build the thermal power stations. These things can only be made in the workshop. They can't be made anywhere else. As for the cable radio, it's something that we made in our free time. I hope that it can be installed in the academy before we go to Taiyuan. This won't affect the construction of the telegraph relay stations. Li Tai was right. Whether it was the telegraph relay stations or the thermal power stations, they were all technologies that surpassed the technology of this era. The components needed could only be built in the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion. This was because the workshop not only had skilled craftsmen, but also some machinery that could not be found anywhere else. It was no exaggeration to say that the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion could represent the most advanced production technology in the world. Moche also interjected, Yamacho, Qingke is right. The workshop has already gathered a group of top craftsmen to make the components needed for the telegraph relay stations and the thermal power stations. They should be finished the day after tomorrow. As long as the initial tests in the workshop are successful, we can bring these things to Bing Province and Yinzhou. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. After the initial tests in the workshop are successful the day after tomorrow, you can set off immediately. This time, Mr. Mo still has to preside over the construction of the protective formation and the medical school. He really can't leave. Mo Chue, you'll have to work hard and go with Qingke. The teachers and students in the Academy's trump card project are completely at your disposal. In addition, Qingke applied to His Majesty for a team of guards to personally escort you to Bing Province and Yunzhou to avoid any accidents. Mo Chue and Li Tai cupped their hands and replied, Yes. Yamacho. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes. Then you can continue with your work. I'll go to the steel mill to take a look. Chapter 1690. Hongsheng. How's the forging of the new batch of armor coming along? After leaving the research base of the Trump Card Project, Li Zixuan came to the steel mill. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was instructing the craftsmen to move things. Li Zixuan went up to him and asked when Zhang Hongsheng was free. Marquis, you're here? Zhang Hongsheng heard the voice and quickly turned around. He first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then replied with a smile, Marquis, you've come at the right time today. The 5,000 sets of plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, and vanadium steel horse armor that you ordered have all been completed today. Now, the craftsmen are bringing the workers from the Riverside workshop to transport the armor here. Tomorrow, Marquis should be able to bring people to transport this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. They've all been completed? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and showed a little shock on his face. In just over a month, the workshop had completed 5,000 sets of plate armor, horse lance, and horse armor. This speed was completely miraculous. Of course, the reason for such a fast speed was mainly because the workshop had invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to produce this batch of armor. First of all, in order to produce the armor for so many years, the workshop had invested close to 3,000 craftsmen, not including the civilian workers. Secondly, Qing was in charge of the Sichuan region, supplying the workshop with a steady stream of vanadium ores, providing a solid material foundation for the production of armor. Lastly, and most importantly, in order to produce new equipment, the workshop had specially developed hydraulic stamping machines, using machines to replace manpower. Naturally, this would greatly increase the production speed of armor and equipment. Yes, Marquis, if you don't believe me, you can come here tomorrow to count the number. Zhang Hongxing's face was solemn as he clasped his fist and said. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and said, No. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just a little surprised. To be able to complete such a difficult task in such a short period of time, it shows that not only are your skills superb, but your leadership skills are also outstanding. Hearing this, Zhang Hongxing let out a sigh of relief. He scratched his head and laughed. Marquis, you flatter me. To be able to forge 5,000 sets of armor in such a short time, I wouldn't have even dared to think about it in the past. The reason we were able to complete it was mainly due to the large number of craftsmen in our workshop. Also, Marquis, the hydraulic press machine that you previously built played a crucial role. All of this is the result of everyone's hard work day and night. It has nothing to do with me. Li Zixuan patted Zhang Hongxing's shoulder and said with a smile, Hongxing, you're too modest. To be able to make these thousands of craftsmen work together as one is enough to show your ability. With these new armors, the strength of the imperial court will definitely be stronger than before. Hearing this, Zhang Hongxing's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Marquis, is there going to be a war in the imperial court soon? This fellow was usually immersed in forging and naturally did not hear about the recent tense situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks. In addition, ordinary people did not know the exact time of the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. Only the civil and military officials knew the approximate time. Li Zixuan's face turned serious and he nodded. Yes. This war concerns the fate of the Tang Empire. Chapter 1691. Faubert, who had been an artisan all his life, knew better than anyone else how important the machine tool Li Zixuan described was. Li Zixuan calling it the mother of industry was not an exaggeration at all. With this thing, they could quickly produce standard parts of uniform sizes and machines to produce other industrial products. It was simply the mother machine of industry. In addition, Faubert's concerns were very realistic. After all, not long ago, Yinhuang College, which had many experts protecting it, had been attacked by the Turkic state preceptor. Many confidential information had been stolen. He was just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could he protect such a huge secret for Li Zixuan? But to Li Zixuan, Faubert was the person who had been with him the longest. His loyalty was definitely higher than anyone else's, so he would give a machine tool blueprint to Faubert. However, after the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, he had to pay attention to the issue of safety. Faubert, you are a person of virtue and prestige. You are the most worthy person to entrust these blueprints to. However, what you said just now also has a certain degree of truth. After all, these blueprints are of great importance. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting them. When the time comes, it will bring you danger. If that happens, I will really die 1,000 times. After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan looked at Faubert and solemnly said, Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is better to store these blueprints in the Academy's confidential archives. Faubert, if you need to consult them, You can directly go to the Academy's archives to consult. If necessary, you can also copy some of the blueprints for production purposes. After the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, not only did Li Er pay more attention to the Academy's security, but the Academy itself also did a lot of work in this regard. First was the recruitment of more than 500 guards. This was being carried out in an orderly manner. Another was the construction of the mountain protecting formation. This was gradually being carried out under Mo Huai's leadership. After everything was ready, Yanwang College would be the safest place in the entire Lantian County. It was believed that even if the Turkic state preceptor came again, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Hearing this, Faubert nodded with a smile. Yes, young master's arrangement should be the best. Li Zishuan rolled up the blueprints on the table again. Then he continued, Faubert, these machine tools have extremely high requirements for precision, and it is extremely difficult to produce them. And I'm afraid that a lot of energy will be consumed in this process. It's just a matter of the best craftsmanship and the highest quality machine tools. We don't ask for the fastest speed. Only the best craftsmanship and the highest quality, the highest. As a modern man, Li Zishuan understood better than anyone how difficult it was to produce machine tools. When a new China was first established, its industrial foundation was extremely backward, and it urgently needed all kinds of machine tools. But at that time, due to the technological blockade by the Western powers, the new China could only buy the finished machine tools, but not the technology to manufacture them. In the end, in order to realize the independent production of machine tools, countless scientists worked day and night, painstakingly for several years, before finally creating a machine tool. The Great Tang's current industrial foundation was undoubtedly weaker than when the new China was first established. It was even more difficult to manufacture machine tools. Even with a prophet like him guiding the way, there were still many difficulties in actually doing it. Chapter 1692. Qiyue Wui, Qi Shi. Not as good as Zi's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Qiyue Wui, Lu Shi. Not as good as Zi's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan and coincidentally met Wang Ji, who was humming a tune as he walked down the mountain. Having transmigrated to this era, Li Zishuan had experienced the influence of many great scholars around him. Very quickly, he was able to distinguish what Wang Ji was humming. It was the Qin Feng, Naked from the Book of Songs. Modern people usually only studied and appreciated the Book of Songs from a purely literary point of view. Little did they know that every line in the Book of Songs was a beautiful line of lyrics. It was more commonly treated as a song in ancient times. Listening to Wang Ji's melodious and rhythmic hum, Li Zishuan paused and savored it. When Wang Ji walked up to him, he couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Wang, what happy occasion did you catch? Why are you so happy? Yo, it's Yamacho. Wang Ji was immersed in humming and didn't notice other people on the side of the road. When he heard Li Zishuan's voice, he subconsciously paused and turned his head to look. Then he smiled and walked up to him. I finally finished marking the papers. Of course I'm happy. Sigh, there are too many papers. Our academy needs to recruit a new batch of teachers. This time, if Mr. Yin hadn't used the assembly line method that Mountain Head Elder suggested and mobilized everyone in the academy to mark the papers, it would have been impossible to finish marking more than 10,000 papers in 3 days. This time, there were nearly 10,000 people participating in the Yanwang College's medical and engineering entrance exams. There were more than 10,000 papers accumulated. Under normal circumstances, with the current number of teachers in the academy, it would be impossible to finish marking so many papers without at least 10 days to half a month. However, they couldn't let the students from all over the Tang Empire wait in Chang. And for 10 days to half a month, could they? At the crucial moment, Xianxia made a prompt decision and decided to use the assembly line work method. Questions with fixed answers such as multiple choice, fill in the blank, and judgment questions were given to teachers who didn't specialize in the subject and other people who could read, such as the guards of the academy, the editors in the editorial department of Datong Daily, and the scribes urgently sent by Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Chengxian to mark them. The rest of the questions and policy questions that had more flexible answers were given to teachers who specialized in the subject to mark. In these 3 days, the teachers who were marking the papers in the academy could only sleep for 4 to 6 hours a day, let alone leave the academy. They ate, drank, and lived in the academy. In addition, all the papers in the entrance exam were covered. Moreover, every paper that had been marked was checked by a special person, so generally, there wouldn't be a situation where students and teachers colluded with each other to cheat. It was because of this assembly line work method and the hard work of all the workers in the academy that Yinhuang College was able to finish marking all the papers in the entrance exam on the eve of the release of the results. Of course, this incident also exposed a serious problem that the academy was facing at the moment, and that was the lack of teachers. Especially when the next batch of students came, the lack of teachers would be more serious. So this problem had to be solved as soon as possible. The academy is indeed in urgent need of teachers. I have already discussed this matter with Mr. Kong Gue. After tomorrow, we will start to recruit teachers. A few days ago, the Tong Daily has already published a notice for teachers in the academy. I believe this problem will be solved soon. After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and said. Wang Ji shook his head, sighed, and said, "Sigh. It's troublesome to recruit these people. Who knows? We might even have to tutor them. We won't have any free time." Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "The teachers of classics and mathematics don't need special guidance because the academy's classics and mathematics teaching materials have long been circulated outside. However, the teachers of physics, chemistry, and geography need specific guidance from the original teachers of the academy. After all, they have never learned this knowledge before. But this doesn't matter. Didn't the current teachers of the academy start from scratch? When Yinhuang College was established last year, many people didn't even know what engineering was. This caused the academy to be in a great predicament when recruiting teachers. In the end, Li Zixuan took a special approach. He first recruited a group of people with strong learning abilities, flexible minds, and not pedantic pedantry. Then, he let these people start school a month earlier than the students. Because the first month of school was military training, these people had 2 months to study the academy's teaching materials. Moreover, Li Zixuan also formulated a strict assessment, reward, and punishment system. Fortunately, in the end, all the teachers passed. Wang Ji even obtained the first place in the chemistry group and became the subject leader of the chemistry group in the academy. Engineering had been developed for nearly a year. The classics and mathematics teaching materials in the academy were not confidential to the public. Now, the classics and mathematics teaching materials of the academy could be bought in every county in the Tang Empire. Therefore, in this year, there were probably many masters of mathematics among the people. But why didn't these people participate in the Yinhuang College's entrance examination? It was mainly because they didn't fit the age requirement. Yinhuang College's admission age was 12 and below. However, those who didn't fit the age requirement but had outstanding mathematics ability weren't unable to get into Yinhuang College. They could apply for the teachers of Yinhuang College. Therefore, in theory, the teachers recruited by the mathematics department of the academy this year were much better than last year's. But physics, chemistry, and geography were different. The teaching materials for these 3 subjects were classified in the academy, and students were not allowed to take them out of the academy, much less buy them outside. Li Zixuan would never allow these books that could rapidly increase the people's understanding of the natural world and their understanding of tools to be leaked to other countries. At the very least, before the Great Tang became invincible in the world, he would not allow these teaching materials to be made available to the outside world. Therefore, the recruitment of teachers for the 3 departments of the academy was actually similar to last year's. They would pick some people with good aptitude to apply what they have learned. The only difference was that after these people were recruited this year, there would be many seniors guiding them in their learning. Back then, when the teachers of the academy were collectively assessed, I almost lost my life to fight with Yin Kongue. Let's not talk about it. If Yamacho doesn't have any other instructions, this old man will go down the mountain for a drink." Wang Ji laughed and said half-jokingly. He was talking about last year's examination organized by Li Zixuan after the teachers of the academy had self-studied for 2 months. At that time, in order to get first place in the chemistry group and win the bet with Yan Silu, he studied day and night for 2 months. In the end, after the examination, he directly fainted. "Huh, Mr. Wang, please wait for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Li Zixuan smiled. He suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Oh, what is it?" Wang Ji stopped in his tracks and asked curiously, "Huh, this isn't the place to talk. Mr. Wang, please follow me to the meeting room. I won't take up too much of your time." "Huh, okay." The two of them quickly arrived at the meeting room on the first floor of the Academy's Guanghua building. Li Zixuan took out a piece of Xian paper and handed it to Wang Ji. Wang Ji took a look and saw that the paper was full of strange symbols. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely think that it was scribbles. However, Wang Ji could see that this piece of Xian paper was full of chemical equations. "Yamacho, this is?" Wang Ji's face suddenly became serious. He had a hunch that what Li Zixuan was going to say next was very important. This was because in the chemical equations written on this piece of paper, there were a few chemicals that he had never seen before. To be precise, he had never seen the real thing, not the chemical symbols. Li Zixuan stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "I plan to ask the workshop to build a few special lathes. These lathes need a new alloy, and the new alloy needs a few new metal materials. I have just told Faubert to look for the corresponding mineral veins for these new metal materials. I believe that it won't be long before the new ores are shipped back. When the time comes, I would like to ask Mr. Wang to help me refine the ores. This piece of paper has recorded the refining principles and conditions for these ores. Please keep it well, Mr. Wang." "What? New metal materials?" Wang Ji heard this and suddenly stood up. He said excitedly, "Yamacho, are we going to find new metal materials? That's great." Speaking of this, he took the piece of paper in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. Then he murmured, "Tungsten, molybdenum, chromium, Yamacho. There is finally hope to add 3 new actual members to the periodic table of chemical elements that you previously wrote." When Li Zixuan was writing chemistry textbooks, he encountered a very awkward problem. In this era, there were many chemical elements that people could not recognize. Chemistry was mainly about the way to transform the elements. If they did not even have the basic material elements, how could they write textbooks? In the end, he still couldn't solve this problem. He could only act as a charlatan and prophetically put the complete periodic table of chemical elements in the textbooks. The textbooks often involve some unknown substances. Li Zixuan always told the teachers in the academy that although these substances weren't found yet, they would definitely be found in the future. Therefore, verifying the accuracy of the periodic table of chemical elements became the lifelong pursuit and goal of all the teachers in Yanhuang College's chemistry department. Now that he heard that Li Zixuan might find 3 new metal materials, how could Wang Ji not be excited? "Yes, that's right." Li Zixuan nodded and then said solemnly, "These metal materials have a wide range of uses. Extracting them as soon as possible will be very important for the future development of Tang Empire's industry. I'll be leaving Lantian County the day after tomorrow. I'll leave these matters to Mr. Wang. If there are any problems, remember to ask Qingke to contact me." Wang Ji immediately cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, "All right, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb Mr. Wang from going down the mountain to drink." "Ha! Ha! No disturbances. No disturbances. Yamacho, if you can find a few more new materials, I'm willing to not drink for a month." Chapter 1693. Li Zixuan turned around and left the conference room. Wang Ji carefully folded the paper full of chemical symbols and put it in his arms. He patted it to make sure it was in good shape before he left the teaching building and went to the workshop at the foot of the mountain. After obtaining such a big secret, Wang Ji didn't care about going down the mountain to drink. He just wanted to join this scientific research. What he said to Li Zixuan just now was not a joke. If Li Zixuan could really find a few more new substances, he, as an old drunkard, was willing to give up drinking for a month. This was Wang Ji's obsession. He hoped that he could see all the elements in the periodic table of chemical elements being found and verified one by one in his lifetime. That way, even if he died, he could die with a clear mind. Wang Ji used to be half a Taoist priest. In addition to studying, his biggest hobby was drinking. Of course, as a Taoist priest, it was inevitable that he would come into contact with some alchemy methods. However, Wang Ji didn't have a famous teacher to guide him on the path of Taoism. Even when it came to alchemy, he was still messing around blindly. Last year, he heard that Yinhuang College was an interesting place. Then, under the encouragement of his old friends, he joined Yinhuang College. After coming into contact with the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zixuan, he suddenly felt that the door of a new world was opening for him. The periodic table of elements drawn by Li Zixuan was even more shocking to Wang Ji. At first, he didn't believe it, but later on, one chemical experiment after another proved that chemical reactions were the way to transform elements. Although many elements in the periodic table of elements couldn't be found, the chemical reactions of existing elements could indirectly prove the validity of the periodic table of elements. In addition, this year, Li Zixuan sent Fubin to Sichuan to look for vanadium ore. What was amazing was that Fubin actually found in Sichuan. Later on, Wang Ji refined vanadium according to the method provided by Li Zixuan. This made Wang Ji completely believe in Li Zixuan's periodic table of chemistry, and also made Wang Ji worship Li Zixuan like a god. In Wang Ji's eyes, the chemistry textbooks and periodic table of elements compiled by Li Zixuan were worthy of being called the Heavenly Book, a heavenly book that predicted all the chemical elements that existed in nature. Wang Ji didn't know why Li Zixuan was able to write the periodic table of elements, compile the chemistry textbooks, and accurately predict the chemical elements that were unknown but did exist. He didn't know, but he didn't dare to ask because he was born as a human being. He was in awe of the heavens and the earth, but he was even more in awe of the gods. After Li Zixuan told Wang Ji about the matter of refining the ore, he didn't immediately leave Yinshan. Instead, he went to find Yin Silu to discuss the recruitment of teachers for the academy. According to his plan, he would go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. Therefore, when the academy recruited teachers, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it. That night when the academy was attacked, Li Gang was seriously injured. Although he was later rescued and his body was fine, he was after all an old man. That injury had damaged his vitality. Now, Li Gang's energy was much weaker than before. Therefore, the overall teaching affairs of the academy were slowly handed over to Yin Silu. As the academy had just finished marking all the entrance examination papers in the afternoon, Yin Silu was organizing the mathematics teachers to tally the scores. Li Zixuan waited outside the office for a long time before Yin Silu was free to leave. Chapter 1694. Yamacho, you've come to the academy? After chatting with Yin Silu for a while, Li Zixuan left the teaching building and prepared to go down the mountain to return to the county. He didn't expect to meet Li Ku, who was also preparing to go down the mountain at the entrance to the mountain path. Li Ku was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zixuan. He quickly stopped and greeted him. Actually, ever since he returned from the north, Li Zixuan had rarely seen Li Zixuan in the academy. One reason was because Li Zixuan was busy with work in the imperial court. For example, when the dragon sect attacked Chang and City, if not for Li Zixuan's preparation, the Tang Empire might have suffered a great loss. Another reason was that Li Zixuan also had a lot of work to deal with in the workshop. Adding both sides together, he could not leave. This directly caused the number of times he came to the academy to sharply decrease. Yes, I'm here to discuss some matters with Mr. Yin. Li Zixuan smiled and replied. Then he asked, Little Ku, are you going down the mountain to return to Chang'an? Li Zixuan asked because Li Ku had a blue bag slung over his shoulder. Of course, looking at the scene before him, Li Zixuan had decided that the Yanhuang Academy, with its strict system, was really a good place to train people. Thinking back to the days when Li Ku, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Zhang Sunchong were the second generation of the royal family, or young masters who lived like princes. Weren't they surrounded by servants and attendants wherever they went? At that time, no one would be willing to carry the burden from Chang into Lantian County, let alone let them carry the burden. Now, after a year of training in Yanhuang College, these pampered children had gradually learned to be independent. This was a good thing. After all, the future of the Tang Empire belonged to the young people. When Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and Zhang Sun Wuji's generation grew old, these young people would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. And with their pampered temperament, they would definitely not be able to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Yes, the Academy's classes for this semester have ended, and I can't interfere with the killer project at the workshop. You know, Yamacho, I'm not good at investigating things, so I want to go back to Chang and to completely rectify the internal problems of the Yanhuang Bank. After all, when the students and the Yamacho went north to exterminate the locusts, we discovered many corruption problems in the bank. Li could tighten the bag on his shoulder and looked at Li with a respectful expression. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Only then did he recall that half a month ago, when they were heading north to exterminate the locusts, they had encountered the shopkeeper of the Xinfeng County branch of the Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who had accepted bribes from the local grain merchants and illegally lent out loans. As the issuing organization of the Great Tang's official banknotes, the Yanhuang Bank bore too much of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was an extremely important department, and Li Zishuan would not allow any parasites to exist in it. Thus, he had ordered his men to arrest Jin Wanfu and hand him over to the imperial court for investigation. Yes, regarding the reform of the bank's supervision system, it must be implemented as soon as possible. You are the most suitable person to handle this matter. I hope that the Yanhuang Bank's gold robe guards can be established as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan patted Li Ke's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Chapter 1695. When they returned to the county town, the sky was gradually darkening. Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Yi Guozhong were chatting in the main hall. Han Yushi was not there. At this time, she must be in the kitchen arranging for someone to make dinner. Although Li Zishuan was now a marquis, and the Li family had become a noble, Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Han Yushi did not have the cold and arrogant attitude of a noble. Usually, Han Yushi and Madame Li would personally participate in the kitchen when they had time. Although this made the work of the Li family's cook much easier, it did not make her feel relaxed at all. After all, her duty in the Li family was to cook. Xianxia is back. As soon as Li Zishuan stepped into the front hall, Yi Yuzhu stood up from her chair and said with a loving expression, "And father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, what are you all talking about? This child can hear your laughter from far away." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Humph, you child, I can't see you all day long. If it wasn't for the dark, you would have forgotten that you still have a home in the county town." Li Jingma did not give his son any face. He coldly snorted and said with a dark face. He couldn't be blamed for his sharp tongue. It was just that Li Zishuan had been running outside every day. In the past few months, excluding the time he spent eating and sleeping at home, the amount of time Li Zishuan spent at home was pitifully little. This made Li Jingma, who thought that after his son became a high-ranking official, he would not have to worry about food and clothing, and that the family would be able to enjoy the joy of a family reunion together. Li Zishuan's expression froze, and his face was filled with embarrassment. Yi Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Li Jingma and said, "You old thing, our son runs out because he is busy with official business. Xian, works so hard. In the end, isn't it for our family? In the end, you're here making sarcastic remarks. Do you still look like a father?" After being scolded by Yi Yuzhu, Li Jingma's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. After all, Yi Yuzhu's family was sitting across from him. However, if he didn't say anything, he would lose face. He was in a dilemma. It's too hard for me. In the end, Li Jingma sighed and decided not to say anything. "Mother, don't say that, father. I've been too busy recently and couldn't be by your side to fulfill my filial duties. It's my fault. Father is right. Li Zixuan looked at his father sympathetically, but they were father and son after all. He hurriedly stepped forward to help his father out. Huh, you brat. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Mother and your father are still healthy and healthy. We don't need you to stay by our side and take care of them. You just need to focus on your business. But my son, don't tire yourself out. Ha! Little Xian, in grandmother's opinion, if you and Yushi can give birth to a chubby grandson for your father, even if you don't come back for 10 days or half a month, your father won't say anything. Looking at the warm daily life of this family, Mrs. Yi, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she finished speaking, the room suddenly quieted down. Li Jingma couldn't help but sit up straight. His eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Obviously, Mrs. Ye's words had really poked his heart. He and Yi Yuzhu had children late in life. Now that Li Zixuan had finally started his own family, the two of them weren't young anymore. It was time for them to have grandchildren. Being urged to have a child by his grandmother, no matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, he couldn't help but blush. After all, this was a matter between him and Han Yushi. How could it be brought up in public? Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, it's time to eat. Husband, you're back. Just as the room fell into a honeyed silence, Han Yushi walked in and broke the silence. After seeing Li Zixuan in the hall, Han Yushi's face was slightly happy. However, a trace of imperceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. Wife, you've worked hard. Li Zixuan nodded at Han Yushi. Since that's the case, let's eat first. Little Xian has been running around outside all day. He must be hungry. Yushi, let the servants serve the dishes. Although Mrs. Li also wanted to follow Mrs. Ye's wishes and let Li Zixuan quickly give birth to a chubby son for the old couple, now that Han Yushi was also here, it wasn't appropriate to talk about this. Therefore, she hurriedly said to Han Yushi as if nothing had happened. Yes, mother. Han Yushi responded, then turned around and went out to instruct the servants to serve the dishes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Li Zixuan seemed to have heard Han Yushi's soft sigh. He thought to himself, could it be that my wife had been standing outside for a while? Father, mother, the new batch of equipment for the Black Armored Army that His Majesty had ordered has been completed. I plan to bring those things to the army camp in the morning after tomorrow. In the next few months, I might not have the opportunity to come back. When dinner was almost finished, Li Zixuan suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks and spoke apologetically. Previously, Li Zixuan had complained that his son was always away from home. Now, he had suggested that he would be away from home for a long time. Facing the two elders in front of him, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't feel guilty. As soon as he finished speaking, the lively dining table suddenly quieted down and the atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu also put down their bowls and chopsticks, a trace of worry flashing across their faces. In fact, on the day that Li Zixuan was appointed as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, the two of them had already mentally prepared themselves for Li Zixuan to enter the army camp. However, the incident of going up north to exterminate locusts had been in the middle of it for almost a month. Now that Li Zixuan mentioned it again, the two elders were somewhat caught off guard. Go. Without everyone, how can there be a small family? Only when the Tang Empire is strong and prosperous and no longer has to be afraid of external harassment can we live in peace. Since His Majesty thinks so highly of you, then go. You don't have to worry about the family. Your father and mother can take care of themselves. Besides, don't we still have Yushi? Unexpectedly, the person who spoke up to persuade Li Zixuan was actually Li Jingma. Although Old Man Li had grumbled about Li Zixuan earlier, that was only a private joke. In the face of a serious matter, Old Man Li was still very clear about what was right and what was wrong. Madame Li opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed the words of urging him to stay. In the end, she still worriedly reminded, Xianxia, Mother doesn't care where you go. You must ensure that you are safe and healthy. Do you understand? Li Zixuan nodded and said, Mother, don't worry. With my abilities, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt me. Besides, I'm only going to the army camp this time. It's very safe. Only going to the army camp? Actually, even Li Zixuan didn't believe these words. Since Li Er had made him the Black Armored Army adjutant and let him train the Black Armored Army to adapt to the new equipment, then in the future war between Tang and the Turks, Li Er would very likely let Li Zixuan accompany the army. This war was the fate of the country and also fate. Li Zixuan couldn't escape from it. Besides, the battle at Longmen Pass also allowed Li Zixuan to see the combat power of the world's #1 Turkic wolf cavalry. When the Turkic army arrived at Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan was severely injured and unconscious, but he was conscious at that time. He could clearly hear the roars of the mountains and the shaking of the mountains below the city walls. In addition, he had heard from Xianxia about the dangers of the battle at Longmen Pass and also heard from Cheng Yaojin about the desperate pursuit of the Turkic wolf cavalry. This gave Li Zixuan a more direct understanding of the current strength of the Turks. The Turks were truly powerful. In history, the Great Tang had relied heavily on luck to defeat the Turks. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. But the Turks had yet to encounter a natural disaster, and the Great Tang didn't have the support of the heavens in the war with the Turks. Could the Great Tang really win? This was an unknown. After coming to this world for more than a year, Li Zixuan had already assimilated himself into this era. He had the pride of a Tang person in his bones. His family, lovers, and friends all lived on this land. He wouldn't allow all that he had to be destroyed by the Turks. Thus, if Li Er wanted him to go to the battlefield, he would definitely do it without hesitation. He wanted to personally eliminate this uncertain factor, the Turks, with his own hands. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he wanted to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, his 2 elders would definitely be worried sick. After all, he was the only son of the Li clan. Since you're going to the army camp, you should prepare tomorrow. The military rules are strict. You have to be careful and not be impulsive. Understand? Li Jingma said after a moment of silence. Understand, father. Li Zixuan hurriedly replied. Li Jingma nodded, then put down his chopsticks and got up. This old man is tired. You guys continue eating. This old man is going back to his room to rest. Then he turned and left. Father Li was tired. Mother is also full. Eat slowly. After you're done, accompany Yushi. Madame Li forced a smile on her face, said a few words, and left. Little Xian, national affairs are important, but you have to consider your father and mother's feelings. It really wasn't easy for the 2 of them to bring you up. That's all I have to say. This old man is also going back to rest. Yi Guozhong patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said a few words. But then he hesitated. Finally, he sighed and left with Madame Yi. Li Zixuan was silent. He understood the hidden meaning in Yi Guozhong's words. It was nothing more than letting Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu have a grandson as soon as possible so that the Li clan would have descendants. Only then would the 2 elders have something to rely on. After all, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. This was a concept that had been passed down for thousands of years in Chinese. No one could change it, but his wife was indeed still young. It was not suitable for her to have a child now. Li Zixuan watched the 2 elders of the Yi clan leave, then looked at Han Yushi beside him. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Chapter 1696. Husband, let's have a child, shall we? After dinner, Li Zixuan, Yi Yuzhu, and the 2 elders of the Yi family all returned to their rooms to rest. The elders all left Li Zixuan at home for Han Yushi. For some reason, Han Yushi was especially active tonight. After a round of making love, she leaned over to Li Zixuan's ear and whispered, "Child." Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be startled. In his previous life, he was a human and had never been a father. In this life, it was the same. A father was a completely unfamiliar character to him, which made him somewhat stunned. "No, not yet. Wife, you're still too young. If you have a child now, it will harm your foundation and cause you to fall ill." A moment later, Li Zixuan came back to his senses. He firmly shook his head and said, "Husband, this concubine is almost 16. I'm not young anymore." Han Yushi couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, Although Li Zixuan had patiently explained to her many times before on the issue of having a child, every time she saw a woman of her age whose child was now soy sauce, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were kind people and had always treated her as their own daughter, so they had never mentioned this matter in front of her. They were afraid that she would have thoughts, but it was precisely because Father Li and Mrs. Li treated her like this that she should be even more grateful. Even if they didn't say it, Han Yushi could feel the two elders' obsession with holding a grandson. 16 years old? You're not young anymore? Li Zixuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this age, if it was in modern times, she would still be in high school, okay? Before dinner, did you hear what grandmother said? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and asked. He was talking about the joke that old Madame Yi had said about letting Li Zixuan give birth to a grandson for Li Jingma as soon as possible. And Han Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she softly acknowledged. At that time, she originally came in to inform the several elders in the family to prepare for dinner. Coincidentally, she heard old Madame Ye's joke outside the door. Grandmother was just joking. Wife, you don't have to take it to heart. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's jade-like back and comforted her. Then, he said, don't be in a hurry to have children. When your body grows up and your physique becomes stronger, we'll consider having children. I don't want my wife to have a lifelong illness because of a child. It turns out that I am so important in my husband's heart. When Han Yushi heard this, she couldn't help but feel touched. In this era where the concept of there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst was deeply rooted, most women were actually just tools for reproduction to men. A man like Li Zixuan who would rather have a child later than let his woman take the risk was really rare. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was so good to her that Han Yushi wanted to repay him even more. At this time, she pursed her lips, shook her head, and said softly, actually, the reason why I'm saying this isn't because of what grandmother said in the front hall today. It's because I really want to have a child. Husband will go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. I know my husband's character. If His Majesty wants my husband to go to the battlefield in the future, my husband will definitely not hesitate to put on his armor and go to the battlefield. I want to give birth to a child for my husband. This way, my husband will have one more concern and will do his best to protect himself. It had to be said that the person who understood Li Zixuan the most was actually the person who slept next to him. Although Li Zixuan said that he was only going to the military camp and not to the battlefield, Han Yushi knew in her heart that when the imperial court needed Li Zixuan to go to the battlefield one day, Li Zixuan would definitely go to the front line personally to kill the enemy. In the end, the words that Li Zixuan had comforted Li Jingma and the others in the front hall could not deceive Han Yushi. Giving birth to a child was just to give you one more concern and to let you do your best to protect yourself. Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He turned his head and gently kissed the forehead of the beauty in his arms. He sighed softly and said, Wife, don't worry. With you, father, mother, and Lan your husband will not bear to die no matter what. Don't mention the matter of children again. Your body is still too weak now. Although she knew that Li Zixuan was concerned about her, Han Yushi still couldn't help but pout and say, Husband, I am not as weak as those ladies from noble families. When I was young, I raised Iron Egg alone. Besides, I have been practicing the Taiji fist that you taught me before. Recently, I feel that my body is much better than before. Oh, wife, you're still persisting in practicing the Taiji fist? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He had believed that Han Yushi had long forgotten about this matter. Of course, pleased with herself, Han Yushi raised her chin and stated, Previously, this concubine heard that the reason why Princess Changle's illness was cured was not only due to husband's superior medical skills, but also due to Princess Changle's constant practice of Taiji fist. How could this concubine dare to be lazy? Oh, then let this husband see to what extent has wife practiced? Somewhat curious, Li Zixuan pinched Han Yushi's wrist. A strand of soft Taoist Xianxia entered Han Yushi's body. Han Yushi felt a wave of warm energy flow through her limbs and bones. Afterwards, she heard Li Zixuan cry out in surprise. "Wife, you've actually managed to sense qi? Inconceivable. This is too inconceivable." That's right. Li Zixuan had discovered a strand of Taoist Xianxia in Han Yuxi's dantian. Although that strand of Taoist Xianxia was very weak, it had been detected by Li Zixuan. How could Li Zixuan not be astonished? It must be known that there were millions upon millions of people in this world who wished to learn martial arts. However, those who were able to absorb qi into their bodies and cultivate Xianxia were less than 1 in 1,000. Who would have thought that it would be Chang'e and now Han Yuxi? These two people had coincidentally managed to absorb qi into their bodies. This was truly too unimaginable. Could it be that these two women were both martial arts geniuses? Why had he not discovered this before? Li Zixuan muttered to himself. Sense qi? Husband, what is sense qi? Although her husband was a martial arts grandmaster, Han Yuxi knew nothing about martial arts. Hearing Li Zixuan's question, she was somewhat apprehensive and somewhat curious. It is Xianxia. Wife, your body now has a strand of Xianxia, the type of Xianxia that only martial artists possess. This is really rare. However, no matter what, this will only be beneficial to you. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. Li Zixuan paused and explained. Oh, does that mean that this concubine's body is indeed much better than before? Han Yuxi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. She was not interested in the affairs of martial artists. She only wanted to know. Yes, you can say that. Li Zixuan pinched his chin and nodded. Although this strand of Xianxia was extremely weak and Han Yuxi did not know how to use it, it could imperceptibly improve a person's physique. Therefore, Han Yuxi was indeed much healthier than ordinary women now. Han Yuxi was delighted. She turned over and sat on Li Zixuan's body. With a face full of excitement, she said, Husband, does that mean we can have a child? Li Zixuan was speechless. It turned out that this woman was still thinking about this. All right, since there was no problem with her body and the other party was willing, what else could he say as a man? Since my wife wants to fight, then I am willing to risk my life to accompany her. Yes, it's time to get up. The next day, Li Zixuan, who had recently gotten used to waking up early, slept until the third quarter of the morning before waking up. Facing the dazzling sunlight outside the window, Li Zixuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. However, he found that there was still a person lying on his arm. Recalling the several punitive expeditions and crazy entanglements last night, he rubbed his old waist with some lingering fear. He thought to himself that when this woman went crazy, even a martial arts master could not handle it. Yes, Han Yuxi, who was sleeping, let out a very soft murmur and subconsciously tightened the quilt for herself. Li Zixuan smiled. He thought to himself that this woman must have been exhausted last night, right? Li Zixuan carefully pulled his arm out and then quietly got out of bed to put on his clothes. Although the warmth of the woman was intoxicating, he still had important matters to attend to today. He could not laze around in bed the whole day, could he? At this time, Li Jingma and the others had already eaten breakfast. However, it did not matter. The kitchen quickly served hot rice and hot dishes. Li Zixuan ate his breakfast hastily and left the house. What he did not know was that in the east courtyard of the Lord Protector's manor, there was a detective drama going on. How long did they last night? In reply to Madam, Young Master, and Young Madam probably, until the middle of the night. The middle of the night? Isn't this too long? Old Master, do you think little Xian might have overindulged and damaged his body? When Madam Li saw that Li Zixuan had left the house, she immediately called over Li Zixuan's personal maid, Xiao He, to secretly spy for information. Hearing Madam Li's words, Li Jingma's old face could not help but darken. As a parent, it was hard to say these things out of concern for their son and daughter-in-law. But now, the words that came out of Madam Li's mouth. What kind of words were these? Overindulgence. Was this something a mother should say? It should be fine. Little Xian is after all a martial artist, and his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Seeing that Li Jingma did not reply, Madam Li could not help but roll her eyes. Then she justified herself and found an answer for herself. She then waved her hand at Xiao He and said, "All right, Xiao He, you can leave. What I asked you today, you must not mention it to little Xian and Yushi, understand?" Although Xiao He was thick-skinned, her cheeks were already flushed red. She hurriedly took her leave. "Madam, don't worry. Xiao He will not tell anyone. Xiao He will take her leave." Madam Li nodded. After Xiao He left, she looked at Li Jingma with some excitement and said, "Old master, it looks like little Xian has been enlightened. We will be able to hold a grandson soon." Li Jingma stroked his beard and scolded jokingly, this stinking brat." Although that was the case, it was difficult to conceal the smile between his brows. Chapter 1697. "Hey, Brother Zeng, why haven't you left yet? Yanhuang College's results are about to be released." "That's not it. It's not even 4 minutes yet. Didn't they say that the results would be released at 9? It's true that the results will be released at 9, but there are so many people looking at the results today. If we don't go and get a spot in advance, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to squeeze into the academy later. Damn, why didn't I think of this? I'm not eating anymore. Let's go quickly." After leaving the Marquis residence and walking on the cement road of the county, Li Zixuan could clearly feel a stream of people heading towards the Cloud Mountain outside the city. These people were basically all students participating in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Among the students who came for the exam, quite a number of them chose to stay in Lantian County. After all, compared to Chang'an City, this place was closer to Yanhuang College. Previously, some of them might have thought that the accommodations in Lantian County were inferior to those in Chang'an City. However, when they arrived in Lantian County, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. The wide and flat streets, the dazzling lineup of shops, and the clean and tidy inns. How is this a small county? It was completely comparable to a bustling city. This was especially true for the Dragon Gate that had just been built in Lantian County. It was luxurious, imposing, and resplendent, stunning everyone. The living conditions inside could be said to be the best of all the inns in the Great Tang. Therefore, the students who were fortunate enough to stay in Longmen and could be said to be both physically and mentally happy these few days. After all, whether it was the accommodations or the distance to Yanhuang College, Longmen had an absolute advantage over the other inns in Chang'an City. Lin Wenyuan could be said to have used the Yanhuang College's entrance exam as an opportunity to completely spread the name of the Lin family's Longmen Inn. After these students left Chang, and in return to their respective hometowns, they would promote Lin Wenyuan's Longmen Inn for free. When Lin Wenyuan set up other branches of the inn in other places, he wouldn't have to worry about business at all. People would definitely swarm in to stay there. Li Zixuan sighed internally as he looked at the grand and imposing Dragon Gate Inn. Lin Wenyuan truly had a business acumen. After a moment, he shook his head and walked out of the city with Dabai. There were too many people in the city, so it was not easy for him to ride a horse. Along the way, Li Zixuan saw countless examinees walking in groups. However, very few of them were chatting and laughing. Most of them had very serious expressions on their faces. This situation reminded Li Zixuan of when he was in elementary school in his previous world. He would go to school to get his report card after the end of term exams. He was nervous, but he also had some expectations. He hoped that he would perform better than usual and obtain good results. As someone who had experienced this before, Li Zixuan could understand this kind of contradictory mentality very well. After about 15 minutes, Li Zixuan and his horse finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Mountain. However, when he looked around, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that the long and winding path of Cloud Mountain was already packed with people. Among these people, there were examinees who had come to check their results. There were also parents and relatives who had accompanied the examinees to check their results. There were also some vendors selling snacks. These people really knew how to do business. They purposely went to places with a lot of people. This made the already narrow path of Cloud Mountain seem even more crowded. In addition, there were countless horse carriages parked at the foot of the mountain. Presumably, The wealthy young masters who came in horse carriages also understood that it was impossible to climb Cloud Mountain with horse carriages. Thus, they abandoned their horse carriages and walked up the mountain instead. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and patted Dabai's head. "Go into the forest and wait for me." After saying this, he didn't care whether Dabai understood him or not. He put down the reins and walked toward the path of Cloud Mountain. This was the territory of Cloud Mountain. He wasn't worried at all that Dabai would get lost or be stolen. Moreover, Dabai's legs were very strong. If it really started running, no one would be able to catch it. On the mountain path, Li Zishuan slightly released a bit of his protective real qi. An invisible pushing force gently pushed the people around him away. Relying on this skillful force, Li Zishuan arrived at the top of the Cloud Mountain in a short while. He saw that the peak of the mountain was also filled with people. As it wasn't time to release the results yet, the gates of Yinhuang College weren't open yet. Otherwise, with so many examinees swarming in, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a single person causing trouble inside the college. For safety reasons, he could only wait until the time was almost up before the gates of the college opened. There were many college guards maintaining order at the gates. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Yamacho. Mr. Yin and the others are all here, right?" Li Zishuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. Returning to Yamacho, "Mr. Yin and the others are all at Guanghua Tower." The college guard cupped his fists and said, Li Zishuan nodded and then said, "Maintain order well. Don't let them cause trouble." After saying that, he directly walked into the college. Naturally, someone would open the gates for him. "Yes, Yamacho." The guard replied loudly as he looked at Li Zishuan's back. The examinees surrounding the gates of the college suddenly became excited. "Wow, that person just now is the Yamacho from Yinhuang College?" The Yamacho from Yinhuang College is actually so young. That's right. He's much younger than the teachers in our county's official school. Also, the Yamacho from Yinhuang College is the current Marquis Yeoman. He's already a Marquis at such a young age. He's really a role model for our generation. These people were obviously examinees from other places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised to see Li Zishuan. Dad, it's Grandmaster. He's entered the college." In a corner of the crowd, a young man stood on his tiptoes and said excitedly in the direction Li Zishuan left, "Howard, don't talk nonsense. When did Marquis become your Grandmaster? Don't say such things to others in the future." Beside the young man stood an old man in luxurious clothes. Who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan, who Li Zishuan was talking about in the county? The young man beside him was Lin Hao. The reason why he didn't allow Lin Hao to say that Li Zishuan was his grandmaster in front of outsiders was mainly because Lin Wenyuan didn't want to cause trouble for Li Zishuan. Because of this matter, today, Lin Wenyuan came to look at the list with his son. Whether Lin Hao could enter Yinhuang College was very important to the Lin family. It could be said that the fate of the Lin family depended on Lin Hao to change it. In this era where the classes of scholars, farmers, and businessmen were strict, merchants were looked down upon the most. The children of merchants would face great obstacles even when they went to school, not to mention the imperial examinations. However, Yinhuang College didn't restrict the children of merchants. Moreover, anyone with foresight could see that the future of Yinhuang College was limitless. If one could enter Yinhuang College, their future achievements might not be inferior to taking the imperial examinations. Therefore, Lin Wenyuan was very anxious to know whether Lin Hao could make the list as soon as possible. Therefore, he personally came to Yinshan. But Han Xiao is clearly, "Oh yes, Dad." Lin Hao wanted to refute, but he was frightened by Lin Wenyuan's stern gaze. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. Only then did Lin Wenyuan's gaze become gentle. He murmured soon, "The list should be released in half an hour. Ancestors of the Lin family, please bless this kid. He must pass the exam." Lin Wenyuan was praying to the gods, but there were two slippery little fish in the crowd. They shuttled back and forth between the gaps of the crowd. They relied on their small bodies to quickly arrive at a position slightly in front of the crowd. Sister, you're still the smart one. If we didn't come early today, we might not even be able to reach Xianxia. The two little girls were wearing coarse clothes with many patches on their clothes. There were also a few spots of black ash on their faces. It was obvious that they were children from poor families. At this time, the younger girl sighed and said. The slightly older girl said, "Sigh, we still woke up too late, but it's already not easy to squeeze in here. Xiaoyu, when the academy opens later, you have to hold on to me tightly. Otherwise, if we get separated by the crowd, I won't be able to find you." These two little girls were the sisters Chun Shuajin and Chun Shuyu. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely hold on to you tightly. This Yanhuang College is really imposing. Sister, do you think you'll get first place this time? If that's the case, Dad and Mom will definitely be overjoyed when they know about it. Chun Shuyu nodded and responded. At this time, she looked at the tall and majestic buildings within the walls of the academy and couldn't help but sigh. Because today was only the release of the results and not the exam, there was no need for a quiet environment and strict order. The academy didn't restrict the examinees from entering the mountain like a few days ago. Moreover, after the exam ended, all the examinees' tokens were taken back. At this time, even if they wanted to restrict it, it would be difficult to do so. Therefore, the examinees who weren't from Yanhuang College could also take this opportunity to see the majesty of Yanhuang College. Chun Shuajin's eyes flashed. After a moment, she whispered inexplicably, "Silly girl, how can I get first place? I only hope to get into the academy." She was talking about how to get first place, not how it was possible to get first place. This difference of one word meant 1,000 miles of difference in the meaning. However, Chun Shuyu was deeply shocked by the majestic building of Yanhuang Academy at this time and did not notice this small detail at all. But with her small brain, even if she noticed it, it would be difficult for her to understand in a short time. Dad, Mom, let's not push forward. There are too many people. In a while, when the people in front of us finish looking at the results, they will naturally come out. At that time, we'll go in and take a look. On the other side, Zhang Wenzhong also brought his parents to look at the results today. To be more precise, he was brought by Zhang Wenzhong's parents to look at the results. He originally wanted to come alone, but Zhang Wenzhong's parents couldn't wait at home and couldn't wait to come together. However, they came a little late. At this time, the release of the results was near, but they were still stuck on a mountain road halfway up the mountain. Zhang Wenzhong saw that his father wanted to cut in front of the line and quickly stopped him. Alas, Zhonger, I'm just anxious. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but wipe his sweat and said. Zhang Wenzhong laughed and said, Dad, this is not your exam. Why are you anxious? What's more, now that the test papers have been marked, the results have been set. If the child passes the test, it means that he has passed. Don't tell me that if he's late, his name will fly off the list. Zhang Wenzhong's father was speechless. He had to admit that his son's words were very reasonable. All right, darling, you see that Zhong is not anxious. Why are you anxious? Let's line up slowly at the back. If we cut in line, it will be embarrassing to be seen by the guards of the academy who maintain order. Zhong still has to go to school in the future. Zhang Wenzhong's mother couldn't help but say at this time. She looked at her son's expression of victory and couldn't help but calm down. The door is open. The academy is open. The results are about to be released. Those in front, hurry up. At this time, there was a noise in front of the crowd. It was almost 9 o'clock. The academy was about to open the mountain gate and prepare to release the results. Chapter 1698. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yanshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yanshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. When it was close to 9, the gates of the academy opened. The examinees and their relatives who were crowding around the mountain peak and squeezing on a mountain path heard the news and moved immediately. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, it was difficult to avoid conflicts when tens of thousands of people were squeezed together. At this moment, the guards of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army guarding the foot of Yinshan all moved out. Each of them held a loudspeaker and shouted as they ran on both sides of the path. The voices of the guards of the Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial guards of the foot of the Cloud Mountain were amplified by the loudspeakers and suddenly became abnormally loud and clear. Almost everyone heard this sentence. Therefore, the noisy and disorderly crowd suddenly quieted down. After all, to some of them, being expelled from the Cloud Mountain was not scary. What was scary was that the relatives of those who violated the order would never be able to take half a step into the Yanhuang Academy. Didn't this mean that even if their children were admitted to the Yanhuang Academy, they would be rejected by the Yanhuang Academy because of their squeezing and shoving today? This wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the shouting of the guards of the Academy and the Imperial Army had an immediate effect. The crowd outside the Academy consciously lined up and walked toward the Academy in order. Yamacho's idea is still the best. This way, we won't have to worry about these people getting hurt because of the pushing and shoving. Yin Silu and Li Zixuan stood by the window of the corridor on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building and looked down. Yin Silu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the crowd outside the academy had suddenly become orderly. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "The academy has not considered this aspect thoroughly. Today, tens of thousands of people have come to look at the results. Although the Cloud Mountain is not very steep, the academy is located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. It is a small mountain. If so many people suddenly come here, it will be easy to cause trouble, especially the mountain path of the Cloud Mountain. Although it has been widened several times, if these people are in a mess, they will still be easily pushed down the cliff. If that happens and someone dies, our academy will be in trouble." He had squeezed his way up from the foot of the mountain and knew the situation of the crowd outside the academy like the back of his hand. It was precisely because of this understanding that he realized the seriousness of the problem. The first thing he did when he arrived at the academy was to order the academy guards to take out a batch of loudspeakers. Together with the Imperial guards stationed at the foot of the mountain, they immediately maintained order on both sides of the mountain path. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, Li Zixuan knew better than anyone else how serious the situation would be if a large group of people panicked and trampled. Therefore, he had to take precautions. Today was a good day for Yanhuang College to release the results. He couldn't allow this good day to become a bad day. This old man did not consider this thoroughly. "Please punish me, Yamacho." Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed across Yin Silu's face. Then, he cupped his hands and apologized to Li Zixuan. "No, I don't mean to blame Mr. Kongue." Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, "The scale of the Academy's entrance examination this time is far greater than last year's. The number of applicants alone is more than 3 times of last year's. Under such circumstances, the entire Academy is overloaded, including the previous few days when the Academy teachers were marking the papers together. Everyone has worked hard. As for you, Mr. Kongue, you're in charge of the overall situation. You've worked harder than anyone else. Under such a pressing situation, it's completely understandable that you didn't consider this point. It's me, the Mountain Chief, who has done too little." Chapter 1699. Quick, I'll search from the back to the middle. You search from the middle to the front. Quickly see if you can find your name. Lin Wenwen's father was also nervous at this time. It was as if he was the one taking the exam instead of Lin Hao. "Dad, why do we have to search from the back to the front? Can't we search from the front to the back?" However, his words hurt Lin Hao a little. Did his father look down on him that much? "Hey, you brat, don't tell me you still think your name can be ranked at the front. I just want to find your name as soon as possible." Hearing that, Lin Wenyuan could not help but smack the back of Lin Hao's head as he said in annoyance. He had fantasized that his son could get first place or top 10, but that was just a fantasy. How could it become reality? To be honest, Lin Hao went from being an ignorant rich kid to being taught by Iron Egg to learning engineering knowledge. It had only been 6 or 7 months. How could he get a good result in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College, where there were so many experts? Lin Wenyuan thought that as long as Lin Hao could get into the college, he would be satisfied even if he was last on the list. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, was very realistic when looking at problems. Dad, I found my name. 228th, a total of 82 points. Dad, look. Just when Lin Wenyuan was looking at the bottom of the list, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed and said excitedly, "What?" Lin Wenyuan's body suddenly shook. He suspected that he had heard wrong, so he couldn't help but say, 228th? How? Or you said you were 228th? Where is it? Let me see. After that, Lin Wenyuan quickly opened his eyes wide and desperately looked for the 228th name on the list. Fortunately, although Lin Wenyuan didn't want to get into Yanhuang College, he still taught himself a little of the college's new mathematics in his spare time. After all, the new mathematics was very helpful for business, so Lin Wenyuan also recognized the Arabic numerals on the list. Soon, he found Lin Hao's name behind the number 228. 228th, Lin Hao, a weighted total of 82 points. Seeing this small line of words, Lin Wenyuan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he didn't know why. When he was extremely happy, he couldn't laugh, and he even had tears in his eyes. It's true. It's actually true. How? I really got into Yanhuang College, and his score is in the top. The ancestors of the Lin family bless and protect him. Lin Wenyuan excitedly patted Lin Hao's shoulder with both hands, and then said incoherently, "Hee, Father, I told you long ago, this time's entrance exam. Your son is in the bag. At that time, you and Mother didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right?" Lin Hao took the opportunity to show off. I believe you, I believe you. Looks like your mother and father didn't have good eyesight before. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Wenyuan didn't attack Lin Hao's weak spirit with words as usual. Instead, he went along with Lin Hao's words and praised him. This made Lin Hao stunned, and he couldn't help but feel flattered. Father, are you all right? Don't tell me you have a fever. Get lost. Lin Wenyuan reacted at this time, and his old face couldn't help but darken as he roared angrily. He thought to himself, can't you be nice to this brat? That's normal. Lin Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Father, this time, your son got into Yanhuang College as you wished. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Lin Wenyuan said with a straight face, What reward do you want? Lin Hao thought for a while and said with a serious face, There are still 2 months before the academy starts. In these 2 months, your son wants to finish all the novels that I didn't have time to read before. Father, you and Mother can't interfere with me during this time. Lin Wenyuan glared and couldn't help but feel a little angry. He thought that Lin Hao wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for some money, but he didn't expect that this stinking brat actually made such a ridiculous request. He was really useless. Sigh. Forget it. We'll do as you wish. In these 2 months, your mother and father won't interfere with anything you do. In the end, Lin Wenyuan nodded and agreed to Lin Hao's request. Thank you, father. Then, your son will go back now. Lin Hao laughed loudly, turned around, and ran away. In a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. This brat, he doesn't have any ambition at all. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction that Lin Hao left, and then he walked out of the crowd. No matter what, my Lin family will have a scholar this time. Let's see who dares to look down on this old man in the future. Although he was a little disappointed, Lin Wenyuan was still very satisfied with Lin Hao's results this time. He clasped his hand behind his back and squeezed out of the crowd, while thinking proudly in his heart, Sister, why didn't I find your name at the front? In contrast to Lin Wenyuan, on the other side, a little girl started to search from the first place on the list. However, after searching for more than 10 names, she still couldn't find the name she was looking for. She turned her head and was puzzled. This little girl was Chun Shuoyu. At this time, She and Chen Shuajian were in the third row of the crowd. Although they were shorter than the people around them, fortunately, the Academy's red list was hung very high. As long as they looked up, they could still see the words on it. Hee, who said that sister must be at the front? Xiaoyu, look at the 33rd row. Isn't that your sister's name? Chen Shuajian couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She rubbed Chen Shuayu's head and smiled. Ah, it's true. Chen Shuayu looked at the 33rd row and was stunned when she saw it. She said in disbelief, Sister, why are you only 33rd? Only 33rd. If these words were heard by others, they would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. However, Chen Shuayu knew that her sister got the test papers in advance and went to find people to get the answers in advance. According to common sense, Chen Shuajian shouldn't be able to get first place, but she should be able to get into the top 10. However, what Chen Shuayu didn't expect was that Chen Shuajian only got 33rd. This was really inconceivable. When you grow up, you will understand why your sister only got 33rd. Chen Shuajian glanced at her right front and said meaningfully. Then she pulled Chen Shuayu's arm and said, Okay, let's go home. No matter what, your sister got into Yanwang College. Let's go home and celebrate. Hearing the word celebrate, Chen Shuayu quickly nodded. The two sisters quickly walked out of the crowd. However, in the direction that Chen Shuajian was looking at, there was a middle-aged man in green who was looking at the red list. He looked from top to bottom and whispered to himself, Strange, there is no one named Chen Weining in the top 10. Could it be that Master is lying to us? This person was the apprentice of the Hanging Pot Hall, Chang Feng. Previously, when Chen Shuajian went to the Hanging Pot Hall, she met him. He was also the one who introduced Chen Shuajian to Lin Jichang. Yesterday, Lin Jichang accidentally found out that the entrance examination questions of Yanwang Academy's medical school were exactly the same as the questions that Chen Weining, Chen Shuajian, had asked him. Out of curiosity, he sent Chang Feng over to see if Chen Weining was the top student this time. At the same time, he also wanted to see who exactly Chen Weining was to be able to obtain the entrance examination questions of Yanwang Academy in advance. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Jichang. The top student of the medical school wasn't Chen Weining. Her surname wasn't even Chen. Chang Feng didn't even see Chen Weining at the scene. This made Chang Feng wonder if Lin Jichang was lying to him. It seems that the old man from the Hanging Pot Hall has found out the secret of the questions. He actually sent people from a medical hall to investigate. Luckily, I was prepared. Not only is my name fake, but I didn't get first place because I purposely answered the last two questions wrong. More importantly, I'm wearing tattered clothes today. Unless Chang Feng comes close, he definitely won't be able to recognize me and Xiaoyu. Chen Shuajian, who was walking down the mountain with her little sister, couldn't help but think proudly. In fact, from the moment she decided to go to the Hanging Pot Hall to get the answers, she was prepared to take precautions. She couldn't let Lin Jichang know her true identity. She also couldn't let anyone other than Lin Jichang know that the 10 questions she said that day were all questions for the Yanwang College's medical school's admission exam. This way, as long as Lin Jichang couldn't find her, he couldn't take her down and confront her face to face. He wouldn't have any way to prove that she cheated. Without any evidence, without any foundation, and with this matter related to Yanwang College's reputation, Chen Shuajian believed that Lin Jichang wouldn't have the guts to publicize this matter before he was 100% sure. As a small fry, if she wanted to live longer, she had to be careful. Chen Shuajian understood this point very well. This was the caution of a small fry, and also the wisdom that a small fry needed to survive. But the person who got first place in a medical school actually got full marks? Who is so good? Also, this name sounds familiar. Could it be that Marquis not only gave the exam to me in advance, but also leaked it to him in advance? After being proud for a while, Chen Shuajian's heart also had a trace of doubt. She was very clear about the difficulty of the medical school exam. She didn't think that anyone could get full marks without cheating. If there was, then this person must be a monster. After all, at such a young age, having such high medical skills, if he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? Chapter 1700. Oh my God. Someone actually got full marks in the medical school this time? What? Full marks? Were the medical school's exam questions this year so easy? Bullsh asterisk T. How could it be so easy? I heard that after the exam 2 days ago, someone wrote down the exam questions from memory and showed them to a doctor in Chang. Even a doctor wasn't very sure about a few questions. Do you think the exam questions this time were easy or difficult? Hiss. Even a doctor in charge of the medical school couldn't answer them? Then, the medical school's exam questions this time were too difficult? Of course. I heard that the medical school's exam questions were personally organized by Dr. Sunday. Of course, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to answer them. Damn. According to what you said, shouldn't the medical school's examinees have done very badly? How could there be someone who got full marks? How would I know? It seems that the medical school has recruited a medical genius this time. Let's go. Let's go and see who the person who got full marks is. Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan, Chun Shuajin, and Qin Shuyu left, but the commotion on Yunshan Mountain did not stop there. Instead, as time passed, more and more people knew that the medical school had a top scorer who got full marks. Even the examinees who were looking at the results of the Eastern Institute of Technology couldn't help but shift their focus when they heard the news. They came over to see who the student who got full marks was. In an instant, the medical school's results list, which was originally quite relaxed, suddenly became crowded. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this Zhang Wenzhong? He actually got full marks? Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. If that's the case, isn't this Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills already on par with some of the doctors in the medical school? I wonder how old this guy is. He actually has such amazing medical skills. Soon, more and more people noticed the name list of the medical school's top student. Looking at the name on top of everyone's head, most of the students couldn't even feel jealous because the gap between them was too big. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, 100 points. Second place, Cui Shirong, 90 points. There was a gap of 10 points between the first and second place. One must know that this wasn't a gap of 10 points in a single subject. This was a weighted average score. It was obviously more difficult to create a gap of 10 points in this area. Therefore, that dazzling 100 points directly made people unable to feel jealous. Everyone understood that they really couldn't be jealous of this score. Even if they were given another 10 chances, none of them had absolute confidence that they would be able to get full marks. Did you hear? There's someone who got full marks. What? Full marks? That's amazing. Who is it? According to the people in front, that person seems to be called Zhang Wenzhong. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Sigh. Not only you, I. As time passed, the people who had finished looking at the results began to leave the academy. Today, the academy was only open to the public in front of the Guanghua building. The other places were guarded by guards, and no one was allowed to get close. Therefore, those who had finished looking at the results could only leave the academy. Those who were queuing outside were able to move forward and slowly approach the academy's mountain gate. As those who had finished looking at the list left, the news of someone scoring full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences gradually spread through the queue. Soon, almost everyone in the queue knew of this shocking news. Zhong, did you hear that? Are you the one who scored full marks? In the crowd, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were still queuing outside the academy. From time to time, they could hear the people around them talking about a student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong beside him and ask in a trembling voice. At this moment, Father Zhang was both nervous and excited. Even his voice had a slight tremor in it. Mother Zhang immediately looked at Zhang Wenzhong with eager eyes. At this moment, she really hoped that the student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences was her son. Oh, it should be. But there are thousands of students taking the exam this time, and they are all from different counties in the Tang Empire. It's inevitable that there will be people with the same name. Zhang Wenzhong thought about it and said cautiously. When Father Zhang heard this, he was overjoyed at first, but then he was stunned because the latter half of Zhang Wenzhong's sentence made sense. Hence, he asked nervously Zhong, how do you think you did in the exam this time? Zhang Wenzhong smiled and said, Father, didn't I tell you this before? Don't worry. Even if I'm in first place, I won't do too badly. I'm still very confident in this exam. Besides, whether I'm first or not, we can just walk closer to see later. Every candidate has an exam number. With the help of the exam number, even if there are people with the same name, there won't be any confusion. There were 6,000 to 7,000 students taking the entrance exam for Yanhuang College this time, and the final admission number was more than 1,000. It was inevitable that there would be people with the same name. Hence, Zhang Wenzhong guessed that the academy would definitely use other methods to distinguish between people with the same name. In fact, this was indeed the case. Behind every name on the list of results was a row of Arabic numerals. This row of numbers was the student's exam number. Oh, yes. There's an exam number too. That's good. Zhang Wenzhong's father patted his head. Then, he looked at the dense crowd in front of him and said dejectedly, Sigh, there's so many people. I don't know when it'll be our turn to enter. Father, don't worry. There are already a lot fewer people in front of us. I estimate that we'll be able to enter the academy in 3/4 of an hour. Although Zhang Wenzhong was also very eager to see if he was the one at the top of the list, he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly comforted his father. 3/4 of an hour? Sigh, we can only wait. However, for Zhang Wenzhong's father, he couldn't even wait for 3 blinks of an eye, let alone 3/4 of an hour. But what could he do if he couldn't wait? Could it be that he could cut the queue? Looking at the two sides of the line, the Yanhuang College guards were eyeing covetously. Then he recalled that a few people had already been expelled from Yinshan by the guards for cutting the line. Zhang Wenzhong's father shrunk his neck and decisively dismissed the idea of cutting the line. It didn't matter if he was expelled from Yinshan. The key was that it would affect Zhang Wenzhong's future. This was something that Zhang Wenzhong's father absolutely didn't want to see. Zhang Wenzhong's father didn't know how many 3/4 of an hour he had experienced in the first half of his life. However, the current 3/4 of an hour felt so long to him. Under the entanglement of nervous, excited, anxious, conflicted, worried, and other complex emotions, Zhang Wenzhong's father finally endured the 3/4 of an hour. We're finally in. In order to prevent a large number of people from suddenly rushing in and causing a stampede, the academy adopted the strategy of entering in batches. After the first batch of people left, the next batch of people would enter. Of course, each batch of people could only stay in the academy for a limited time. When the time was up, they had to leave. This was a bit like the upper limit strategy used by some subway stations during the morning rush hour. At this time, almost 3/4 of an hour had passed. The Zhang family of 3 finally entered the academy. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was a trace of joy on his face, but there was also a trace of worry. The medical college's results list is on the west side. Following the guidance of the academy's guard, Zhang Wenzhong's father quickly brought Zhang Wenzhong and Zhang Wenzhong's mother to the medical college's results list. They were faster, so they managed to grab the 3rd row position. It was not bad as they could see the words on the red list clearly. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, exam number 06280913, score 100 points. Zhang Wenzhong's father was literate. He raised his head and went straight to the top of the list. Immediately, he saw his son's name. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong's arm and said excitedly, Zhong, quickly take a look and see if this exam number is yours. Zhang Wenzhong didn't say anything. He raised his head and quietly looked at his high and mighty name on the red list. It was at the top of the list, far ahead of the 2nd place. This result was a recognition of his devotion to medicine, his diligent study of medicine, and his previous master's treatment of patients. Of course, this was also a reward for his parents' silent support for his medical studies all these years. Zhong, what's wrong? Is this exam number not yours? Zhang Wenzhong's father's expression suddenly changed when he saw that Zhang Wenzhong didn't speak for a long time. Dad, Mom, this exam number is mine. I got into Yanhuang College. Zhang Wenzhong retracted his gaze and looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. He said firmly, Haha. Good, good, good. My son got into the Yanhuang Academy, and he even got first place. Ha ha. Zhang Wenzhong's father heard this, and his nervous mood suddenly turned into ecstasy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The crowd in front of the medical college's results list immediately turned their attention to this side. Look, that person is the top of the medical college's exam this time. He got full marks. The crowd automatically ignored Zhang Wenzhong's father and looked at the young man next to him. According to the age limit of the college's enrollment, that young man could be the medical college's candidate this time. Oh my God, so young? How'd he get full marks? Could it be that he started studying medicine when he was in his mother's womb? This is incredible. The medical college's enrollment exam questions not only require theoretical knowledge, but also practical medical experience. Could it be that he has treated patients at such a young age? I know him. A few days ago, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County treated a young man with intestinal abscess. Marquis, Dr. Sun, and Taoist Xianxia from the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain treated him together and finally pulled him back from the jaws of death. If I remember correctly, that young man's name is Zhang Wenzhong. What? How could there be such a coincidence? Marquis, you've saved a medical genius from the Yanhuang Academy. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Wenzhong, but Zhang Wenzhong didn't care about the outsider's comments. He cupped his hands to the surrounding candidates and then turned to leave with his parents. Dad, Mom, my life was saved by Marquis. Oh, it should be a macho. I will use this life to save more people in the future to repay Yamacho for saving my life. When they reached the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhang Wenzhong suddenly stopped and turned to look at his parents. He said in an unusually serious tone. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang couldn't help but be startled. After being stunned for a moment, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, Zhonger, you're right. One must know how to repay kindness. The Marquis saved your life, so all the more you should work hard to repay him. However, Marquis doesn't lack money or reputation. Now that you are a student of Yanhuang College, you are his disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You must listen to Marquis in the future and fulfill your responsibility as a disciple by Marquis' side. Zhang Wenzhong nodded solemnly and said, I will remember Father's teachings. Ha, that's enough. Let's go home. Zhong, I will make your favorite dishes when we get back home to celebrate the top of the exam. Zhang Wenzhong's mother laughed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mom. Chapter 1701. Who would have thought that Zhang Wenzhong would be able to get full marks? Looks like I've still underestimated him. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the bustling crowd in the Academy's Guanghua building. Previously, when Yin Silu told him the name of the person who got full marks in the medical school, he was a little nervous because he was afraid that Yin Silu's name would be Chen Shuazhen. If that happened, he would have to cover up countless lies later on. However, although the person who got full marks wasn't Chen Shuazhen, Li Zixuan was still a little surprised when he heard the name Zhang Wenzhong. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhang Wenzhong's ability. Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were unquestionable since he was able to leave his name in history. However, he should only be 7 or 8 years old now, right? What could a 7 or 8-year-old do in modern times? He probably only knew how to play mobile phones and games. However, Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were already comparable to a doctor in a medical hall when he was only 7 or 8 years old. It was really unbelievable. Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? First, there was Jia Jiayin Lian, Li Ku, Li Tai, and now there's Zhang Wenzhong. Yanhuang College is getting more and more monstrous. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was really glad that he had saved Zhang Wenzhong's life in the medical hall that day. He didn't just save the life of a young boy. He might have saved the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. Now that Zhang Wenzhong was admitted into Yanhuang College, under the guidance of experts like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Gu Qingwei, and under the influence of the Academy's modern medical theories, Li Zixuan believed that Zhang Wenzhong's future medical skills will be much higher than the original Zhang Wenzhong in history. At that time, he alone would be able to save countless lives. He might very well become the second Sun Simiao of Tang Dynasty. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and left the academy. After descending the cloud mountain, he found a by in a small forest. Then, man and horse headed straight for Chang'an City. All the talents in the world will enter Yanhuang College. Although this was just a slogan and Li Zixuan's beautiful vision for the future of the college, this vision was slowly being realized. The number of students that Yanhuang College could recruit was increasing, and the number of talents it could attract was also increasing. Among them, there was no lack of intelligent and stunning geniuses. They would support the future glory of the college. The academy was developing in a better direction, so Li Zixuan had to fight for a stable and safe environment for the academy. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Lier had just finished his morning court session and was sitting on the dragon couch. He did not even bother to drink a cup of immortal tea. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed to Lier. "Oh, Kuer is back." Lier raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu had returned to the city last night. However, it was already late, so His Highness did not enter the palace to disturb the Emperor. A few months ago, Li Ku was conferred the title of King of Shu and was in charge of military and government affairs in all the states of Jiangnan. This was also the official establishment of a prince's residence. Since then, Li Ku had moved out of the palace. However, he usually stayed at Yanhuang College and did not return to Chang'an. He had only stayed in this residence outside the palace a few times. Lier nodded and said, "Let him in." "Yes." Zhao Song responded and turned to leave. "Greetings, father." Not long after, Li Ku walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Lier. You may rise, Ke." Lier waved his hand and then looked at Li Ku for a while. He smiled and said, "You become more mature. You haven't returned to the palace for a long time. Have you paid your respects to your mother?" Li Ku cupped his hands and replied, "Father, before this, I've already paid my respects to my mother." Li Ku's birth mother was Imperial Concubine Yang, and the head of the Tang Empire's imperial harem was Zhang Sun Wugo. In this palace, etiquette was the most important thing. Even if Imperial Concubine Yang was Li Ku's birth mother, he had to pay his respects to Empress Zhang Sun before he could go to his birth mother. Therefore, Li Ku's words were very appropriate. Lier nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Good. Kuer, what brings you here today?" Li Ku had already prepared a draft before he came. He took a step forward and bowed to Lier. "Father Emperor, a few days ago, this son followed the mountain elders to the north to exterminate the locusts. I have seen too many hardships of the people. Although most of these hardships were caused by natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. In this extermination of the locusts, there were corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who try to hoard and drive up the price of food. The corrupt officials and the evil grain merchants will be dealt with by the imperial censors sent by Father. However, I have also discovered that some of the shopkeepers of the Yanhuang Bank's branches are taking the opportunity to stir up trouble in the dark. Jin Wanfu, the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, is a typical example. Other than him, during the journey to the north, I and Mountainhead found out that there were a total of 12 branches of the bank that were secretly involved in illegal activities. When we returned to the capital, I learned from Mountainhead that the Dragon Sect had previously rebelled and was fortunately executed in front of Chang'an City. However, behind the Dragon Sect, there were also 8 shopkeepers of the bank who were using their official position for personal gain, secretly sending money to the Dragon Sect. The Yanhuang Bank was in charge of the distribution of the Tang Yuan and also controlled the deposits and loans of the people. It could be said that it was a vital department that was related to the fate of the Tang Empire. The appearance of a parasite like Jin Wanfu was a serious blow to the reputation of the Yanhuang Bank among the people. Fortunately, the Yamacho used a thunderous method to resolve the trust crisis of the Yanhuang Bank. However, who can guarantee that the Yanhuang Bank will not be corrupted in the future? You must know that a place like the bank is the most prone to corruption. Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Kur, what do you think?" Although he was mentally prepared, Li Ku was still a little nervous. Because it involved military matters, he was likely to be suspected by his father, who had taken the throne because of the coup. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Ku's face turned solemn. He bowed again and said, "Father, I intend to establish a new department in the Yanhuang Bank called the Gold-Clad Guard. It will specialize in correcting illegal activities within the bank to ensure that the bank will always operate normally. I sincerely ask for Father's permission." The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Li Er's tiger-like eyes suddenly flashed. After a long silence, Li Er calmly said, "Oh, Gold-Clad Guard? Cool. Can you tell me in detail?" Chapter 17:02. In the Ganlu Hall. Under the watchful gaze of Li Er, Li Ku braced himself and explained the overall structure of the golden-clothed guards of the Yanhuang Bank. "Father, the golden-clothed guards will be responsible for monitoring the various branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the Great Tang Empire and preventing internal members from accepting bribes and corruption. They will also ensure the safety of the Yanhuang Bank in its daily operations and prevent criminals from coveting the wealth of the bank. Therefore, the golden-clothed guards will not only have clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but they will also have military personnel who are good at arresting criminals and fighting. This department will be a department that is well-versed in both civil and military matters and will do its best to ensure the normal and healthy operations of the bank. I believe that Father knows the importance of the bank to the Great Tang Empire, even if I don't say it. Therefore, I implore Father to support me in establishing the golden-clothed guards." After saying that, Li Ku bowed deeply and didn't dare to raise his head for a long time. This matter was too important. He didn't know if Li Er would agree or not, let alone what choice Li Er would make. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Li Er narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his mind was racing. As an emperor who had risen to the throne through a coup, Li Er had always been extremely sensitive to the military and military matters. Take Li Xianxia, for example. Even though Li Xianxia was the heir to the throne of the Great Tang Empire, other than the few hundred guards in the East Palace, Li Xianxia didn't have any military forces in his hands. He didn't even have the 6 squads of the Crown Prince. It was just a thing in name only. Among Li Er's sons, none of them had the military power of more than 1,000 people. As someone who had been through this before, Li Er knew very well that with an army in hand, one's ambition would be bred, and one would have the capital to fight for the throne. The heavenly policy residence that he had led back then was his capital to rule the world today. And now, Li Ku was requesting him to establish the golden-clothed guards. Although the jurisdiction of the golden-clothed guards was only the Yanhuang Bank, there were so many branches of the bank in the world. If the golden-clothed guards were established, the number of military personnel would definitely not be small. Was Li Er doing this for justice or for personal reasons? On the other hand, Li Ku was the first prince to propose to Li Er. However, Li Ku's identity was too sensitive. He had the royal blood of the Great Tang Empire and the Sui dynasty. He wasn't the heir, but the nobility of his bloodline was no less than Li Xianxia. If he agreed to establish the golden-clothed guards, it would be hard to guarantee that the others in the court wouldn't have improper thoughts. In this short span of time, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "Kur, the matter of the gold-robed guards, did you think of it yourself? Or did someone mention it to you? Tell Father the truth." Hearing Li Er finally speak, Li Ku couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, "I don't dare to lie to Father. The golden-clothed guards came about when the Yamacho went up north to exterminate the locusts and saw the serious corruption within the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County. That's why they had the idea of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The Yamacho said that the Yanhuang Bank was related to the economic lifeline of the Great Tang Empire. Its importance was definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries of the imperial court. If the internal operations of the bank couldn't be normal and healthy, and if the corruption reached the root, not only would the bank be finished, but the Great Tang Empire would also be in danger. Li Zixuan? It's really him. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. And have you thought about how many military personnel there would be in the Golden Clothed Guards? How many civilian personnel would there be? Li Ku was already prepared for this. He replied without hesitation. Replying to Father, the Great Tang Empire currently has more than 300 provinces and 1,500 counties. However, not every county has a branch of the Yanwang Bank. According to the internal records of the Yanwang Bank, there are a total of 512 branches of the bank in the entire Great Tang Empire. If the Golden Clothed Guards want to cover all the branches of the bank, they would need at least 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. At that time, the Golden Clothed Guards will set up the State Guard Station in each province and the Dao Guard Station in each province. Each guard station will conduct security and irregular audits of the accounts of the banks under their jurisdiction. If they discover any corruption, they will immediately report it to the higher levels. First, the internal affairs of the bank will be dealt with. After that, the relevant criminals will be handed over to the local government or the Supreme Court. Even though Li Er was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Ku's grand plan. More than 600 civilian staff and more than 2,000 military staff. What was Li Ku trying to do? He was going to establish a national yamen. Thinking back to when he was still the king of Qin, the Heavenly Policy residents only had 2,000 to 3,000 civil and military personnel. Could it be that Li Ku wanted to use this opportunity to touch the position of the crown prince? At this moment, Li Er couldn't help but suspect that Li Ku had selfish motives. Seeing that Li Er didn't speak, Li Ku's heart jumped to his throat. He actually knew that his request was a bit too much. However, the Yanwang Bank stall was too big. If there were too few people, they definitely wouldn't be able to take care of such a big stall. 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. This was already considered a small number. When the Golden Clothed Guards were fully established, the total number of personnel would definitely far exceed this scale. Although this might cause Li Er to be suspicious, Li Ku had a clear conscience. He didn't have any improper thoughts about the position of the crown prince. He only wanted to manage the Yanwang Bank well. He realized that he had already fallen in love with the job of managing money. Therefore, although the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more serious, although Li Ku was also a little afraid of Li Er's might, he still straightened his back and looked at the top of the hall without changing his expression. This was because he had a clear conscience. Perhaps it was because of this clear conscience gaze that moved Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Ku for a moment and then said, "Ha ha, 600 civilian staff and 2,000 military staff." Ku was truly a bold man. The Yanwang Bank is in charge of the issuance of the Tang Dynasty's currency and the savings and loans of the common people. It is indeed important. As for the personnel of the bank, they come into contact with large amounts of money every day. It is indeed easy for them to have thoughts of corruption. Your suggestion to establish the Golden Clothed Guards is very good. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Er opened his mouth, he actually confirmed Li Ku's idea. Li Ku, who was prepared to receive a storm from Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. What he didn't expect was Li Er's next sentence. Li Er paused for a moment and continued. Since that is the case, then Kerr, you will be in charge of establishing the Golden Clothed Guards. The number of civilian and military personnel will be handled according to what you said earlier. All the manpower and resources needed, I will fully cooperate with you. Chapter 1703. Within the Ganlu Palace, a yamen of more than 2,000 people had been built just like that, and it had even been given to a prince. Before this, no one would have believed that the wise and mighty Emperor Li Er would make such a foolish decision. Li Ku's mouth was agape in shock. Li Er had agreed too quickly and decisively, so much so that he almost couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Li Er. While Li Ku was still in a daze, Li Er spoke once more. In addition, since the Yanwang Bank is affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue, the establishment of the Gold Clothed Guard cannot be done without the support of the Ministry of Revenue. We will issue a decree for Xiaoyu to cooperate with you in establishing the civil staff of the Gold Clothed Guard. They will be responsible for checking the accounts of the bank. As for the military staff of the gold-clothed guard, Li Er paused for a moment, his brow creasing as if he was seriously considering something. After a few moments, he chuckled. Kur, although you've been practicing martial arts since you were young, you've never led soldiers before. If you rashly establish a military staff of more than 2,000 people, I'm afraid that your strength will be insufficient. How about we send someone to assist you? Send someone to assist? Li Ke suddenly had a conjecture. Could it be that Li Erma was recommending Li Junxian to him? Your son thanks Imperial Father. Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Ke did his best to maintain a normal expression as he clasped his hands at Li Er. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. We heard you speak of the functions of the Gold-Clothed Guard just now and felt that the Gold-Clothed Guard was similar to the 100 Cavalry in terms of martial arts. Thus, we plan to have Li Junxian assist you in establishing the military staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard. Kur, what do you think? As expected, although he had expected this, hearing it from Li Er's mouth made Li Ke feel that everything today was too surreal. If not for the fact that he knew that Li Zishuan had not entered the Imperial Palace recently, Li Ke would have suspected that Li Zishuan had colluded with Li Er. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the same idea? Royal Father is wise. This son will listen to Royal Father's arrangements. Li Ke realized that he couldn't understand Li Er, so he decided not to think about it. In any case, he just needed to do his own thing well. What other people had planned had nothing to do with him. At the very least, as long as he didn't have any ulterior motives for the throne, no one in the Tang Empire could do anything to him. Yes, if you don't have anything else to report, then go back and prepare. Li Er straightened his body and leaned against the dragon couch. He looked down at Li Ke and said, Yes, Imperial Father, I will take my leave now. Li Ke cupped his hands and left decisively. Today, Li Er's combination of punches had left him in a daze. He had to go home and calm down. With that, he turned around and left. Only Li Er and Zhao Song were left in the main hall. Zhao Song lowered his head and looked straight at the floor of the Sweet Dew Hall, as if there was some secret martial arts manual on the floor. He was so focused and engrossed in it. He didn't want to ask too much about the matters of the royal family, especially when it involved the princes. Although Li Er's decision today was somewhat abnormal, Zhao Song couldn't be bothered to think about whether there was a deeper meaning to it. Because the emperor's will was hard to fathom, he didn't want to guess. If he had the time, he might as well concentrate on meditating on the true meaning of martial arts. Chief Zhao Song was just so real. Li Er looked at Li Ke's back as he left. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into a thoughtful expression. After a long silence, he finally sighed and said, 2 dragons playing with a pearl is more interesting than a single dragon flying. If Ke really has this idea, then Xianxia should be under pressure, right? Zhao Song's body froze. As a martial arts grandmaster, his hearing was very sharp. Although Li Er's voice was soft, he still heard every word. This short sentence was full of Li Er's unfathomable shrewdness and foresight. The art of an emperor was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1704. Master, the Marquis of Yong and is here. Chang and City West, Duan residence. Duan Jishuan, who had just finished his morning court session, was preparing to put on his armor and head to the army camp. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the backyard and bowed. Oh, where is he? Duan Jishuan raised his eyebrows, secretly guessing the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. At the same time, he asked, Master, this old servant has invited the Marquis of Yong into the front hall for tea. The servant bowed and said. Duan Jishuan nodded and said, You have done well. Go and tell the Marquis of Yong, and this old man will be there soon. Although Li Zishuan was only a marquis, he had an entire province as his fief. Furthermore, he was also the provincial governor of a province. He could be considered as a high-ranking official of the border. His status was no longer the same as before. Now, if he were to be rejected by the Duan residence's servant, it would indeed be very inappropriate. Yes, the servant obeyed and left. Duan Jishuan could only hang the armor that he had just taken off on the wooden rack at the side. Dressed in his normal clothes, he left the room. How did Marquis have the time to visit this Duan residence today? In the Duan residence's main hall, Li Zixuan sat quietly on a wooden chair. The tea on the side table emitted a faint fragrance, but he did not touch it. He closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the room. Following that, Duan Zixuan walked in with majestic steps. Li Zixuan's eyes suddenly opened. Then, he hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him with cupped fists and said, "This subordinate came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not blame me." This subordinate? Duan Zixuan, who had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Li Zixuan, couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Then, his expression became somewhat interesting. "Marquis, are you planning to join the army after dealing with the external affairs?" Duan Zixuan was not stupid. In fact, to be able to get to this position, no one was stupid. Almost instantly, he understood the crux of the matter. More than a month ago, Li Zixuan was appointed as the Black Armored Army adjutant. However, due to the Academy's affairs and later on going north to eliminate the locusts, he did not go to the army. Now that Li Zixuan claimed to be his subordinate, he was obviously prepared to join the army. 2. Although Li Zixuan was now calling himself Duan Zixuan's subordinate, Duan Zixuan could see that Li Zixuan was neither servile nor overbearing. His aura was even restrained, making him seem even more unfathomable. In comparison, Duan Zixuan was more like a subordinate. Duan Zixuan could not help but narrow his eyes. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Li Zixuan's temperament had changed so much. Although he did not actively release his aura, the restrained aura made Duan Zixuan feel more unfathomable. He must have made a breakthrough in his martial arts realm. At least, his current martial arts realm is not lower than mine. This was Duan Zixuan's subconscious judgment. Many people knew about the battle at Longman Pass in the north, but not many people knew about the details of the battle. Li Zixuan benefited from the disaster and broke through to the Grand Master late stage in that battle, and even fewer people knew about this. However, Duan Zixuan could tell that Li Zixuan had made a breakthrough in his realm from just one encounter, mainly because Duan Zixuan's martial arts attainment was also profound. Yes, I have arranged the matters at the Academy for the time being. More importantly, the new batch of armor needed by the Black Armored Army has been completed by the wonderful Pavilion Workshop. I plan to bring this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. In addition, since I will be going to the barracks tomorrow, General Duan, please don't refer to me by my title in the future. Just call me by my name." Li Zixuan clasped his fists and said, Duan Zixuan was the boss of the Black Armored Army. To be precise, he was the second in command. The boss of the Black Armored Army was always Li Zixuan. To put it bluntly, Li Zixuan was here today to bow to the boss. After all, he knew that the third in command of the Black Armored Army, Xianxia, had always disliked him. How could he not curry favor before entering the barracks? It was not that he was snobbish. The main reason was that he did not want to fight for power with Xianxia. He only wanted to raise the combat strength of the Black Armored Army to a higher level so that the Tang Empire would have a greater chance of defeating the Turks. After completing his mission, even if Xianxia did not allow him to leave, he would still resign from Li Zixuan. His life's dream was not to join the army or fight on the battlefield. However, the life he pursued required a stable environment. In his opinion, with Duan Zixuan's protection, he would at least be safe in the Black Armored Army. Thus, he was more humble today. Putting this aside, Duan Zixuan was a person worthy of respect. This person had also made great contributions to the establishment of the Li Tang Empire. Duan Zixuan's eyes flashed, and he immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He nodded and said, "All right, since Adjunct Li is about to return, I will naturally welcome you. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers will be called out. I hope Adjunct Li can arrive on time." Duan Zixuan had been in the army for more than a decade and was a straightforward person. Since Li Zixuan was willing to return to the army at this time, he was naturally more than happy to oblige. Disregarding everything else, Li Zixuan's terrifying martial arts prowess was a force to be reckoned with for the Black Armored troops. Although the military had never advocated individual strength, it still depended on the level of the individual's strength. At present, no army could ignore a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm. If a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm also knew how to lead troops and the art of war, it would undoubtedly be a headache for the enemy. In addition, Li Zixuan was not an ordinary martial scholar. To be able to face the martial scholar Wuxia head-on and survive, Duan Jixuan knew that if he were in Li Zixuan's shoes, he would not have such strength. Thus, in terms of individual strength, Li Zixuan was not any weaker than him, the commander of the Black Armored Army. Not to mention, Li Zixuan had brought 5,000 new sets of armor to the Black Armored Army. Duan Jixuan had personally experienced the power of these new sets of armor, and he was very greedy for them. Therefore, Li Zixuan's arrival would undoubtedly raise the strength of the Black Armored Army to another level. This general obeys. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely not be late. Seeing Duan Jixuan's decisiveness, Li Zixuan also cupped his fists and accepted the order. Good. Then this general will wait for Adjunct Li in the camp tomorrow. Duan Jixuan looked at Li Zixuan with appreciation and said in a clear voice, "Yes." After discussing official matters, the two exchanged a few words of greeting before Li Zixuan said his goodbyes. Because he could see that Duan Jixuan seemed to have something to do, he tactfully took the initiative to say his goodbyes. It just so happened that he had to go to the army camp tomorrow and had to go back today to prepare. Chapter 1705. Xianxia, what brings you here today? After leaving the Duan mansion, Li Zixuan did not leave the city immediately. Instead, he went to the Qin mansion. Qin Xiong was Han Yuxi's adoptive father and was one of the closest people to Li Zixuan in Chang and city. Before he went to the military camp to take up his post, he should have informed Qin Xiong. Coincidentally, Cheng Yaojin was also in the Qin residence. The two brothers had just finished their morning court session and were practicing in the Qin residence's martial arts field. When Li Zixuan suddenly came over, they quickly put down their weapons and greeted him. "Uncle Cheng, you're here too?" Li Zixuan first bowed to Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin respectively before stating the purpose of his visit. "Tomorrow, I will be heading to the Black Armored Army's barracks to take up my new post. The Black Armored Army has just been expanded. Before the war, they will definitely be training hard to build up their combat strength. As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, I will probably have to live in the barracks for the next 2 months. Hence, I am here today to inform both of you." In April, in order to quell the rebellion in Guangxing as soon as possible and destroy the Cui and Zheng family's rebellious forces, Li Er ordered Li Jing to take command and also sent Duan Jixuan to lead the Black Armored Army as the vanguard to Guangxing County. Unexpectedly, they encountered the tens of thousands of main forces of the Cui and Zheng family. Although the Black Armored Army won that battle, they suffered heavy casualties. Then, the situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks suddenly changed. First, they encountered the Turks in the Battle of Shuafang. Then, the tutor of the Turks, Wuxia, snuck into the Tang Empire and stole the confidential files of Yanwan College. Following that, 50,000 elite wolf riders suddenly entered the Tang Empire and headed straight for the Longmen Pass. The two countries were at daggers drawn, and Li Er realized that the war between the two countries was imminent. On one hand, he ordered the officials to prepare for the war seriously. On the other hand, he ordered Duan Jixuan to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand it from the original 2,000 to 5,000. This was because Li Er believed that cavalry was the most effective when attacking the Turks, and the Black Armored Army was the most elite of the great Tang cavalry. They were the sharpest spear, and in this crucial war, they were bound to play a crucial role. However, the Black Armored Army had just been formed, and its overall combat power was obviously not comparable to before. Therefore, Li Zixuan knew that the Black Armored Army's mission for the next few months was nothing more than to train them crazily, to develop into the greatest combat power in the shortest time. He, as the Black Armored Army's adjutant, he would be extremely busy. "Oh, you're going to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow?" Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Could it be that the 5,000 new sets of armor for the black armored troops have been completed? Qin Xiong was very familiar with Li Zexuan's situation. He knew that the reason why Li Zexuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army was not only because he was busy with the Academy and the Exterminating Locust mission, but also because it was difficult to complete the new equipment that Li Zexuan had asked Li Zexuan to forge in such a short period of time. Now, that Li Zexuan said that he was going to the Black Armored Army, it meant that the 5,000 sets of equipment had been completed. It's indeed completed. Tomorrow, I will bring the equipment to the Black Armored Army's camp. Li Zexuan nodded and said under Qin Xiong's and Cheng Yaojin's eager gazes. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was 5,000 sets of equipment and armor. How could it be completed in just a month? Even the supervisor of works did not have this ability. The speed at which Li Zexuan's workshop was terrifying. Good. Little Xian, you're really something. The speed at which you forge weapons is too fast. Oh, right. Do you have any more of the vanadium steel horse lances that you forged? You can give me one as a gift. After a moment of shock, Cheng Yaojin walked to Li Zexuan and patted him on the shoulder as he laughed. That day, Li Zexuan had used the vanadium steel horse lances and wore the vanadium steel plate armor to compete with Duan Jixuan in front of all the officials. Through that competition, the flexibility and toughness of the vanadium steel plate armor and the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lances had left a deep impression on Li Zexuan and the officials. Cheng Yaojin's most common weapon was also a horse lance. Therefore, Old Cheng had been coveting the vanadium steel horse lance that Li Zexuan had used against Duan Jixuan. Now that he finally had the chance, he could not hold back and directly asked Li Zexuan for it. Qin Xiong turned his face away and pretended that he did not know this old man. It was too embarrassing. Li Zexuan did not mind. On the contrary, he liked Old Cheng's straightforward personality. This nephew knows that Uncle Cheng is good at using horse lances, so I ordered someone to make one for you. In a while, I will send someone to deliver it to your residence. I guarantee that it will be better than the one I used on the drill ground that day. Cheng Yaojin was instantly overjoyed. He laughed and said, good. Little Xian, you know this old man well. Unlike my two brats who don't know how to be filial to their father. They only know how to cause trouble. Oh, right. Second brother, why don't you have little Xian make a pair of vanadium steel weapons for you? In the end, this fellow still wanted to drag Qin Xiong down with him. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, no need. This old man's golden mace is enough. After saying that, Qin Xiong looked at Li Zexuan and said seriously, little Xian, since you have decided to go to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow, this old man has no reason to stop you. The current situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks can be said to be at daggers drawn. A few days ago, according to the report from the spies in the north, Xieli's army has been active recently. Not only did they deploy a large number of scouts on the Tang Empire's border, Xieli also launched a fierce attack on Tuli in the grassland. It seems that he has completely unified the grassland. Xieli's strength is already very strong. If he is allowed to get rid of Tuli in a short period of time, it will definitely not be good news for the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man expects that the 3-month deadline set by His Majesty will only be sooner and not later. Little Xian, not only are your martial arts strength excellent, but you are also brave and resourceful. In addition, you are the most familiar with this new batch of armor. If you can join the Black Armored Army and take up the position, this old man believes that it will be very helpful in increasing the Black Armored Army's combat power. It's just that your nature is undisciplined and you don't like to be restrained. However, once you enter the army camp, you have to abide by the military rules. Moreover, you have to set an example. Only then can you convince the others. Do you understand? Compared to Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong was undoubtedly much more reliable. Qin Xiong patiently explained to Li Zexuan the current situation and the things to pay attention to after entering the army. This nephew understands. Many thanks for Uncle Qin's reminder. Hearing that there were strange movements on the Tang Empire's northern border and that Xieli had launched a general attack on Tuli, Li Zexuan was shocked. At the same time, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. It seemed that Xieli had already sensed the Tang Empire's next move on the grassland. He was already making preparations in advance. Chapter 1706. Haha, you're right. We have to abide by the military rules. Even if I'm in the military camp, I'm no exception. But Xiaoxian, if you're bullied in the military camp, don't worry about it. Just beat them back. Anyway, you're now a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm. No one in the Black Armored Army can beat you. If you can't beat them, I'll go and help you. Compared to Qin Xiong's maturity, Cheng Yaojin was undoubtedly more forthright and straightforward. This old fellow had just received benefits from Li Zixuan, so he naturally had to stand up and say a few words. However, given his relationship with Li Zixuan, even if he didn't receive any benefits, he would be the first to stand up for Li Zixuan if he was bullied. Li Zixuan smiled. Old Cheng's words obviously meant something. He was worried that he would be bullied after entering the Black Armored Army. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan was a little touched. He clasped his hands and said, "This nephew appreciates Uncle Cheng's good intentions. But don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me." Even if Qiu Xingong wanted to bully him after entering the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan planned to solve it himself. He was already an adult. Of course, he had to get back the face he had lost. Huh, good. You're a little like me when I was young. Good. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help laughing. He didn't know whether this old guy was praising Li Zixuan or himself. Okay, Xiaoxian, since you're in Chang and today, don't go back at noon. I'll ask your aunt to get some good wine and dishes. Let's have a good drink at noon. Qin Xiong didn't want Cheng Yaojin to continue boasting, so he interrupted, "You can tell us how you broke through to the late stage of the Supreme Power Realm this time." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Cheng Yaojin's eyes immediately lit up. Old Cheng nodded repeatedly and said, Yes. Little Xian, you have to accompany me, Old Cheng, and a second brother for a few drinks today. Speaking of which, after you go to the military camp, you won't be able to drink even if you want to. I won't hide it from you. The 12 guards of the capital have all begun their training. In 2 days, this old man will be living in the barracks every day. Cheng Yaojin did not care about Li Zixuan's martial arts strength at all, because he knew that he had long been surpassed by Li Zixuan in martial arts. Moreover, at his age, even if he wanted to catch up, he would definitely not be able to. Therefore, Old Cheng had already developed a certain immunity to Li Zixuan's monstrous martial arts talent. Compared to this, he preferred drinking. He felt that in terms of alcohol tolerance, he could definitely beat Li Zixuan. Since the two uncles are so kind to invite me, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Zixuan thought about it and finally agreed. According to his original plan, he had come to tell Qin Xiong about it, and then return to Lantian County. However, since the war in the north, he, Qin Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin had not met again. Previously, the two old generals had led the army thousands of miles to help Longmen Pass. This was all friendship. How could he not agree to such a small request? What's more, he had just heard from Cheng Yaojin that the 12 guards of the capital had begun their training, which was enough to show how serious the current situation was. Recently, he had been dealing with the affairs of the academy on Cloud Mountain and did not know much about the situation at the foot of the mountain, especially the situation in the imperial court. It was better to take advantage of this lunch to understand the current situation from Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Chapter 1707. Fragrant. Qin Estate. When it was close to noon, the maidservants of the Qin Estate brought over numerous fragrant dishes from the kitchen. Old Qin couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Second brother, the culinary skills of the chefs in your estate are really getting better and better. This taste is almost on par with the Immortal Indulgence in. Qin Xiong couldn't help but glare at Cheng Yaojin and say, What chef? These dishes were all made by your sister-in-law herself. Second sister-in-law actually made them herself? Cheng Yaojin was shocked and said in disbelief, It's rare for little Xian and Jijie to be here today. I have to personally cook and entertain you. As they were talking, Madame Qin walked in with 2 maidservants carrying plates and said with a smile. Old Cheng chuckled and said, Sister-in-law, you're doing this on account of little Xian, right? Looks like I'm still riding on little Xian's coattails today. This old fellow often came to the Qin family to freeload, but it was usually the servants in the manor who cooked. Why would Madame Qin cook personally? Madame Qin scolded, "Nonsense! When you come to the Qin manor, has the Qin manor ever shortchanged you?" Although she said that, everyone knew that it was just a joke between the two of them and couldn't be taken seriously. Li Zixuan stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie. Auntie, sit down and eat with us." Madame Qin smiled and said, "No, you guys eat first. The chicken is still stewing over there. Annie has to take care of it." "Oh, right. Little Xian, why didn't you bring Yushi with you today? Annie hasn't seen her in a long time." Han Yushi was the adopted daughter of Qin Xiong and Madame Qin. Because of Li Zixuan, Han Yushi was even closer to the Qin family. The two families were also very close, which was why Madame Qin said that. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "I came to Chang'an to do something today, so I didn't bring my wife along. I'll get her to visit Andy another day." Hee hee. Good. Then Annie will help you get the chicken soup. Eat quickly. Madame Qin nodded and smiled in satisfaction before turning to leave. "All right, little Xian, Jijia, eat up." At this moment, Qin Xiong, as the host, hurriedly called out, "Haha, come on. We haven't gathered since we came back from the north, right? Let's drink first." Cheng Yaojin laughed and unceremoniously poured himself a cup as he shouted loudly. There were only the three of them at the table. Qin Huaiyu was still at the academy. After old Cheng shouted, the atmosphere at the table immediately became lively. "Good. This little nephew toasts Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin. Previously, the two uncles led an army from afar to rescue us. This nephew will remember this friendship." Ever since Li Zixuan grasped the trick of drinking, although he still did not like drinking, he was no longer afraid of drinking. Hearing this, he raised his wine cup, stood up, and raised his cup to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong said seriously, "Xiao Xian, we are family. Jijia and I treat you as our family's younger generation. If something happens to you, how can we sit still at home? It's only right that I lead the army to save you." Cheng Yaojin interrupted, "Haha, second brother is right. We are all family. Why are you being so polite? Come on, cheers." After saying that, old Cheng raised his neck and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Good, cheers." Qin Xiong and Li Zixuan also followed suit and drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. "Ha, good wine and good food. Why didn't you call me?" "Shu Bao, Jijia, you guys are too unkind." After a round of wine, Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, was preparing to continue pouring wine for Li Zixuan. At this time, a burst of energetic and familiar laughter came from outside the room. Who else could it be other than Li Er? When the three people in the house heard Li Er's voice, they were all shocked. Everyone quickly put down their wine cups and stood up to welcome him. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." As the host, Qin Xiong bowed and apologized. "Your Majesty has come to my humble abode. This old official has not welcomed you. I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me." Li Er went forward to help Qin Xiong up and said, "Shu Bao, what are you doing? I'm only here to drink and freeload today. Let's skip the formalities. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we've gathered to drink together?" Although Qin Xiong did not believe Li Er's nonsense that he was only here to drink, the latter half of Li Er's sentence still made him fall silent. That's right. Ever since Li Er started the change in the Xuanwu Gate and ascended to the throne, they had never sat at the same table to drink and eat meat again, right? Your Majesty must be joking. Please come in. Qin Xiong quickly recovered from his deep thoughts. He quickly turned his body and invited Li Er in. Li Er nodded and walked in with his hands behind his back. However, when he walked in front of Li Zixuan, he stared expressionlessly at Li Zixuan. This stare made Li Zixuan's heart skip a beat. Although there was one more person at the table, the atmosphere was not as lively as before. No matter how much Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Er had gone through life and death together on the battlefield and called each other brothers, now that Li Er had become the emperor, it was impossible for them to return to their previous state. Why are you here in Chang'an City today? Have you settled the matters at the academy? After 3 rounds of wine, Lier looked at Li Zixuan and asked lightly. Li Zixuan quickly replied, Your Majesty, the academy released the results today. This year's enrollment has been completely completed. In addition, the 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed. I plan to bring the new equipment to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. That's why I came to Chang'an City today to inform General Duan. The 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed? Although Lier had already guessed this, he could not hide his surprise when he heard Li Zixuan say it with his own ears. Previously, Yin Lide had roughly calculated with him that if they were to follow the new style of armor invented by Li Zixuan, it would be impossible for the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor to complete the 5,000 sets of armor in 3 months. Now, Li Zixuan's workshop had only used slightly more than a month to complete the 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, and vanadium steel horse armor. This speed made Li envious. If it wasn't for the Emperor's reputation, he really wanted to snatch Li Zixuan's strange interest pavilion workshop, because this workshop could be considered a national treasure. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5,000 sets of armor have been completed and can be sent to the Black Armored Army camp at any time. Li Zixuan was a little flustered by Li Er's wolf-like gaze. Even so, he braced himself and replied. Chapter 1708. Haha, good. In Qin's mansion, Li Zixuan was elated to hear Li Zixuan's reply. Although he coveted Li Zixuan's workshop, he could not show it. He laughed and said, The Black Armored Army has just expanded. If you can finish these armors as soon as possible, Duan Zixuan will be able to arrange for the soldiers to train and familiarize themselves with the new equipment. Besides, you're the most familiar with the new equipment. With you assisting Duan Zixuan in managing the military affairs, it will also help the Black Armored Army to become stronger. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, I will do my best and spare no effort. What a great do your best and do your best. You're going to the military camp tomorrow, and you are already in Chang'an. Why don't you report to me? Suddenly, Elder Li's face darkened as he looked at Li Zixuan. Sure enough, old Li was here to settle accounts with him. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. Then he quickly pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. You're always busy with state affairs. I just don't want to disturb Your Majesty over such a small matter. Lier shot a glance at Li Zixuan and said crossly, You punk, have a glib tongue. All right, I am too lazy to argue with you. Then he drank a cup of wine and asked, Regarding the current situation in the north, Shu Bao has told you, right? Speaking of serious matters, Li Zixuan no longer had the mood to continue eating and drinking. He nodded and said, Uncle Qin has already told this subject. What do you think? Lier looked at Li Zixuan with interest and asked. He really hoped to hear Li Zixuan's unique views on the situation between the two countries. Li Zixuan had been in the imperial court for more than a year, and he always had a unique view on every problem. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to leave the palace and come to Qin's mansion today. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin had also put down their chopsticks and wine cups and looked over. At this time, there were only the 4 of them in the main hall. Some of the servants and maids had already been ordered to leave by Qin Xiong. On one hand, it was for Li Er's safety. On the other hand, it was to prevent Li Er from revealing any confidential state affairs during the meal. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said slowly, Your Majesty, I think that since Shelley secretly deployed his troops at the border between the two countries and launched a general attack on Tuli's troops in the grasslands, it proves that he already knows or guessed that the imperial court has a plan to attack the grasslands. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty's 6 yamen, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, all officials to prepare for war. Such a big movement, such a big movement. Such a big movement. So Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're Your Majesty, you're so. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he said, And your analysis is reasonable. Then, what do you think the imperial court should do in the face of the current situation? I originally planned to secretly prepare the army for war and catch Xieli off guard 2 months later. But now, it's obvious that Xieli is already on guard. Moreover, he seems to be more anxious than I am to carry out the war. In this way, what do you think the Tang Empire's chances of winning this war are? Li Zishuan frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Tang Empire and the Turks are the two most powerful countries in the world today. In such a big national war, to secretly catch the other side off guard, Your Majesty, I think this is an impossible task. It's only a matter of time before Xieli finds out that the imperial court is secretly preparing the army for war. But it seems that Xieli found out about it earlier this time. But Your Majesty thinks that all these are not important, because the main factor that determines the victory of a war is still the hard power of both sides. Since Xieli has already sensed the imperial court's intention to attack the grasslands, then before the war truly begins, we should make complete preparations. We cannot fight a war without preparation. Lier nodded his head and said, This emperor knows that to forge iron, one must be strong. Therefore, a few days ago, all the soldiers of the 12 capital guards had already started training together. The officials from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War have already begun preparing military supplies, allocating funds, and deducing battle tactics more than half a month ago, all for the sake of winning this tough battle. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, Your Majesty, forgive me for being so bold, but I don't think this is enough. Lier's brows raised, and he said doubtfully, Oh, do you have any better suggestions? Tell me. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I believe that the mobilization of the 6 yamens and the 12 guards of the capital isn't enough. The Tang Empire should be fully prepared for war. Issue the war mobilization order to every single citizen. Our Tang Empire implements a government army system. The citizens usually farm and join the army in times of war. Ever since the imperial court purged all the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire, the world gradually became peaceful. Many of the soldiers who fought on the battlefield and experienced hundreds of battles have all retired. Among these people, even if some of them don't have outstanding martial arts, they are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. They have rich battle experience. To the Tang Empire, they are an immeasurable amount of wealth. I believe that as long as the imperial court summons these veterans, as long as their blood is still warm, they will definitely be willing to put on their armor and go to war again. If these people are integrated into an army, not only can they form a fighting force in a short period of time, their fighting force is definitely not to be underestimated. I believe that in this decisive battle of life and death, the Tang Empire must go all out and not have any mercy or slack off. This time, the Turks must be completely killed. Veterans were wealth, whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Veterans were not old, but they had experience and experience. They had more battle experience and knew how to cooperate on the battlefield and how to survive. Some people said that a veteran on the battlefield was equivalent to 10 new recruits. Li Zishuan agreed with this very much. This was especially true now that the Great Tang was using a government army system. In peacetime, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land, trained during the farm breaks, and joined the army in times of war. The government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses for war, and the entire country had a government that was responsible for selecting and training the government soldiers. Ever since Wang Shichong was killed in the 4th year of Wuda, the Great Tang had been at peace for 6 or 7 years, of course, not counting the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance. In these 6 or 7 years, the number of government soldiers in the government was far less than it had been in the 4th year of Wuda. The main reason was that many government soldiers had retired. This was why Li Zishuan had made this proposal. He believed that once the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate broke out, the strength of the 12 garrison guards and the Black Armored Army was far from enough. They needed to select a group of seasoned soldiers from the various regions. This was both respect and trust for the veterans. Chapter 1709. Recruit veterans? I didn't expect you to value those veterans so much. In the Qin residence, after Li Zixuan finished his long speech, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. Li Er was silent for a moment before he looked at Li Zixuan and said, "What you said is actually not without reason. For this attack on the Turks, I originally planned to send 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the 12 guards of Chang, and along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000 soldiers. At that time, the 12 guards of the capital will be the main force, and the elite soldiers of the various provinces will play a supporting role. However, after hearing what you said, it is a bit of a waste to only send the soldiers to assist the 12 guards. Since that is the case, I have decided to announce to the world that I will select 150,000 elite soldiers from the various provinces and send them to Chang, and within a month. At that time, I will send a few generals to personally lead these soldiers. When we attack the grasslands, they will also be the main force. However, this will cause the national treasury to be tight. Although the soldiers of the Tang Empire would prepare their own weapons and horses when they were in a war, Li Er had changed his plan and decided to let the selected elite soldiers come to Chang and for training 1 month in advance. Behind this decision, the imperial court would have to pay an extra 1 month's worth of food for 150,000 soldiers. This was not a small amount. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot be stingy with money and food at the crucial moment of a national war. If the Great Tang is defeated in this war, there will be no way for it to rise again. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was secretly anxious. He thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? You're still worrying about money and food? Are all emperors so stingy? When Li Er heard this, he immediately glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Brat, you don't know the cost of food until you are in charge of the household. Do you know how much money and armor will be used for 150,000 soldiers in a month? The assault of 450,000 soldiers on the grasslands was bound to be a protracted battle. The amount of money and food consumed on the road would be astronomical. Although the national treasury had saved up some money over the past year, the plague of locusts had more or less damaged the imperial court's vitality. If we can't take down the Turks in 4 months, the imperial court will very likely be dragged down by this war." Li Zixuan's expression turned solemn as he said, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. This subject has already said that I want the entire Great Tang to prepare for war. This includes not only the guards of Chang, and not only the officials of the 6 bureaus, and not only the elites of the various prefectures, but also the landowning clans, merchants, and ordinary civilians. This battle concerns the fate of my Great Tang for the next several hundred years. If we win, my Great Tang will have one less powerful enemy, and the northern border will be peaceful for at least 50 years. If we lose, all the Tang people will become slaves of a fallen country, prisoners of the Turks. This subject believes that as long as the common people are clear about the pros and cons, they will definitely support the imperial court. Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. This is the strength of the entire nation to prepare for war against the Turks. In this way, this subject does not believe that the imperial court will be worn down by the long supply lines, much less that the Great Tang will lose to the Turks." Li Zixuan's words caused Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's blood to surge. What did it mean to prepare for war? This was what it meant to prepare for war. If they could really unite the hearts of the common people of Great Tang, defeating the powerful Turks would not be a problem. However, uniting the hearts of the common people was easier said than done. When the two thought of this, their surging hearts gradually calmed down. How could Li Er not understand this principle? He frowned and said, "Brat, your words are easy to say, but doing it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even though the world has been peaceful for many years, the lives of the common people are still very difficult. Asking them to fork out money is something that we cannot do. As the emperor of a country, Li Eru had his own pride. It was already difficult for an emperor like him to compete with the common people. If you were to ask for money from the common people, Li Eru felt that it would be better for the country to be destroyed. As an emperor, he could not afford to lose face like this. It had to be said that Emperor Li Eru's worldview was still very upright, a little too upright. Li Zishuan choked for a moment. After pausing for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the common people are indeed suffering, but there are many rich merchants and noble clans. This war is also related to their interests. They have the ability and the obligation to support this war. Your subjects' intention is to ask them to fork out some money and food to ensure that the imperial court's attack on the Turks will be successful." Li Eru's eyes narrowed, and he said meaningfully, "Do you know that it is harder than ascending to the heavens to get those merchants and noble clans to fork out money? The richer a person was, the more stingy they would be." Li Eru naturally understood this principle. Even though those aristocratic clans were all very wealthy, asking them to voluntarily donate money to fill the national treasury, he believed that no one would be willing to do so. Li Zishuan insisted, "Your Majesty, your subject believes that such stingy people who can't see the big picture are in the minority. If your Majesty is still worried, your subject can first ask the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants in the world to donate money. All the money donated will be used in this war against the Turks. When the time comes, if all the merchants respond and gather, how can those noble clans not fork out a single coin?" Li Eru was speechless for a moment. Even though he was unwilling to compete with the common people, he knew that this war with the Turks would be a bitter one. Especially in the battle in the north half a month ago, the unparalleled strength of the Turks' wolf cavalry had cast a shadow over his heart. Under such circumstances, the Great Tang would obviously not be able to defeat the Turks in a short period of time. In that case, the imperial court would be dragged into the quagmire of war and fall into a predicament of financial difficulties. After all, this long supply line required a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. It was completely different from the Great Tang's previous wars to quell internal rebellions. "Good. We will do as you say. Let's see if the merchants in the world will be as generous as you say." After a long silence, Li Eru finally spoke. "Your subject obeys." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, other than gathering funds from the common people and mobilizing the entire country's strength to support the national war, your subject believes that the imperial court should not sit back and watch Xieli gather his superior forces to eliminate Tuli and unify the entire grassland. Right now, Xieli's forces are already huge. If we sit back and watch him unify the grassland, in this war, the imperial court's army will probably have a harder time winning." Hearing this, the eyes of the three lit up. Li Eru quickly asked, "Oh, then what plan do you have? Quickly tell us." Chapter 17:10. Your Majesty, although most of the tribes of the steppe have already submitted to Xieli, this does not mean that the steppe is a monolithic block. Previously, the Turkic Khitan chieftain led his tribes to submit to the Great Tang, and now, Tuli is stubbornly resisting Xieli. This shows that there are still many tribes of the steppe who are not of the same mind as Xieli, and we must make good use of this point to obstruct Xieli from unifying the steppe. In the Qin residence, Li Zishuan slowly analyzed Li Eru's question. This subject believes that the imperial court should immediately dispatch an emissary to secretly infiltrate the steppe with your Majesty's imperial edict. The imperial edict states that Tuli will be conferred the title of king of the Great Tang, and any Turkic tribes that submit to the Great Tang will be richly rewarded. In the current situation, Tuli Kaghan and Xieli are already like fire and water. Your Majesty can dispatch people to use Tuli as a foundation to develop tribal forces on the steppe to resist Xieli and divide the Turks from within as much as possible. In addition, the imperial court can also deploy a large number of troops on the northern border to exert pressure on Xieli, making him somewhat apprehensive and not daring to use all his forces to suppress the rebel forces within the Turks. This way, the Great Tang will have time to prepare for war. In truth, this method of dividing the Turks from within had long been considered by Li Zishuan. At the very least, when the imperial court dispatched troops to encircle and suppress Liang Shidu several months ago, he had already thought of doing it. But at that time, the struggle between Tuli and Xieli had not yet reached its climax, and Li Zishuan had not yet dispatched troops to attack the Turks. Thus, Li Zishuan did not have the opportunity to propose this method of dividing the Turks. At present, the Great Tang and the Turks were at daggers drawn, clearly in a state where war could break out at any time. Moreover, Xieli clearly wanted to eliminate the rebel forces on the steppe in the shortest amount of time possible, and then concentrate all his forces on dealing with the Great Tang. In this critical situation, it was clearly necessary to divide the Turks. Li Er's eyes brightened, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Although your plan is good, at this time, the steppe is no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den to the Tang. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, who would dare to go to the Turks and carry out your plan? In addition, Tuli's heart favors the Great Tang because he had some friendship with me in the past. But it's hard to say for the other tribes on the prairie. To have them betray Xieli because of some official titles and benefits, I'm afraid it's not very likely. Li Er was a pragmatic emperor. He was not like the emperors of the later generations who stayed in the palace for a long time and rarely left the palace. He was very clear about the outside world and the ways of the world, so his views were often very realistic. Given the current disparity in strength between the Great Tang and the Turks, any outsider who was not biased would favor the Turks over the Great Tang, let alone the other tribal chiefs of the steppe. It was believed that most people on the grassland believed that Xieli was invincible, at least for the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about the candidates sent by the imperial court to the Turkic Khaganate, but it's actually not difficult to make the other tribes of the grassland side with the Tang Empire. We have an excellent opportunity right now." What opportunity? The curiosity in Li Er's heart was immediately aroused. Then he said with some annoyance, "Kid, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't keep me guessing." As an emperor, Li Er certainly liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Of course, not to mention the emperor, even ordinary people did not like others keeping them guessing. Li Zishuan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He thought to himself, "When did I keep you guessing? Can't I say it one by one? What's the hurry?" Although he was depressed, he still had to talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I wonder if you still remember the prophecy that at the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer in the Turkic Khaganate?" Although this question was suspected of keeping Li Er guessing again, Li Zishuan had to ask. It was said that important people tended to forget things. Who asked Li Er to be an important person among important people? It had been nearly 10 days since he had returned to the imperial court and told Li Er that the Turkic Khaganate would have abnormal weather at the end of July this year. It was hard to guarantee that Li Er would not forget this matter. When these words were said, Cheng Yaojin and Xianxia were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and could see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Frost in the 7th month. This kind of thing sounded inconceivable. How could Li Zishuan say it in front of Li Er? However, when they thought of the prophecy that Li Zishuan had said last year that there would be a plague of locusts in the 2nd year of Jingguan, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong had no choice but to believe this absurd prophecy of frost in the 7th month. Li Er frowned. His mind immediately recalled the conversation he had with Li Zishuan in the Sweet Dew Hall that day. His expression became solemn, and he said with a frown, "Zhen naturally remembers." Only then did Li Zishuan continue. The perfect opportunity this subject spoke of is at the end of the 7th month, when the Turkic Khaganate will have abnormal weather in midsummer. As the saying goes, strange phenomena appear in troubled times. These strange phenomena also indicate that the country is about to fall. The emissaries sent by Your Majesty can use this prophecy to bewitch the tribes on the grasslands who are outwardly united but inwardly divided against Xieli. Tell them that strange phenomena will soon appear on the grasslands, and that the Turkic Khaganate will soon be completely destroyed. Let these tribal chiefs choose a good tree to rest in as soon as possible. If they do not believe, they can wait a few more days. When the white frost descends on the grasslands at the end of the month, they will have no choice but to believe. At that time, the emissary sent by the imperial court will then explain to these tribal chiefs their feelings and use them for benefits. It will be twice the result with half the effort and yield unexpected results. At that time, it will be difficult for Xieli to completely eliminate Tuli Khan in a short period of time. This is because those tribal chiefs who believe in the prophecy will definitely not let go of this opportunity to perform. With them working together with Tuli Khan to stall Xieli, our chances of victory in the decisive battle with Xieli 2 months later will be greater. Li Er's eyes widened. At this time, his chest could be said to be surging with emotions. Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turkic Khaganate gave him an impulse to slap the table and praise. This plan could directly reverse the outcome of this national war. It could also save the Tang Empire from sacrificing thousands of soldiers this time. It was too crucial. Good, good, good. This plan is very good. After being excited for a while, Li Er could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Then, he was not stingy with his praise as he said, "Divide the Turkic Khaganate from within the grasslands and let the tribal chiefs of the other tribes help Tuli stall Xieli. Then, after we have readied our troops, we will kill our way into the grasslands and have a showdown with Xieli. In this way, victory is certain." Chapter 17:11. It is a good plan, but who can go to the Turks to carry out this plan? Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks was indeed a bright one, but Qin Xiong frowned and asked this question. After all, whether a plan was good or bad depended on the result, and the person who carried out the plan would have a direct bearing on the result. Li Er's face froze when he heard Qin Xiong's words. He clearly understood that a good plan was only half a success. The other half depended on the person who carried it out. Shu Bao is right. Li Zishuan, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er asked with a frown. Your Majesty, this little Xian is not familiar with most of the officials in court. He might not have a suitable candidate in mind. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Qin Xiong couldn't help but speak. To the Tang, the Turks were no different from a tiger's den. To have Li Zishuan recommend someone to carry out the plan to divide the Turks was clearly asking Li Zishuan to offend someone. If that person didn't return, that person's clan would probably view Li Zishuan as an enemy for generations. If that person was lucky enough to succeed and come back alive, he would be promoted. That person would not be grateful to Li Zishuan for his kindness. He would only be happy that he was quick-witted or lucky. This was a thankless task. Out of concern for the younger generation, Qin Xiong did not wish for Li Zishuan to answer Li Er's question. It had to be said that old Qin was truly treating Li Zishuan as his own nephew. Li Zishuan was not stupid. Although his EQ was not very high, it was definitely not low. In an instant, he understood Qin Xiong's intentions. He could not help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart. Back then, he had inadvertently cured Qin Xiong's old injury, but Qin Xiong had always treated him as his savior. Normally, he would protect him in everything. Whenever he encountered a problem, Qin Xiong would always be the first to stand up. This was the case when he had killed his way into the Bloodwind stockade alone. Half a month ago, it was the same when he had fought the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. Li Zishuan could only silently remember these sentiments in his heart. When the Qin family encountered difficulties and needed help one day, he would definitely provide assistance without hesitation. How could Old Li not see through Cheng Yaojin's intentions? His eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Xiong, who was bowing with his head lowered. A trace of understanding quickly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Shu Bao, how could I not think of the things you can think of? Don't worry, Li Zishuan's words today will only enter the ears of the four of us. There will not be a fifth person who will know." This was a guarantee to Qin Xiong. He guaranteed that the person recommended by Li Zishuan would not know that he was recommended by Li Zishuan. It was rare for an emperor to be able to do this. Qin Xiong was about to speak when Li Zishuan opened his mouth. He first clasped his hands towards Xianxia and said, "Uncle Qin's good intentions. This nephew appreciates it. But this nephew only cares about the life and death of the Tang Empire. This nephew's recommendation to your majesty today is completely out of the public interest. This nephew has a clear conscience." Finishing, Li Zishuan bowed towards Li Er and said, "Your majesty, this subject has a person in mind. He is the most suitable person to carry out this plan. I hope that your majesty can consider it." "Speak," Li Er hurriedly said, his voice carrying a trace of urgency. "Duke Ju, Tang Jian." Under Li Er's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan did not keep him in suspense this time. He directly said the most ideal person in his mind. It was the legendary person who had been sent to the Turks many times in history and almost lost his life in the grasslands, Tang Jian. Tang Jian's name was Mao Yu, and he was from Jinyang in Bing province. In history, Tang Jian was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He was born in the first year of Xiang in the Northern Zhou dynasty and died in the first year of Xianxia in the Tang dynasty. He had experienced 3 dynasties and 5 emperors and passed away at the age of 80. He could be said to be the old man of the officialdom. In his youth, Tang Jian's family had been officials for generations. His family was a famous family. It could be said that he did not get tired of using things and did not get tired of eating things. He received a good education and culture and was raised to have an unrestrained and forthright personality. He was not a child who followed the rules. However, innate nature was innate and education was education. Tang Jian was extremely respectful towards his elders and was famous for his filial piety. Due to his father Tang Jian and Li Yuan being close, Tang Jian, who was older than Li Er by 20 years, had the chance to interact with Li Er and become friends despite the difference in age. At that time, the Sui dynasty was filled with rebellions and smoke of war rose everywhere. Tang Jian often discussed the world situation with Shimin and secretly reminded Li Er that the Sui dynasty was in chaos and the world could be plotted against. Li Er, who had great ambitions, treated Tang Jian as a close friend and reported Tang Jian's words to his father. When Li Yuan heard this, he scolded Shimin not to speak nonsense. After that, he secretly summoned Tang Jian to the palace to discuss the world situation. Therefore, Tang Jian could be considered as one of the earliest ministers to follow the emperor. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Wuda, Tangzhou was established. The country's foundation was not stable, and the world was still in chaos. Lu Wuzhou used Mai as a base and formed alliances with the Turks in the north. He sent troops down south to Taiyuan, where Li Tang and Long rose, drinking horses and drinking water from Fun River. Prince Jin, the 3rd son of the new emperor Li Yuan, Li Yuanji, saw Lu Wuzhou coming fiercely. He abandoned Jinyang and fled to Chang'an. After Lu Wuzhou captured Taiyuan, he continued to lead his troops down south. Tang official Lu Chongmao occupied Xia County and gathered people to oppose the Tang, in response to Lu Wuzhou. At that time, Tang Jian was on a diplomatic mission and arrived at the army. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoji and the others were captured by Lu Wuzhou. Unfortunately, he was also captured. During the captivity, the resourceful Tang Jian, although he was trapped in the enemy camp, said, "I'm the commander of the thieves. They are all mediocre. Only Yuqi Jingda is wise and farsighted." Thereupon he seized the opportunity to instigate Yuqi Jingda to rebel, advising him to choose a master and surrender to the Tang. Yuqi Jingda also knew that Lu Wuzhou would not be able to accomplish great things. Under Tang Jian's persuasion, body in Chao camp, heart in Han, he prepared to abandon Lu and surrender to the Tang. In the prison, Tang Jian and Yuan Junbao were locked in the same place. From Yuan Junbao's mouth, he learned about Duge Huai and's rebellion. From time to time, he also received news that Duge Huai and had escaped back to Pudong to assume his original post. Tang Jian saw the situation was critical. He urgently asked Yuqi Jingda to release Lu Shirang and sent a message to the Tang camp. Under Qin Wang's urging, Emperor Gaozu was on his way to Pudong when he heard Lu Shirang's story. Thereupon he lured Figawai in to kill him, and thus escaped from danger. Working together from inside and outside, Qin Wang Li Shimin defeated Lu Wuzhou. After returning to the capital, Tang Jian was appointed as the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Heavenly Policy Mansion, the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate, and was conferred the title of Zhuguagong. The most legendary thing about Tang Jian was that he later went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. In the first year of Jingguan, the Tang and the Tujue stopped fighting. Tang Jian was sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue to build peace. In the fourth year of Jingguan, he sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. Following the imperial court's mission, Tang Jian brought gold, silver, money and provisions to lure Xieli to surrender. Xieli saw that Tang Ri was powerful, plus he was very respectful toward the Tujue. Hence he prepared to surrender to the House of Tang and slacked off on military defense. Right this moment, the Tang court sent Li Jing to launch a surprise attack, defeating the Tujue and quelling the danger of the northern border. Being in the hinterland of the Tujue, in the end, not only did they achieve their goal of luring Xieli to surrender, they were also able to escape on the eve of Li Jing's attack. Tang Jian's maneuver could be said to have reached perfection. Afterward, Tang Jian was also promoted as the Minister of Civil Affairs. His son and Princess Yuzhong became Phoenix Yuan. The Taiyuan Tang family was not only a high official, but also a relative of the emperor. Henceforth, their glory reached the peak. It was precisely because Tang Jian had left such a thick and colorful stroke in the history books that Li Zishuan recommended Tang Jian to Li Zishuan. He believed that with Tang Jian's quick-wittedness and intelligence, he would definitely be able to successfully carry out the plan to divide the Tujue. This subject heard that Zhuguagong Tang Jian went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue last year. Regarding the environment and situation of the Tujue, Zhuguagong is clearer than many ministers. In addition, that year when His Majesty defeated the rebel Lu Wuzhou, Zhuguagong was in prison, yet he was still able to successfully instigate Uncle Yuqi, who was under Lu Wuzhou's banner, to rebel. This proves that Zhuguagong's quick-wittedness and eloquence are exceptionally outstanding. How similar is the situation at that time to now? Therefore, this subject believes that with Tuli Khan as the foundation to instigate the leaders of the other tribes, sending Zhuguagong is the most appropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his hands toward the air and said in a clear voice. Chapter 17:12. Oh, you know Mao Yu? After hearing Tang Jian's name from Li Zishuan's mouth, Li Er could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He even felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Based on personal ability and the current situation, Tang Jian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, although Tang Jian had been conferred the title of Duke, he had always lived in seclusion. Li Er did not expect that Li Zishuan would have a connection with Tang Jian, so he could not help but ask, can I say that I know him from the history books? In the history books, before the great Tang destroyed the Turks, the person who sent the envoy to the Turks was Tang Jian. Li Zishuan had indeed never seen Tang Jian before. The two of them also did not have any interactions. Hearing this, he could not help but secretly roll his eyes and grumble in his heart. But these words could not be said out loud. In the face of Li Er's question, Li Zishuan did not blush, and his heart did not skip a beat as he made up a story. Your Majesty, this subject does not know Duke Zhu, but this subject has heard Uncle Yuqi speak of Duke Zhu's deeds. In addition, this subject recommends Duke Zhu out of righteousness and without any selfish motives. In the current situation, this subject believes that Duke Zhu is the most suitable candidate. After saying this, Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Er. Perhaps it was because of the solemnity on this fellow's face that Li Er believed his nonsense. Old Li furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. On the side, when Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin heard the name Tang Jian, their eyes could not help but light up. However, a hint of worry immediately flashed through Qin Xiong's eyes. After all, Tang Jian was a duke, a person of the same status as them. Moreover, this person, whether it was Li Yuan or the current Li heir, had a good personal relationship. If Tang Jian knew that the person who had recommended him to go to the Turks at this time was Li Zishuan, he would probably hate Li Zishuan to death in his heart. Although Li Zishuan's current divine favor did not seem to have any need to fear Tang Jian. Who could say for sure about something like a divine favor? What if it was gone in the future? Li Zishuan had offended a duke for no reason at all, even though he didn't have the slightest benefit to himself. However, words that had been spoken were like water that could not be taken back. Qin Xiong could only wait anxiously at the side. While Qin Xiong was anxiously waiting and worrying, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, "Your plan is very good. The person you recommended is also very suitable. We will seriously consider it." After saying that, Li Er looked at Qin Xiong, who was sitting at the side with a worried expression but did not say a word. He immediately understood. He smiled and continued, "Shu Bao, don't worry about this brat anymore. What I said earlier still counts. What's more, Mao Yu is an open-minded person. He's not a petty person. Even if he knows, he'll know the severity of the matter." With Li Er poking at his heart, Qin Xiong could not help but blush. He hurriedly apologized. "Your Majesty is the Emperor. Naturally, your words carry enormous weight. How would this old subject dare to doubt you?" "Hee hee." Li Er shook his head, not denying it. Cheng Yaojin grinned and said, "Hee hee. Second brother, you don't mean what you say? But don't worry, even if Tang Mao finds fault with Xiao Xian after this, Cheng Yaojin, will not agree. I'm not afraid of him." This old fellow's mouth tore down Qin Xiong's stage. What a useless teammate. Qin Xiong glared at Cheng Yaojin. Li Er was already used to this and did not mind. He drank a cup of wine and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked calmly, "Li Zishuan, when you go to the Black Armored Army tomorrow, have you thought about how to train this newly formed Black Armored Army?" This was a small test for Li Zishuan. Other than having the right to supervise, the military registrar also had the responsibility to assist the general in managing military affairs. Li Zishuan said seriously, "Your Majesty, I haven't thought about it yet. I've never been to the Black Armored Army's main camp, and have never seen the current Black Armored Army. Without seeing the actual condition of the Black Armored Army, if I rashly come up with a training plan for them, it would be no different from talking on paper. Only after seeing it with my own eyes can I formulate a training plan for them. This will allow this newly formed Black Armored Army to quickly adapt to the new equipment and allow them to quickly become a powerful force." Although it was a negative answer, Li Er nodded. He smiled and said, "Hee hee. Good, good. If you can think this way, it proves that you're more mature than before. Then I can rest assured and let you go to the Black Armored Army. I only have one request. Within 2 months, let the Black Armored Army become the most outstanding of the 12 camps in the capital." Towards the end, Li Er's voice became extremely firm. If one were to ask who was the elder of elders in the Black Armored Army, that person would be none other than Li Er. Even Duan Jishuan couldn't compare to him. This was because the Black Armored Army was single-handedly created by Li Er. In the process of the Tang Empire's establishment, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Er through many battles. It could be said that Li Er's feelings towards the Black Armored Army were deeper than any other army. Therefore, in the battle 2 months later, Li Er had high hopes for the Black Armored Army. In the past, the Black Armored Army was the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire. It was an elite troop formed by the elites of the elites. However, during the rebellion in Guanxing, the 2,000 Black Armored Army members and the tens of thousands of troops from the Cui and Zheng families met. That battle caused the Black Armored Army to suffer heavy losses. As a last resort, Li Er decided to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand the Black Armored Army. It hadn't even been a month since the expansion of the Black Armored Army was completed. Even though those who were selected to join the Black Armored Army were all experts, they didn't have any cooperation with each other. Naturally, their fighting prowess wasn't as good as before. Right now, Li Er only wanted the Black Armored Army to return to its peak and continue its glory. Sensing the seriousness in Li Er's voice, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Your subject obeys the decree. Your subject will do his best to make the Black Armored Army the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire." Naturally, Li Zishuan wasn't confident in his words. After all, whether it was in his previous life or this one, he had never led an army properly. Being entrusted with such an important task by Li Er without any experience, he naturally felt uneasy. But then again, since Li Er trusted him so much, Li Zishuan felt that there was no reason for him to disappoint Li Er. Besides, if he could train the Black Armored Army well, it would increase the chances of Tang Empire winning this war. All right. The meal has been eaten and the wine has been drunk. It's time for us to return to the palace. Hearing the affirmative answer from Li Zishuan, Li Er smiled with relief and then stood up. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty." Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Zishuan quickly stood up and bowed. Li Er waved his hands and left. Chapter 17:13. After Li Er left, even though that old demon Cheng Yaojin was constantly making jokes on the side, the atmosphere at the table did not become lively again. Qin Xiong was still worried that Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks to Li Er would be known. At that time, it was hard to say what Tang Jian's attitude would be, but the entire Tang clan would definitely regard Li Zishuan as a mortal enemy. As for Li Zishuan, he was worried because he was going to start his life in the army tomorrow. After all, wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was the same in the imperial court and the army. He did not know what awaited him next. Facing such an unknown fate, he could not help but feel a little lost. This was not as simple as solving a math or physics problem. It involved many people and matters. He himself was not sure if he would be able to live a smooth life in the army. "Uncle Qin, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Many things happened during lunch. Although everyone did not eat to their heart's content, all good things must come to an end. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they continued to chat for a while before Li Zishuan stood up and bid farewell. Good. Go ahead." Qin Xiong also knew that Li Zishuan would have many things to arrange before going to the army, so he did not urge him to stay. However, he still said, "Little Xian, since His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, it means that His Majesty wants to cultivate your ability in war. You're the only child of your family. Logically speaking, His Majesty would not let you go to the front lines. However, the war with the Turks concerns the survival of the Tang Empire. You may not be able to avoid this war. It is also a good thing for you to gain experience in the Black Armored Army. In addition, you must be mentally prepared to go to the front lines. The medicine master is better than me and Xianxia in terms of military strategy. Before you enter the army, you should pay him a visit. Speaking of which, you are considered relatives. I believe that he will not hide anything from you. If you can learn something from Medicine Master, it may come in handy in the future." Hearing Qin Xiong praise someone like this, Cheng Yaojin was not unconvinced, because that person was Li Jing, the Tang Empire's military god. In terms of military strategy, Li Jing's military talent was admirable. Old Cheng was no exception. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He originally wanted to go home directly, but after hearing what Qin Xiong said, he suddenly changed his mind. "Uncle Qin is right. I will go to Duke Wei's mansion to visit Uncle Li. Uncles, this nephew will take his leave." After bidding farewell to the two of them, Li Zishuan changed his route and went straight to Puning Lane, Duke Wei's mansion. Outside the mansion, Li Zishuan reported his name. The gatekeeper of Li Zishuan's mansion was shocked. He was about to go in and report, but he immediately put on a warm expression and welcomed Li Zishuan in. "Master has instructed that Marquis, you don't have to report your arrival. Go directly to the side hall for tea. Old Master is reading in the study room right now. I will go and inform Old Master." The gatekeeper enthusiastically led Li Zishuan to the side hall of Duke Wei's mansion. After asking the servant girls to serve him tea, he quickly ran out like a wisp of smoke. Why are the people of Duke Wei's mansion so polite to me? Could it be that Li Jing has divine foresight and predicted that I would come today? So he informed the gatekeeper in advance? That's impossible. The history books only wrote that Li Jing was a military god, but they didn't say that he was a swindler. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the chair, was not in the mood to taste the fragrant tea. Instead, he muttered to himself. The atmosphere in the mansion was a little too strange. It was true that he was related to Li Jing, but it was far from being to this extent, right? Just as Li Zishuan was puzzled, light footsteps came from outside the door. Li Zishuan frowned because the footsteps did not sound like it came from a man, but more like a woman. As expected, in the next moment, a graceful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he knew that it was not good, because the person who came was Hong Funu. Li Zishuan deeply remembered that when the bearded man first came to Cloud Mountain to show off, he was beaten to a pulp by him and Imo Huai. After that, Hong Funu killed her way to Cloud Mountain and almost fought with her life. If not for Li Jing stopping her, a great battle of the century would probably have broken out on Cloud Mountain. So when he saw the unreasonable Hong Funu again, Li Zishuan immediately had the urge to flee. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. When Hong Funu saw Li Zishuan, she did not glare at him angrily, nor did she speak sarcastically. Instead, she revealed a trace of kindness on her face. She walked towards Li Zishuan with a smile and said, TSK, TSK. I heard that you fought with the Tuju Estate Preceptor in the north and did not die. Little Xian, grandmother really underestimated you. But you were able to not lose to Wuxia, which can be considered as helping your brother vent his anger. How is it? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, grandmother will ask someone to prepare some food and wine for you. Oh, if you haven't eaten yet, grandmother will personally prepare food and wine for you. The more Hong Funu spoke, the happier she became. In the end, she could not help but pat Li Zishuan on the shoulder, with a look of, I'm giving you face, you have to accept it. Many thanks. Many thanks for grandmother's kindness. It's just that I've already eaten before coming here. Li Zishuan shuddered and hurriedly stood up from the stool. He cupped his hands and said, at the same time, he seemed to understand something in his heart. It seemed that the reason why Hong Funu was so friendly to him was mainly because of the bearded man. That night, when Yunshan was attacked, the bearded man had no choice but to fight Wu Jia head-on. In the end, if it were not for little Yu Er's timely arrival, the bearded man's head would have been separated from his body. With Hong Funu's temperament, if she heard that the bearded man was beaten up, she would probably want to capture that person and torture him to death with a knife. After that, Li Zishuan happened to meet Wu Jia at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not defeat Wu Jia did not gain any advantage over him either. It was probably because of this incident that Hong Funu's attitude towards Li Zishuan changed greatly. Have you eaten? That's not important. You can have another meal after you've eaten. Grandmother will ask someone to prepare a table of good wine and dishes for you. Later, Brother Jing will accompany you to drink a few cups. Li Zishuan's guess was right. The reason why Hong Funu's attitude towards him had changed greatly was mainly because Li Zishuan had fought Wu Jia alone at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not seriously injure Wu Jia, he had still injured him and helped the bearded man vent his anger. It was not a joke to say that the Feng Chun three heroes were of the same breath and branch. Cough, cough. All right, Chu Chun, don't make things difficult for little Xian. De Jian is looking for you in the front yard. Quickly go out and take a look. Just as Li Zishuan was at a loss, Li Jing finally arrived. He coughed dryly and said to Hong Funu, De Jian, what would he possibly want from me? All right. Brother Jing, you can chat with little Xian. I'll go out first. Hong Funu pouted unhappily, then turned around and left. Chapter 17:14. Xiao Xian, what brings you to Chang'an today? I heard that your Yanwang College has been busy with recruiting students. It seems like you finished your work, right? Duke Wei's mansion, side hall. After Li Jing sent away the nonsensical Hong Funu, he invited Li Zishuan to sit down. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Jing went straight to the point and asked Li Zishuan why he was here. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and replied, Uncle Li, I've finished my work at the college. In addition, the 5,000 sets of new armor that His Majesty had ordered the workshop of the interesting pavilion to make have been completed. Therefore, I plan to head to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. I'm here today to inform General Duan in advance, so I came to visit you. Actually, he was here today to learn from Li Jing, but how could he say such things so bluntly? He, Li Zixuan, still cared about his reputation. But then again, his relationship with Li Jing was a bit messy. According to his relationship with Han Yushi, he should call Li Jing granduncle. However, this way, Li Jing would be a generation older than Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojing. This was because Li Zixuan usually called them uncles, but now he called Li Jing granduncle. What was going on? Therefore, ever since he found out that Han Yushi's father, Han Tianhu, was a descendant of Han Qinhu, one of the 8 pillar countries of the former Sui dynasty, Old Cheng had emphasized to Li Zixuan more than once that he could not call Li Jing granduncle. Oh, 5,000 sets of weapons and armor. How did your workshop finish making them so quickly? When Li Jing heard this, his eyes flashed, and he could not hide the shock on his face. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was not only proficient in leading troops to war, but he also had a good understanding of weapon manufacturing. He knew that according to the plate armor style that Li Zixuan had shown in front of the civil and military officials, there were no more than 5 workshops in the Tang dynasty that could make such exquisite plate armor. Including the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor, there were no more than 5. Even if the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor worked together, it would be impossible for them to create 5,000 sets of such armor in a month's time. How could Li Zixuan not be surprised that Li Zixuan's interesting pavilion workshop did it? Yes, thousands of craftsmen, working day and night, finally succeeded. Li Zixuan nodded calmly. Others only knew how amazing this speed was, but they didn't know how much the workshop had paid for this speed. Even though Li Zixuan's family was extremely wealthy, creating these 5,000 sets of armor was still a huge blow to his vitality. After all, if he wanted to achieve such a fast speed, he needed enough skilled craftsmen. If he wanted to motivate the craftsmen to produce, he had to give them enough wages. However, the only fortunate thing was that the iron and vanadium used to make the weapons and armor were all dug out from the mines. Li Zixuan had a few mines in his hands. In terms of raw materials, he only had to pay the miners' wages and the cost of transporting the ores. Otherwise, just these 5,000 sets of armor would be enough to empty his family's fortune. Making weapons was really too expensive, especially in ancient times where there was a shortage of iron. However, even though he had spent a lot of money to make these 5,000 sets of armor, Li Zixuan didn't regret it, because to him, money could be earned again, but if the country was gone, it would be useless no matter how much money he earned. Good, good, good. Hearing the affirmative answer, Li Zixuan nodded repeatedly. He smiled and said, Xiaoxian, these armor of yours came at the right time. Shelly in the north is making a move. I'm sure you've heard about this, right? Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at each other's throats, the sooner you can make the armor, the sooner the newly formed Black Armored Army can be formed. I've already heard about the movements of the Wolf tribe in the north. That's why I'm in such a hurry to go to the army camp. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Xiaoxian, not only are you strong in martial arts, but you're also meticulous. In fact, not only Jijia and Shu Bao, even I have always wanted to transfer you into the army. However, you're Jingma's only son, so I can't bear to do that. Now that the Tang Empire is in danger, and you've coincidentally become the Black Armored Army's commander, I think it won't be long before you shine in the Tang Empire's military. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and looked at Li Zixuan with a serious face. He wasn't deliberately flattering Li Zixuan. A person with unparalleled martial arts could become a fierce general. However, in addition to unparalleled martial arts, this person also had unparalleled wisdom and meticulous thinking. With a little training, this person would definitely have the chance to become a 1 in a million good general. And Li Zixuan was such a person, a master of the Grandmaster realm and the head of the engineering school. Wasn't that the perfect combination of martial arts and wisdom? Uncle Li, you're too kind. Hearing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, although I'm strong in martial arts, I've never led an army to war before. How can I deserve such praise from Uncle Li? Li Zixuan looked at Li Zixuan meaningfully and smiled faintly. Of course you deserve it. I also believe that my judgment is not wrong. If you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Li Zixuan laughed dryly and didn't continue the conversation. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, leading an army to war requires actual combat experience, but this experience can be cultivated later. In these years, I've followed His Majesty to fight in the north and south. I've experienced at least 800 battles, if not 1,000. I have some understanding of the art of war and strategy, but I don't know if you'd like to listen to my nagging. Li Zixuan was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Li Zixuan solemnly. He said, Uncle Li, what are you talking about? You're the invincible war god of the Tang Empire. It's my honor to be able to listen to your teachings on the art of war. If I hadn't been apprenticed when I was young, I would have been willing to serve you as a teacher. Seeing Li Zixuan's attitude, Li Zixuan felt gratified. In fact, he had never intended to accept any disciple. His position in the military was too high. He only wanted to live a secluded life and not get involved in politics to reduce the suspicion of the emperor. Therefore, he had never thought of accepting any disciple. However, Li Zixuan was too outstanding in both martial arts and literature. It was hard not to love him. In addition, Li Zixuan was his junior and relative. Under such circumstances, Li Zixuan couldn't help but want to teach Li Zixuan something. The generals of their generation would eventually grow old. He hoped that Li Zixuan could shoulder the heavy responsibility of making the Tang Empire prosper in the future. You don't have to be so serious. I can't teach you anything too profound in such a short time. I'll just teach you some superficial things so that you can have a general understanding of the military drill of the Tang Empire. Li Zixuan stood up and helped Li Zixuan up. He said with a smile. Chapter 17:15. Duke Wei's Mansion. Li Jing's lecture lasted all the way until dusk. He spoke very quickly, and Li Zixuan, who had strong mental strength, digested it very quickly as well. It was so fast that even Li Jing could not keep up with Li Zixuan's speed. This was really a strange thing. A teacher's lecture speed could not keep up with the speed at which a student digested the knowledge. This was really unheard of. Initially, Li Jing only wanted to talk to Li Zixuan about the current structure of the Tang army, the main generals in the army, and the military formations that were often used during military drills. He did not expect Li Zixuan to understand it on the spot. He only hoped that after Li Zixuan entered the Black Armored Army's camp, he would be able to slowly digest these things through his daily training. After all, Li Zixuan had never been in the army before, nor had he ever led an army before. Even if he was extremely talented, it was impossible for him to digest so much military knowledge in such a short time. But who knew that Li Zixuan, who had never come into contact with military formations before, would be able to digest the knowledge that Li Jing taught him even faster than some of the veteran generals who had been in the army for years. Sometimes, Li Jing only needed to talk about the general rules of a certain military formation and the principles of cooperation, and Li Zixuan would be able to draw inferences from it. Moreover, some of the unintentional words that came out of his mouth would make Li Jing's eyes light up. As a result, the class that was supposed to last until dusk was finished by the time it was 5 in the afternoon. Furthermore, Li Zixuan, as a student, was able to digest the new knowledge better than he had expected. Left with no choice, Li Jing could only increase the learning content for Li Zixuan. He personally went to the study room and took out a stack of unbound manuscripts. Then, he began to talk to Li Zixuan again. What he had taught Li Zixuan previously was only the surface of the art of military formations. But in this stack of manuscripts, it was the essence of the art of military formations. These were all summaries of Li Jing's military experience over the years. Its value is absolutely immeasurable. Li Zixuan explained the contents of these manuscripts slowly. In the process, he would often intersperse some of the wars he had experienced before. The purpose of this was to combine theory and practice so that Li Zixuan could better understand them. Li Zixuan was also having a great time listening to them. After all, 9 out of 10 men were military fans. It was a rare opportunity to listen to a military lecture from the great Tang army god. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. In terms of teaching skills, although Li Jing was not as good as the gold medal lecturers in modern schools, Li Jing's understanding of military formations was unparalleled. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, making people involuntarily think and comprehend. All right, it was getting late. Little Xian, you should go back. Otherwise, when the city gates close, it won't be easy for you to leave the city. When the sun was setting, Li Jing collected the scattered manuscripts on the table, then stood up and said to Li Zixuan, who was sitting opposite him. There was a trace of tiredness on his face. Teaching for half a day had exhausted his spirit. It was really because Li Zixuan, this student, was absorbing new knowledge too fast. As a teacher, he had been tense and did not dare to relax for a moment in order not to drag him down. Now that he was finally liberated, Li Jing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Teaching a disciple is really tiring. Under normal circumstances, half a day could not teach or learn too much. However, the two people in front of him, one was the invincible god of war, the other was a genius with a photographic memory. In half a day, the two of them had completed the cultural inheritance that would take others more than 10 days to digest. At this time, Li Zixuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Jing. He said, "Uncle Li's teaching today is very likely to save the lives of many other soldiers on the battlefield in the future. I will remember your life-saving grace in my heart." Li Jing's military lecture today was extremely important to Li Zixuan. He was going to the military camp tomorrow, but before that, he knew nothing about the military. He didn't even know about the job structure in the military, let alone the military drill method of this era. Although he was a modern person and knew some of the training programs of the modern army through watching TV or military training, it was absolutely impossible to forcibly transfer the modern set over. Every era had its own characteristics. If he forcibly forced the things of another era into this era, there would definitely be a problem of acclimatization. But now, after experiencing Li Jing's teaching, the situation was completely different. Although he had not completely grasped the essence of Li Jing's military strategy, at least he now had a good understanding of the system and basic military formation in the Tang army. When the time came, he could formulate a set of specific training system according to the military formation training method of this era, and there would not be a problem of acclimatization. In addition, through this afternoon's lecture, Li Zixuan had a general understanding of the military rules in the Tang army. In this way, when he entered the military camp in the future, he would not inadvertently violate the military rules. He did not like to have his weakness in the hands of others. Little Xian, your words are too serious." Li Jing waved his hand and said, "The art of war exists in the heart, and the actions are more important than the reason. The so-called art of war can only allow you to understand the deployment of various military formations and battlefield strategies, but the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. Blindly imitating the art of war is not advisable. Since you have received my teachings on the art of war, you are half a disciple of mine. This old man does not want you to become that armchair strategist Zhao Qua, who brings disaster to the country and the people. You must remember what this old man has said today." Li Jing's face was filled with solemnity. Although he had great military achievements in his life and was revered as the war god of the great Tang by the people, he had never formally accepted a disciple. On one hand, he wanted to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, he did not want to have a half-baked disciple like Zhao Qua, who would bring disaster to the lives of the soldiers. Ho Junji was not Li Jing's disciple yet. Li Zixuan clasped his hands solemnly and said, "This nephew will remember Uncle Li's teachings. I will not become that armchair strategist, Zhao Qua." After a few moments of hesitation, Li Jing reluctantly handed the pile of manuscripts on the table to Li Zixuan and said, "These manuscripts are some of the insights this old man has gained about the art of war while following His Majesty. This old man has named it the Mirror of Six Armies. Although it has not been completed yet, it should be of some help to your current situation. Take it back today and have someone copy it before returning the original manuscript to this old man." Mirror of Six Armies. It was actually the Mirror of Six Armies. In history, the Mirror of Six Armies was the first book written by Li Jing that gathered the essence of the art of war, but for some reason,